Well, good morning, everybody. You are most welcome to join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for day one of the Vitality County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London and Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for the game. The news from the middle, well, first of all, is that Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bat. And we will go through the sides. Kevin, good morning to you.
Good morning, Richard.
Middlesex.
Yes, Middlesex, they've made one change, which is Nathan Fernandez dropping out, excuse me, and Josh DeCary's coming back into the side, which interesting move for Fernandez. Started the season very well, but probably hasn't got the runs of late to justify keeping DeCary's out of the side. Finger spinner as well, both finger spinners. So Middlesex will line up, I'm delighted to say, with Mark Stoneman at the top. We were all a little bit worried about Stoneman at Lords because he went off holding the back of his head. The physio had come on, he was down on the floor. I saw him at breakfast this morning. I didn't expect to see him in the squad. I thought there'd be concussion. We suspected, it wasn't caught on camera and we didn't see it live, that he must have been looking the other way when a throw came back in, and it must have hit him on the back of the head. It turns out he fell backwards when he was backing up, and as he went back he banged his head onto the ground. So that's a little bit of news this morning that I've only just discovered. Anyway, I need to be quick about this. Sam Robson, Max Holden, and then Elias Deploy, followed by Ryan Higgins, Jack Davies, Toby Rowland-Jones, as we said, Josh DeCaries, Luke Holman, Toby Rowland-Jones. I mentioned, sorry, my apologies, Ethan Bamber and Henry Brooks.
I was working out whether it'd be quicker to go through the players that were still in the Leicestershire side rather than the number of changes, which are many and plentiful. So I'll just go through the batting order. Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger back in the side are heading out into the middle behind the umpires Ian Blackwell and Ben Peverell. Lewis Hill is scheduled to come in 3. We shall see. Lewis Goldsworthy at 4. Harry Swindells comes in at 5. Louis Kimber. What will we expect from Louis in this game? He comes in. He's scheduled to come in at 6. Ben Cox at 7. Ben Green back from Somerset for a one-off game. He's due to come in at 8. Ben Mike 9. Scott Curry at 10. And Matt Salisbury comes into the side at number 11. So it is very much a sort of a make and mend side as far as Leicestershire are concerned. The main man who's missing as far as Middlesex are concerned in relation to their relationship with Leicestershire, of course, is of course Pete Hanscom, who rolled into an advertising hoarding at Hove, chasing down the ball down the hill in front of the media centre there, rolled as he sort of dragged it back, and there was something of a thump we could hear, and then he emerged sort of holding his right shoulder. Continued for a while, but looked uncomfortable, went off, didn't come back on, and having made 90 odd in the first innings, looked thoroughly uncomfortable in the second. I don't think he made anything actually in the second, might have been a run or two, and then didn't reappear, and obviously he's missing this game. So Rishi Patel is going to be on strike, and Ryan Higgins will take the first over for Middlesex.
3 slips in place. Robson, Deploy and DeCaries from slip to third. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And Higgins is on a length just outside the off stump to begin the match. It's left alone by Patel and through to the keeper. So yeah, much happened at Hove.
It was an entertaining game, and the last day became quite interesting.
There were cheers going up for every Leicestershire run at Lord's, I can tell you.
Yes, I would imagine, but unfortunately not quite enough. But 243 wasn't a bad effort from the young man.
Higgins hits the crease now. He bowls. It's just full of length and outside the off stump. It's left alone and through to the keeper. I've got all sorts of questions for you on that. And just a trip to Hove in general is lovely, isn't it? But I should paint the picture of the surface at the moment, which is quite easily painted with a green brush.
It is, but so many times. I mean, you've been here plenty of times now. Obviously, we've seen so many green pitches that have sort of haven't really done too much here. They're desperately trying to get a little bit more life into some of them.
Higgins in, bowls. Down the track comes Patel, and he nudges this into the onside for a single, just wide of mid-on, and Leicestershire off the mark for the match.
Yeah, the fact that Patel has advanced the last 2 deliveries, an indication perhaps that he's a touch concerned about the pitch. He has been Leicestershire's, along with Pete Hanscom, main man in terms of run scoring so far this season, approaching 500 for the championship at 49s. Hanscom 640 championship runs at 64 in obviously therefore 10 innings. Has been in sensational form this season for the Foxes.
Sol Budinger it is. 3 slips. Higgins just pulls mid-off slightly straighter. There's a backward point and a cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. The 3 slips go down. Higgins runs in. Left-handed. Budinger awaits. He's on the back foot, just prodding defensively back up the track. And Stoneman from cover comes into field.
Yeah, that stop on him a bit. It looked a little bit slow.
Doesn't look the quickest, does it?
No.
And Higgins fools a great many who believe that he'll be the slowest of the Middlesex quartet in this game. He'll certainly challenge Bamber and Rowland-Jones, and not quite Brooks. He's in now. Bowls, and this is just full of length. It's played defensively into the onside of the front foot by Budinger, and there's no run again. Brooks does the fielding. Yeah, it could have been Bamber, it could have been Higgins. It'd be interesting to see whether it's Rowland-Jones down below or whether they go with Bamber, who... They're both bustling, both Bamber and Higgins. Bamber when he really pushes it through, I think can get up into the mid, or certainly low to mid 80s anyway. Higgins will nudge into the 80s. He's in again now, bowls just outside the off stump, and that dies on its way through to Davies. Outside the off stump, just held its line, didn't it? And across it went through to the keeper, end of the opening over, one without loss for Leicestershire.
Ben Peveril standing at the Bennett end for the first half of the game. Ian Blackwell, former Somerset and England. He ended up at Lancashire in the end. Ian Blackwell, did he play out his career at Lancashire? I'm just trying to remember.
May well have.
He's standing at the pavilion end. It is County Cricket Day, which means free entry, I believe, to Grace Road today. So if you're in the vicinity and you want to come down and see a little bit of first-class cricket, and you never quite know what you're going to witness, as we saw at Hove, come on down.
It's a beaut, isn't it, county cricket? Things it serves up for us.
Well, it really did sort of come out of the blue rather, but spectacular stuff. Toby Rowland-Jones is going to open the bowling for Middlesex from the pavilion end. Up to the crease he runs, bowls down the leg side to Rishi Patel, has to wait for it. It was something of a loosener from Rowland-Jones. He leant forward, just turned it through square leg. Jogs 2. But again, I say it was a loosener, but no obvious pace in the pitch straight away. Rowland-Jones just rolls his shoulders.
He rolls the years back at Lord's last week against Derbyshire. There was pace and bounce in that Lord's surface, which sometimes there is not. But there really was last week.
In goes Rowland-Jones and bowls. Oh, beauty. Goes straight through Patel. Little bit of bounce. Kevin was mentioning he found it. Perhaps the first was a loosener. Got a little bit extra out of that one. A little bit of movement, a little bit of wobble as well. And Patel, who has, as I say, been in good form this season, was well beaten.
Well, the reason it took so long for him to get in that England side was because they kept on thinking, well, he's not going to be quick enough for Australia.
In he goes and bowls to Patel, who has a little feel for that one and indicates with his right hand that there was movement away from the bat, but it was the previous delivery really that put the doubt into Rishi Patel's mind. The second one, a slightly more conventional outswinger. But again, drew Patel into a tentative feel for the ball. Rowland-Jones in, bowls straight, and Patel leans forward very correctly, almost down on one knee, as the ball runs out off a thickish inside part of the bat towards short leg. Many of the Middlesex players in their sweaters. It is not chilly here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, but it's certainly not as warm as it has been in recent days. Grey sky overhead, as Kevin was saying, might just help a little bit of swing. Rowland-Jones is in a little bit short, squares up Patel though, and it squirts away into the covers where Mark Stoneman, sporting a beard, is that right? Yeah. Is lurking.
The Hirsute Stoneman. Sounds like an 18th century novel, doesn't it?
Yes. Thomas Hardy, something like that. Rowland-Jones is in and bowls. Again, a fraction short by his standards, and Patel can stay on the back foot, play it off the pitch, drop it out into the offside. End of a pretty testing over from Toby Rowland-Jones, who wasn't playing. He missed the game at Lord's between these two sides, although that was badly weather affected. Fingers crossed we're going to be okay in this one.
Yeah, first slithers of blue that I've seen today. Disappointed, really. I was expecting... Got in a lift this morning, saw a couple of players, same hotel, and it's going to be glorious. T-shirt and shorts, frozen at the ground. Here's Higgins. He's in, bowls, and that is in the air through gully for 4. Looking to drive at the ball. Buddinger's off the mark, the left-hander. pushed forward, he was stretching for it, he was looking for it, but fortunately for him it flew off a very thick edge, so well wide of the 3 slips, and even a gully perhaps may have had to go to his left to try and get something on that. 7 without loss, Buddinger's off the mark, his 4th delivery.
A little unlucky that it's his first-class game of the season, really, Sol Budinger. He was in good form in pre-season, but just missed out on the first game.
Higgins bowls, and in behind that one, Budinger pushing back to the bowler. Much fuller ball, straighter as well.
And obviously, Marcus Harris was a relatively late replacement as one of the overseas players, but he opened with Rishi Patel rather than go in 3, and they tried Kimber at 3 instead for the first part of the season. He went in 8 against Sussex.
Higgins past the umpire, bowls, and this is short and carved away into the covers, but Stoneman gets a hand to it, and he holds them to 1. That's a fine stop, low to his right by Stoneman. That looked like it was at least 3 off the bat. There's a rather large boundary away to our left as we look on from the pavilion end. But Stoneman holds them to the single, 8 without loss. Field switches around for the right-handed Patel.
Like so many left-handers, he looks wonderful when he gets it right, Budinger. But he has yet to really fulfil that talent.
Higgins hits the crease, he bowls, just full of a length. That goes through at a bit of pace through to Davies. Maybe bent his back a little bit more. It really skidded through off quite a full length as well, but Davies still took it up around his right shoulder towards Sam Robson at slip. 8 without loss it is.
So something of a one-off chance when we go back to T20s after this, I suppose, for Sol Budinger, but he will be involved in the T20s, so it wouldn't be wasted form, if that makes any sort of sense.
Higgins bowls, just full of length, just outside the off stump and through to Davies. It passes, there's no run.
Not having a bad season, is he, Ryan Higgins, one way or another?
Well, does he ever? He's
no, that's true. Well,
yeah, he's quite the player. I mean, Middlesex really were, all the years that he left up, Middlesex went down to Gloucestershire. It was a great frustration, shall we say, to everybody at Middlesex. They were really disappointed to have lost him in the first place to Gloucestershire. He hits the crease once more, bowls, just full of a length, and that's a good question asked by Higgins, but a very good answer from Patel, who plunges forward, gets right over the top and smothers the ball into the offside, where it finds a single for him, just fine of cover. I'm not sure where Point had disappeared to. Did he just go to gully? Maybe I'd missed him in the stanchion, but it felt as though Points will just run in and grab this, but he wasn't there. 9 without loss. Budinger has 5 and Patel has 4, but yeah, Higgins it was a real frustration, and since he's been back he just hasn't stopped scoring runs
or taking wickets.
Indeed.
Roland Jones to continue, obviously, from the pavilion end, is in 2. Patel down the leg side. Nicely taken by Davis. Falling away, obviously, to his left, two-handed. Didn't hear the ball into the gloves. Always a good sign with a wicket-keeper. Melted into the gloves. Picked up a bit of pace off the pitch.
It's going to be the interesting one. I mentioned the bounce for Roland Jones, and he's obviously not the pace that he used to be. But if he can find bounce in a pitch, that's where he can roll back the ears as he did last week.
And he goes, kicking up his heels, bowls. Oh, a lovely delivery. Outswinger that Patel is forward. His bat's tucked behind his front pad. He might maintain he wasn't actually playing at the ball, but I suspect he was.
We'll have a look at the replay.
Yeah, Roland
That'll tell
Jones
us.
just philosophically turns. Marches back to his mark. Let's have a look-see. Sure, he might just have pulled his bat away, in fairness.
Yep.
Roland Jones is in and bowls outside off stump, steered by Rishi Patel off the front foot, although it wasn't quite a perfect length. Out towards Point. Stoneman moving across to his left made the stop. 9 without loss remains the score. 1 or 2 more people drifting in now. The Curzon Road entrance. Well wrapped up.
I was just about to say that, mentioning me, you were seeing the players this morning. Please do come down to the ground if you're local today. It is free to get in, but do wrap up if you do.
Roland Jones bowls again slightly short of a length outside off stump. Patel steers it towards gully, but doesn't really time it. And as a consequence, the man at sort of backward point able to get across to his left to make the stop. It's a slightly odd fielding position for the sort of skewed drive, perhaps. It's a fielding position that suggests the ball, well, Middlesex don't feel the ball is quite coming on to the bat off the pitch. It's therefore the mistimed drive in a way. Bowls straight Roland Jones on that occasion. Patel is studiously, carefully forward. Again, there's a suggestion of shape. Takes the outside part of the bat. Runs out into the offside. No run. Rowe seems to be his an original nickname.
Rojo,
perhaps. We got to hear the Ollie Robinson nickname quite a few times on that last day at. In goes Roland Jones and bowls. Back goes Patel, defending the straight delivery out into the on side, off middle and leg out towards mid wicket. Rig apparently. Ollie Robinson, because he's shaped like an oil rig apparently. Go figure. Go figure.
Oh, fish and chips.
Fish and chips. Ooh,
oh, is that in the meat?
Good. No, that's down in the restaurant in the Charles Palmer.
Oh, nice.
So hopefully that might be an option for ourselves.
Fish and chops.
We'll know in due course. I had fish and chips on the beach in Brighton on my first day.
There we go. Back to Brighton. I knew
I knew I was
it
wasn't
great.
great.
I wanted to get it
actually.
Oh, no.
I've had better in Leicester, which miles from the sea.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? You have to get away from the tourist trap, don't you? That's
yeah.
You have to go where the locals go. Did Harmsy not give you any tips?
He's local to Guildford.
Well, that's the problem, yeah. It's Higgins, he's around the wicket to Budinger to begin his third over. Excuse me, the fifth of the innings. Budinger forward defensively, playing into the onside. Good fish and chips in Guildford, that you recommend?
Possibly.
Sorry,
I didn't
your
want to
effort
head inland
there.
though. I mean, it was lovely. You know, obviously it was. You know what it's like down there with all the arches and all the businesses busy, and yeah, it was lovely.
Higgins hits the crease now. He bowls, and this is worked away back of the square on the leg side for a single. They're looking for a second, and they will get it. Holden down there. Here's the fielder at long leg. Grazing. So a couple more moves. Budinger at 7-11 without loss. Last game of the season is Middlesex is away at Sussex. What a great place. Well, good in some ways, but equally it's always a horrible feeling leaving Hove after 4 days. I've got to wait a whole another year to do this again now. Here's Higgins bowls, and this is worked through square leg nicely off the back foot, just fine of the fielder, and Budinger moves to 8-12 without loss. But it'll be even worse this year, and you leave Hove and I've got nowhere to go next week. At least you have somewhere to go next week, which fills the void somewhat of a wonderful trip to Hove.
Well, if all goes to plan from Middlesex's and Sussex's point of view, you'll be playing each other in the First Division next season, which should be a blow for Leicestershire. In
Hove
that
and
we won't
Lords.
get to travel to Lords or Hove.
They've got to be the two best away trips in the country, haven't they? Hove and Lords.
Right up there.
Higgins is in, bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside by...
That said, for the first time in my time here, in 12 years, Leicester have a game in Scarborough coming up, which is always a fun trip. It's albeit only a one-day. Is it the Royal London Club this year? The one-day
Cup? Metro. Is it the Metro Bank?
Was it the Metro? I'm not sure. That's bad, isn't it? Should know that.
I think it's the Metro Bank again this year, isn't it? Should we know sponsors? It's the one-day cup. Higgins is in, bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone. Through to the keeper, Patel, leaving alone outside off. No, apologies, I was thinking that was your delivery. I had to jump in quickly. Remember, it was mine.
early days for that, isn't it?
I know.
We managed it on the fourth day a couple of times at Hove, and it just says one-day cup on the calendar. So
that'll do for me.
Quite sure.
One-day cup.
There you go.
He goes. Higgins. Past the umpire, he bowls, and that is just full of length, and it nips back actually with a little bit of bounce, which tucks up Patel and strikes somewhere amidship, but falls harmlessly away into the offside once more. But a little bit of life there. Middlesex will be infused by. There was one that skidded through off a full length at a good pace. I say skidded through. There was one that carried nicely through off a full length. To Davies, that one as well. And Roland Jones, as we've established, has found a little bit of movement also. So Middlesex will be pleased with that. I must tell you one thing before I forget as well. I saw a Tottenham cake for the first time in my life the other day, other than at Grace Road. We had Tottenham cake one year.
Yes,
do you remember?
We did, yes.
I'd never seen it before. I'd never seen it since.
Was jam involved? I can't remember.
No, it was just a.
Was it a sponge?
It was a sponge with
sponge.
It was a.
Right.
I think it was a vanilla sponge with a pink frosting, pink icing on top,
Okay.
and that's a Tottenham cake. And yeah, it was on sale in a bakery I saw the other day not in Tottenham either, in South London.
Toby Roland Jones is into Budinger, who cracks it away through the offside, off the back foot for 4. Nice shot from Sol Budinger. Just that little bit of width offered by Roland Jones, and Budinger will go for it from the start, and did. And he played it really nicely. Got on top of the bounce and cracked it away to the little knot of Leicestershire supporters who gathered always in the same place. It looks like somebody's in a sort of either a blanket or a onesie over there. Not quite sure, but there's uniformity from neck to feet, and the feet are well covered, so it might be a blanket. I would suggest an indication of the cool temperatures. Roland Jones is in, straightens his line up, turned away as it swung in to him by Budinger behind square on the onside. Stoneman in a rapid pursuit means that it is just the single. Budinger into double figures with that 4 off the previous ball, has moved on to 13 off just 11. If he does hang around, and it must be said that he doesn't often for very long, but if he does, he will score his runs quickly, and as such, it's dangerous at the top of the order from the opposition's point of view. He can give his side a lot of options by scoring his runs quickly. Roland Jones is in to Patel. Lovely shape to that one. Again, it's foolish, and Patel wary. Everything fairly close together, playing it as late as he can, leaning forward rather than stretching forward, dropping it out into the offside. Good noise from the Middlesex fielders. 17 without loss after 5.3. Roland Jones, a familiar run-up, is in and bowls. Lovely delivery. That's a close leg before shout, and he's got his man. Went straight on. Really little bit of movement back in and half forward. Patel held the pose for a while. Ian Blackwell thought about it for maybe a second, but Roland Jones perhaps was more certain. Absolutely certain, in fact. We'll have a look at the replay. It looked fair enough. Didn't hit him quite as high as I thought it did, actually, and he was only half forward. Hit him in line with off stump. Was probably going on to hit somewhere close to the top of middle. And Rishi Patel has to go for the first time this season in single figures, for the first time in any form of cricket. He hasn't got into double figures in an innings. He wanders off slowly. It was a tough examination, and Roland Jones got the better of it this time. Patel goes. LBW for 4. Leicestershire 17 for 1.
It's been funny starting that sentence, isn't it? I'm struggling to put my finger on it, really. I'll come back to that because we were seeing another replay of it. He was more leg-sided than I first realised, wasn't he?
Yeah, it did a fraction more looking at it than I thought it did.
You could see a lot of... We could see all of off. And I fancy you could almost see a little bit of middle, couldn't you? So
it was leg rather than middle, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like you first thought, I was wondering whether height might save him. But we're not quite at the angle or the line, are we, to fully judge? But yeah, the umpire took a moment's pause. Middlesex seemed pretty confident. But yeah, it's been a funny start in that it feels like there's enough out there that there could be a wicket with every ball, but it doesn't feel like one of those games where you sat on the edge of your seat thinking every ball's an event at the moment. But it feels like Middlesex should be taking wickets. There's enough balls beating the bats inside and outside edge, and this bit of bounce, as we mentioned, for Roland Jones also. You know,
tough for the umpires, isn't it? Now we've seen it 2 or 3 times. It looked a little leg side-ish, but for my first impression was, yeah, that's a fair enough. That looks very close.
I mean, the angle we're at as well, you know, I thought He's probably got has he got enough across to be outside the line?
Roland Jones is in to the Leicestershire captain Lewis Hill, who is half forward, thick inside part of the bat, pushing the ball out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Oh, Roland Jones, 18th wicket of the championship season. By his standards, he's been a fraction expensive this season. He's taking his wickets at slightly over 37. And he runs and bowls. Hill, back foot, defensive shot, turn of the wrists, out again towards square leg. Mid-wicket moves to his right to field, and there is no run. Successful over then for Toby Roland Jones. Just looking at the comments on the stream. One more feel that perhaps Patel should have got the benefit there, but one of those.
Yeah, I'm just giving out myself to rock and roll on the stream. And have a look one more time. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a clanger, was it? But
no, absolutely.
It wasn't one of those either that you sat on the edge of your seat and thought, oh, he's gone, he's in trouble here. Well, there's a chance. What does the umpire think? The umpire thought out. Here's Higgins, 17 for 1. 2 slips in a gully. And he bowls. It's just full of length. And it's defended into the onside where Roland Jones comes down to collect the ball from mid-on. And there is no run.
Menu has come our way for you to pick a main course from.
Oh, goodness me. Do we torture the listeners by telling them? Goodness me. Here's Higgins. He's in. Bowls outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. And there is no run.
Have you been to Northampton yet?
Yes.
Have you? Okay. We went there for a T20 the other day. No food.
No food?
No food.
Deary me.
Times they are a-changing.
They were once dubbed the caterers by David Townsend because you got a pass to go downstairs and get a fried egg sandwich at lunch. And after that, we've got cooked meals ever since. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and forward goes Budinger, pushing to mid-off, and there's no run. Felt as though it kept a fraction low, that one, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah, he dubbed them the caterers on air, and after that, the very next day, it was all resolved. And from then on, hot meals, gone again now. It's got to be the beef brisket, hasn't it? Sorry, listeners at home, so it's got to be the beef brisket. Is that what you've gone for?
No.
Oh.
I'll go.
Higgins in, bowls, and forward goes Budinger, defending back into the offside, no run.
I'll go roast salmon salad.
Oh, healthy. Good. Beef brisket, goodness me. 2 slips. And now a pretty wide gully for Budinger. He did flash one through there, didn't he? As forward goes the left-hander, pushing to mid-wicket, and there's no run, looking to drive off Higgins. Got off the mark with a boundary that flew to the vacant deep third. 3 slips, all casting their heads to the left to watch it go. I might get this replay up before the next wicket falls. It's great, isn't it? Higgins past the umpire, he bowls, and short-edged cut and gone! Second slip, Leicestershire Ploy takes the catch. Budinger looking to cut at a short ball outside the off stump, but thick edge flew quickly, it must be said, to Ploy. Almost had the feeling that that's either going to fly over. It went so hard, so fast. He really went hard at the cut shot. He felt he was going to get away with it, but slapped into the 2 hands of Deploy, just above his left shoulder, I'd suggest, or around about left shoulder height. And second slip takes the catch. Higgins now has a wicket, and Leicestershire are 17 for 2.
He might feel he's slightly unlucky, but there'll be a few Leicestershire supporters sort of shaking their heads, thinking, well, it was inevitable. He does throw his hands at the ball. Sol Budinger's walking off with his eyes raised to the heavens, shaking his head, looking at his bat. But
looks at the toe end as well.
Yeah, smart work by Duploy, backing up his bowler. And suddenly, a relatively uneventful start in terms of the ball misbehaving has become a tricky one for Leicestershire. 17 for none becomes 17 for 2. And out to the crease goes, well, very much a stopgap number for Lewis Goldsworthy, on loan from Somerset at Leicestershire. Came for the T20s, and they sort of extended the terms, if you like, to cover these two first-class games that popped up in the middle of the T20s. It was kind of there to hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To do it, but as you say, toe ended it. And
did it just
smart
seem
work
away?
by Duploy.
It started wide.
The height was right, wasn't it? But it did move. Yeah, it must have moved away a bit, mustn't it, for him to get the toe end to it. Roland Jones is in. Produces a beauty to Hill. That Hill on the back foot, trying to defend, is beaten on the outside edge.
I can't decide now. I've been rocking and rolling it for a while. Here it is again.
Which one are we on?
The cut.
The cut. Okay.
Whether it did really particularly seem well, I'm just trying to look where it pitched, because the umpire's head's rather in the way. Whether there was any...
It started to go a bit, but yeah, it wasn't a...
It was the bounce probably as well
shot,
that surprised me, because Deploy, it was a sharp catch, wasn't it, to his left shoulder.
A little bit flat-footed. Roland Jones is in to Hill. Lovely length, full length, draws Hill forward, but doesn't quite move enough as far as Roland Jones is concerned. And it comes out of the middle of Hill's defensive bat, back down the pitch on the on side. No run.
Too wide to cut out this early in the piece, maybe as well.
Roland Jones in. Hill gets a fuller delivery that's there to be driven. Rather squirts off a thick outside edge, but along the ground all the way, running down towards the backward point boundary. It is a long way. Great slide put in there by the chasing fielder. Stoneman backs him up. Who is that at backward point? Tall man.
Luke Holman.
Holman, I was going to say, it looks like Holman, the way he sort of runs, is that extra height on him as well, put in a big slide, and he kept sliding, slightly to his surprise, I suspect, that he was heading towards those covers and those little hobbit houses, the hospitality hobbit houses that have appeared this year. But he managed to drag it back.
It looked like you go and have a snooze in one of those in the interval, doesn't it?
You need it to be a bit warm. Yeah, need to be a bit warmer. Roland Jones is in to Goldsworthy for the first time, and he produces a delivery on the legs that Goldsworthy can turn out to deep backward square slash wide long leg. Higgins has to run round to field, and Goldsworthy is straight off the mark. Come on, Rowley, is the encouraging cry from the slips. 22 for 2. At least they've got off 17.
I mean, the way that they're all positioned together there, as you say, it looks like Underhill, doesn't it? No two ways about it. And it looks as though you could just climb inside one of them, curl up.
Roland Jones in again, 2 goals with the outside off stump. Big stride forward from the relatively diminutive Lewis Goldsworthy, but then he lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Hobbiton, is that where
That's it.
Bilbo lived?
Yeah. Underhill in Hobbiton, I think it was, wasn't it? Or was Underhill the name of his house, maybe? But yeah, I think so.
In goes Roland Jones and bowls outside. Another tempter to Goldsworthy, but not to be tempted at this stage. It was full. Outside off stump, swinging away there, and had he gone for the drive, might well have edged through. To keeper Davies, he didn't go for the drive. Happy to have picked up 2 off the first ball he faced. So Goldsworthy remains on 2, Hill on 3. Leicestershire in bit of trouble. Still 22 for 2.
I managed to get back to the LBW as well. I think that's the freeze frame we need there, isn't it? Where it's hit him halfway. He's hit. The impact is halfway up middle, isn't it? He's hit.
It is. Yeah, you need the angle, don't you? But hitting leg,
it was quite
it was quite
a full delivery. Yeah, it's not a clanger for sure.
No, absolutely, it's not a shocker.
But you often think when you can see a lot of off stump, you think a batter's a little hard done by. But if you actually look at the angle of his pad, that's almost the reason why.
Hit him much lower than I thought.
Yeah, me too.
It's very deceptive.
Yeah.
This angle.
Higgins in bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. On first glance, I thought the height might save him, but look at it now.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
So Lewis Hill this season been a bit in and out form-wise. 47 at Derby, 92 at home to Glamorgan, 9 and 21 last time out at Hove. They need the captain to go big in this one.
This ball's full and driven back to Higgins, and no run. Once more. I used to be able to, I don't know why I've not been able, but I thought you used to be able to rock and roll it somehow in here. I can't remember quite how you did it. Whether it was, does it go back? No.
We're talking about
the stream.
Kevin's.
Is
it a
tablet device?
Tablet thing.
Yeah. But on any of them, you used to be able to rock and roll it.
Oh,
Maybe
right, okay. It wasn't to do with the device.
Higgins is in, bowls, and forward goes the right-hander pushing into the onside. And there's no, well, you never know. I mean, these are streamed through YouTube, aren't they? So maybe there was an update on the device or on YouTube or something. But I do remember last year that you were able to just flick it back and forth, frame by frame.
NV Play might help you. Lewis Goldsworthy. A duck in the first innings at Hove, going in at 4 and 15 in the second when he was completely bamboozled by Jack Carson, by the off-spinner.
Higgins bowls outside the off-stump, that's left alone by Hill once more. 22 for 2.
If you want to get in touch on X, at Foxcoms24 finds me.
At Kevin Handsport.
But you've got thousands of followers. It hasn't changed, has it? I change mine each year now just because you pick up so many sort of trolls, basically.
Higgins bowls and just push back up the track. 22 for 2. Yeah, it's not quite what it was. Dear old X. I have to admit I'm not as active on social media anymore.
No.
Let's see what else happening around the grounds. No major advances anywhere. 2 wickets at Durham. Worcestershire have Durham 22 for 2 as Middlesex have Leicestershire here. Higgins bowls just full of length once more and resolutely behind this one. Hill pushes back into the onside. There's no run. That is the end of the over. So Hill has 3. Goldsworthy has 2. And Leicestershire 22 for 2. I'm hesitating slightly because I'm just looking back for Lewis Goldsworthy's first-class debut.
He hasn't made many.
At Taunton against Middlesex.
Oh, there you go.
And he held at bay Stephen Finn and Co. I didn't want to say it confidently without checking back, but yeah, he kept them at bay, Finn and Co. for a Somerset win by 4 wickets.
Roland Jones is in and bowls 2 Goldsworthy, slightly squared up, but plays it reasonably solidly off the back foot out in towards the point area. He's definitely happier against pace or seam, if you like, than he is against spin. He was in all sorts of bother against off spin, so it's maybe as well for him to be going in relatively early in the order.
2 spinners in this one for Middlesex, into Careys and Holman.
Roland Jones bowls fullish, inviting the drive. The invitation is sort of accepted by Goldsworthy, pushed firmly out wide-ish of mid-off and sliding across to his left. Who is it that making this stop?
Oh, sorry, Max Holden.
That's Holden. With plenty of hair on him at the moment, Holden, hasn't he?
Yes.
There are a few
out the back of his
almost mullet-like locks around county cricket at the moment.
Not far off the Pete Hanscom ponytail for Holman at the moment, is it?
Roland Jones is in, bowled, looking to turn it off his legs. Is Hill, bounces up, hits him on the thigh, pad drops out on the leg side. He's shorn at the moment. His Pete looks very normal.
Did he have a ponytail when he arrived at Grace Road, or was it already gone?
It had I think now he's a dad, and the little one is with them. They're both.
He decided he had to get rid of his ponytail.
No, he thinks he's grown up now.
I'm sure I bored you with it before. The time when two ponytailed captains went out for the toss at Lords, which we thought must have been a first.
Roland Jones is in. Lovely foolish delivery, inviting again. The drive wasn't quite there to be driven though, and Hill, probably too old a hand to be tempted at this stage, just blocked it out into the offside off the front foot.
I'm not throwing you under a bus to ask it, but do you want to care to guess who the other ponytailed skipper was? You've got one of 16 to guess from, because it wasn't Leicestershire, it wasn't Middlesex, because Hanscom was captain.
Wouldn't have been Godalming, would it? He used to have a ponytail for a long time, yeah.
Did he, Godalming?
So, yeah.
I never knew him.
He retired last season? They didn't know it was retired. Roland Jones is in, bowls, edge just wide of the leaping third slip, genuine edge from Hill. He's going to pick up 4, would have been straight into the midriff for fourth slip, third slip, dive to his right, tried to take it, wasn't quite able to get his hands to the ball. Well, a little bit of fortune for Lewis Hill. Roland Jones just calmly turns, heads back to his mark after raising his eyes to the heavens, but, well, will they bring in a fourth slip? Should there have been a fourth slip at this still relatively early stage of the innings? Could have done. Especially with those 2 wickets that have fallen, just exert a bit more pressure. Roland Jones is in. Hill gets one on the hip that he can turn away through square leg. Might get 2. He's going to turn for the second. Higgins throws hard, but slightly wide of the stumps. And Hill, quite quick between the wickets, had made his ground anyway. So 6 taken from the last 2 balls of the over, but you would not say comfortably taken by Lewis Hill, who's moved on to 9. Leicestershire 29. For 2 of 10.
Rory Burns of Surrey was the other skipper who had the ponytail. So yeah, 2 ponytailed skippers out to toss the coin at Lords. Hanscom was skipper of that match when Goldsworthy made his debut, actually. He scored 17 in the first innings, and I remember he was involved in a lovely little battle with Jack Leach at the time, and he likes playing spin, doesn't he, Hanscom? And it looked as though, excuse me, he was short on runs at the time for Middlesex, as he was sadly throughout his time. With Middlesex with the bat, there were a couple of good innings in there. One at Surrey in particular, where he and Gubbins looked to be leading Middlesex to an unlikely victory until the rain came down. As Higgins moves in, he bowls now with the 3 slips waiting. This ball nips back in from outside off, and
low as well.
Yeah, and as at Lords, we see it so often when a ball nips back in, can't it? It can keep a fraction low in doing so. 29 for 2 it is. That's taken by Davies low towards his left shin.
Sometimes the end is relevant here as well, and the ones from that Bennett end, sort of coming slightly down the slope, do tend to stand. If it stays low, it will tend to be from that end.
Higgins in, bowls, and this ball's left lane outside off. It's funny because I did walk across this morning. I don't often, but this morning I did. I walked out to the middle for the toss, and walked from the Bennett end down to this end. And I never noticed the slope. I have to pay more attention.
Try running up to bowl from this end.
Yeah.
You suddenly realise you're not going to quite get there.
Yeah. There goes Higgins. He's in, bowls and onto the legs. Works for a single to long leg. Does it go the same way then that Higgins is running downhill at the moment? Yeah,
or down. It's very slight. It's not sort of like Hove or someone like that, but it is there. So yes. And if you bowl here, then Clint Mackay used to talk about it a lot. The difference. He reckoned it took half a season to get used to the coming in from each end, really, to adjust accordingly.
Higgins looks as though he went a little bit wider on his approach to that one and angled back in towards off stump. It's left alone by Hill.
Good judgment.
Yes, only 2 types of leaves. Bad ones and lucky ones. It did look, even from his run-up, as though he was angling in from a much wider run-up. I'll have a look again on this time, but it seemed as though there was something different even in the run. Where's comms cam? It's facing outside. Have they turned us off on comms cam this year?
Yes, it hasn't worked this year at all. So
it's Higgins bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone, 30 for 2. Careful how you answer that.
Well, I think it just went off in the close season. So perhaps it just gave up the ghost.
It wasn't a lens shattered by one of our colleagues.
Wide-angle lens needed. Some of them.
I can't laugh too loud at the moment. Here's Higgins. He's in bowls, and this is pushed back by Hill into the offside. And a dot ball once more, 30 for 2. Hill has 9, Goldsworthy has 4. And we've had 11 overs here at the county ground, Grace Road in Leicestershire. Just to tell you quick that match, so Hanscom scored 17. He had a lovely battle with Leach, and then a subfielder came on at mid-on, unbeknownst to Hanscom, and the subfielder was Roelof van der Merwe, and he pushed the ball straight to his left hand and ran a sharp single and got run out after having a lovely little contest with Leach, and he thought this is going to be the innings where he gets the runs. But Goldsworthy scored on first class debut, 39 off 68 in the first innings, and in the second he was unbeaten on 41 as Somerset won.
Roland Jones is in, seems back in to Goldsworthy, thick inside edge, drops it down at his feet. He looks back quickly at his stumps to make sure it wasn't rolling back. Hanscom ran himself out on 99 this season at home to Northampton, having looked absolutely serene, and you know how calm he can look during, as if nothing could possibly affect him. And he had a little bit of a brainstorm on 99, tried to push one. The throw hit and he was gone. Roland Jones in, bowls full, looking to drive. Had to check the shot slightly because it was straighter than I think he thought it was going to be. Lewis Goldsworthy bounces back down the pitch on the onside, mid-on, moves across the field, and there's no run. No, what's he spotted? A little bit of advice for Roland Jones from Leos Duploy. And now he's telling Stoneman to go across to mid. Well, they are going to have a fourth slip, which means Stoneman moves across from extra cover to mid-wicket. Fourth slip has gone in from mid-wicket. Roland Jones is in, bowls, and that could be 4 as it's just turned off his legs comfortably enough, in fact, by Goldsworthy. He took full advantage there. And Roland Jones, he of the unchanging visage, does actually raise his eyes to the heavens in self-admonition there. Knew he got that one wrong for once. Goldsworthy on to 8.
But he's had to wait, like so many championship cricketers, I use the word championship, and had to wait nearly a month to get back out there, a month's break for the Blasts. And then all of a sudden, 2 games back to back.
And he goes, bowls a little bit short again, straighter though, and Goldsworthy defends on the back foot out to Stoneman at mid-wicket.
For all the talk of cutting the number of games that they play, bowlers, but batters as well, they do talk about having a run of games. But then the flip side is, we're playing too much. But you do see it with so many that all of a sudden you've had a month without any cricket for Roland Jones. And yes, he'd have bowled in second 11 and maybe a club match or in the nets just to keep fit, but it's not the same. So you can imagine, he really bowled well, and he bowled a lot at Lords last week as well. It went the full day, the full 4 days.
And he goes, bowls again. He's just drifting down the leg side, and he kicks the ground in annoyance with himself as it's turned by Goldsworthy down towards wide long leg, and 1 is taken. Goldsworthy on to 9. Pleasingly, he's got a long, well, helpfully, because he's roughly the same stature as Hill. They're both relatively small men, but Hill has got a short-sleeved shirt, and he's a slightly busier in terms of his body language of the two. Goldsworthy, a long-sleeved shirt. Roland Jones is in, bowls. Hill is forward, dropping it out into the offside and immediately calling Goldsworthy through for the single. Holden has a bit of ground to make up to the ball. It's a good call by Hill. And Goldsworthy immediately responded. 36 for 2. I'm glancing at the manual scoreboard, which pleasingly has been fixed. What was wrong was the clock. The whole thing had been renovated a couple of seasons, or in the close season 2 seasons ago, courtesy of the Friends of Grace Road, but the clock wasn't working for some reason, but it has now been fixed, and it's showing coming up to 10 to 12. And it's also showing that Leicestershire 36 for 2, Hill into double figures onto 10. Goldsworthy has 9.
Higgins continues. 7th over from the Bennett end. He bowls full and straight, and it's turned for a single in between mid-wicket and mid-on, which gets a gasp from Higgins, feeling he was nearly through the inside of the bat. The single is taken though, and 37 for 2 it is as Goldsworthy comes on strike.
Just trying to remember who his run-up reminds me of, and it's a generational thing, I do appreciate that, but he's got slightly short-stepped run-up curving, and there's something of Jackman about him in that respect.
Higgins in, bowls, and this is driven to mid-off, no run.
A former Surrey South African-born England bowler who's inadvertently caused massive controversy by being selected to go to the West Indies. Does that ring any bell? No? And the West Indies were most miffed that a South African should be picked. Early 80s, I think it was.
3 slips crouched down, Higgins. Bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Goldsworthy. Here it goes. No, I must admit I don't know that one. Jackman.
The Robin Jackman affair. Check it. If you Google it, it will give you all the details.
This was pre-Rebel Tour, which was late 80s, wasn't it?
They were still banned at that stage.
Higgins past the umpire, he bowls. And that's cut late. Backward of point for 4. Nice shot by Goldsworthy. He's into double figures as he moves to 13. 41 for 2. And we've got 2 balls to go over the 13th over. 13 from 16 deliveries for Goldsworthy.
He's a Cornishman, Lewis Goldsworthy. Nicknamed Golders. Went to the impressively named Camborne Science and International Academy in Cornwall. But actually then went to Millfield, which is why Somerset picked him up, found him, identified him as a growing talent.
And comes... Oh, Higgins now. A little shuffle to leave that one alone. I was just seeing the... Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Crack on.
I was thinking of his nickname. I mean, Goldsworthy, Golders. I was looking for I just looked up quickly the first name of Goldfinger, because that should have been his nickname, shouldn't it? Whatever Goldfinger's first name, but it's not.
Hang on.
Yeah, I'll leave you with it. 41 for 2.
Oh.
Well, that's what I did.
No,
and then I had to look it up.
I'm sure.
Higgins in bowls. A beauty that squares up Goldsworthy. This time he comes back and across.
It's something like Alberic.
Close.
Amaric.
Close.
Oh, 'cause I've read it. I've read the original, the book rather than just seen the film. Oh. Go on then.
Auric.
Auric.
Auric. A-U-R-I-C.
Okay.
I think I've got the pronunciation right. Auric. Auric. Austrian, wasn't he? So, Auric. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't roll off the tongue, does it, as a nickname for Goldsworthy? But I was thinking with these Bond villains, it might have had a more outlandish first name for Goldfinger. Auric.
It's not a bad one, though, is it?
No.
It's got us talking.
Well, yeah. Well, the nicknames. I mean, I remember when I first started doing this job, and we had the constant interactions of email and Twitter, didn't we, in the early days? And that was one of the laments, was the loss of the nickname in cricket, really, that everybody was Golders or Hilly.
Henry Brooks has come on to replace Toby Rowland-Jones at the pavilion end. Bowls a full delivery, little bit of swing, but he's bang on the money first delivery, and Hill has to treat the delivery with respect, pushes it out to Holden at mid-off, and there is no run.
Jumble or car boot was always my favourite.
For Sales.
And there's a new Sales now, isn't there?
There is. Solitary plane, drones overhead as in goes Brooks. Bowls outside off stump, doesn't really get up, and Hill, who was looking to get on the back foot and play his favourite shot, to wit the cut, doesn't time it, comes off the bottom edge and sort of bounces out into the offside.
I think even umpire Blackwell was having a look to see what that was. It sounds like a 1940s war movie, doesn't it? Or 1950s war movie, doesn't it? Yeah, it sounds rather like it was dive bombing, that one.
Brooks, tall, right arm seamer, looks down at the ball, big white sweatband on his left wrist as he runs in and bowls, and either nicely shaped delivery outswinger to Hill. It's on the off stump. Hill forward, blocking it out into the offside again. There's no run. He remains on 11. Goldsworthy. Elders on 13. 41 for 2. So beginning to repair some of the damage done by the loss of those 2 wickets on the same score. Patel leg before to Roland Jones for 4. Budinger well caught by Duploy at second slip off Higgins for 13. In goes Brooks, bowls, drags his length back a little bit and hits the seam. Doesn't really do too much, but a little bit of nip for him, and Hill on the back foot defends on off stump. Hill, like Roland Jones, hasn't played in the T20s. He went off on holiday. They went to Italy, I think, the Hills.
Oh, nice.
Had a few days away.
The Hills in Italy. Again, it sounds like another book.
But obviously was back in harness last week at Hove. In goes Brooks. Bowl short, Paul in the air, top edge. It's going to drop short, well short of mid wicket. He was out there on the boundary, and well, he would have had to have been Linford Christie or somebody even quicker to get to that one, get close to getting to that one. It dropped well short, but unexpectedly quick bouncer, I think, as far as Hill was concerned. He picks up a single from the ball, but he was late on the pull, top edged it, and had there been a conventional mid wicket, would have been the simplest of catches. Fortunately for Hill, there wasn't. He moves on to 12. Brooks is in, bowls 2, Goldsworthy. Lovely length, so really good over this from Brooks, and brings Goldsworthy forward, thick outside edge along the ground all the way towards backward point, end of the over. And as I say, just a single conceded, and that really was a fortunate shot. So a really good start from Henry Brooks. Leicestershire 42 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, top edge, as you say, 3 of them were charging around. It was bold to play that shot at this time of the morning, wasn't it? Bold as it was by Budinger earlier.
I can't think of that word without thinking of Kenneth Williams, basically. You are bold. Carry it on.
Well, yeah, it has 2 meanings, doesn't it? Bold.
It does, yes.
He's a very bold boy.
More news on the Camborne Science and International Academy.
Ooh. From
Brunty. I'll tell you that in a moment.
First change of bowling at the Bennett end. Higgins is done after 7 overs with 1 wicket. And replacing him, Ethan Bamber, who's right arm over with 3 slips crouched down, and Hill on strike on 12, and Bamber's in, bowls full straight. He's driven down the ground for 4. Lovely shot by Hill. Just a gentle offering of the bat, really, pushing straight back through the line of that one, and I think fair to say shot of the morning.
Just thinking exactly that. I was about to offer it to you as shot of the morning question mark, but you answered my question without it being asked.
I can't think of another. It's not been that kind of morning, has it? It has been one for the batters to nudge and nurdle and survive.
There was the Budinger cut early on, wasn't there? Off I can't remember. It was off Roland Jones. First ball I think he faced off Roland Jones.
Bamber bowls, and this ball's down to long leg with a little steer around his pads. From Hill, he moves to 17, 47 for 2.
So the Camborne Science and International Academy used to be known as Treswithian Secondary, and it's where Mrs. B went to school. Mrs. Brunt, that is, and it's probably enough to earn Mr. Goldsworthy a homemade pasty from Mrs. B, says Brunty. In due course, make him homesick.
Bamber bowls up on his toes. Hill to defend this one. That will infuse Bamber and the Middlesex bowlers that little bit of bounce that does bring Hill onto the back foot and riding it.
He says the most beautiful thing he's ever seen, Lewis Goldsworthy, is St Ives. I've never been.
No, neither have I. Must admit, yeah, we travel
a few emails from Cornish folk, won't it? Go on.
Bamber bowls onto the legs, and this is clipped away nicely. Beautiful bit of timing there by Goldsworthy, and he's not quite going to get the full reward because, as we mentioned, it's a very, very big boundary out to the old scoreboard here, and they turn for 3. That's the 50 up for Leicestershire. Having won the toss here at Grace Road this morning, and just as we say that as well, the sky starts to brighten. The ground illuminates slightly as though somebody's just notched up the dimmer switch. 50 for 2.
And it gets a bit warmer, doesn't it? You can feel the temperature rise.
It's been a gloomy one this morning, isn't it? Let's hope that's it done for the match. Yeah, Middlesex were in great spirits this morning, telling me it was going to be glorious. They were setting me up as I've turned up in my t-shirt and shorts. Then again, these legs need some sun, don't they? Here's Bamber bowls and forward goes Hill defending, and there's no runners. One of the cameramen at Lord's told me, Greg, he said, oh good, I was wondering what I was going to use for my white balance in this game.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, so-and-so. So your camera crew walking around today?
Yeah.
I thought they'd be here early to film your entrance, Rich.
But, 3 separate cameras as well as those behind the bowler's arm.
Bamber's in. Bowls, that's crunched away for 4. It kicked up a little bit, which took the pace off it, but it's still going to beat the fielders. He really did go hard at that one, and actually the trajectory off the bat was down into the ground, which is why that kick up at first kept those fielders interested, because boy did he wallop it. 54 for 2. Hill moves to 21. Goldsworthy has 16, and that was dismissive over
yeah,
from
it was
Hill.
a bit of a pressure release, wasn't it? At 12 off it.
Yeah, Bamber first over, it was a bit of a loosener from him, really, wasn't it? He was finding his way through that over, and you mentioned the hill, the slope. Can we call it a slope?
We can. We should call it a slope rather than a hill, really. In goes Brooks, bowls outside off stump. Goldsworthy lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through.
What's Hill's nickname? Should be Slope, shouldn't it?
It's just hilly, I'm afraid.
Ah.
I'm just trying to think if there are many sort of really original ones. Louis Kimber was, he says, originally known as Melman, because he's so tall, the giraffe off that sort of cartoon thing. What's it called? Madagascar.
Oh, okay.
Brooks is in and bowls. Lovely straight delivery, thick inside edge. Everything nicely close together, though, from Goldsworthy. It runs out towards backward square. There isn't a backward square. I'm not entirely convinced of the legitimacy of this field on the leg side, really. There's just a mid-on, deep square and a long leg. So, well, they want Hill and Goldsworthy, I suppose, to be playing slightly, looking to turn the bat face on it. But there is a single to be had into the leg side, other than to mid-on. Brooks is in, bowls, just outside off stump. Dabbed off the back foot by Hill down towards Holman at the backward point, and there's no run. 55 for 2 remains the score.
Yeah, St Ives. I've never been, and I was about to say that, all the travelling that you do around the country, as I do, and all the other commentators, you think you see a lot of the country, and you think, what about the bits we haven't seen? And St Ives is one of them for sure.
On that point, the reduction of first-class counties that may be coming, in goes Brooks and bowls. Hill just dabs it out towards mid-wicket and takes the 1. There was a certain amount of sort of black-humoured speculation as to the effect that we might get, before our time was done, to see games in Cornwall or Devon or Norfolk or Northumberland, or
what, as national counties?
Yeah, if Leicestershire, if as some believe to be the case, the number of first-class counties is reduced. Whether they'll,
well, that's
the terminology, if the sort of first division or whatever, the championship is reduced in number. Brooks is in, bowls full outside off stump. There to be driven. Hill doesn't quite, I beg your pardon, Goldsworthy doesn't quite time it, and it trickles out to Holden at mid-off. Scoreboard's a bit slow this week.
Is this the test match venue theory that it becomes
yeah, essentially that it becomes sort of rather along the Australian line, so there's only sort of 7 or 8 championship games as such. Brooks is in, bowls, lovely delivery, full outside off stump. Goldsworthy might say, as Patel earlier, that he didn't push at the ball, he kept the bat tucked behind his pad, and looking at the replay, he'd have a case. But it was a lovely testing delivery from Brooks, who's bowled a couple of really nice overs up the slope here at the county ground. 56 for 2 after 16. We're at the top of the hour. Leicestershire have got 16. I'm sorry, Middlesex bowling their overs at quite a decent rate.
So
what have you spotted?
Population of Australia is basically just over the size of Greater London.
Right. 20 odd, 25 million, 26 million then. Okay.
So here is Banbury's in, bowls from the Bennett end, and this is whipped away through mid-wicket. And they'll take 2. A retreating subfielder, Nathan Fernandez, has gone to collect. I'm going to look for the bowlers. Roland Jones is still out there, and Higgins is still out there. So which of the batters has scampered off for now then? Where is Josh Carey's? It is Carey's that's off by the looks of it. He would have, no, he's backward point, looking very much like his father.
At mid-wicket.
Robson's at slip. Max Holden is at long leg. Here's Bamber, and this nips back in and strikes inside edge onto the pad in the zone. Why is it always the last one you go to? Literally gone through every single one of them. Deploy is at second slip. Luke Holman is at cover. No, it is Stoneman. It's off. The hirsute gentleman, now at mid-wicket, not at cover, is Ryan Higgins. So it's Stoneman who's nipped off. Bamber bounds in. He bowls onto the pad, sliding down, I'd fancy. A shot played by Hill, unless he'd gone into an awful position to play that. Looking to work backward a square. 24 he remains on. Australia's population is 26 million. And they produce 6 teams in the Shield, is it, or 7?
ACT don't have a state side, do they? Well, they probably do, but...
Bamber bowls and forward goes. Hill pushing into the onside. Population of the UK is 70. This is off the top of my head now. I could get myself into a terrible. UK population, not bad, 67.8. So, therefore, we should have nearly 3 times the number of teams. So we should have 21 teams. Or is it 6 that they have? We should have 18, funnily enough. There we go. We should have 18 counties, if you were to go by the populace. Bamber's in, bowls, and a lifting delivery beats the cut of Hill. Now, there was extra bounce in that, so you could overanalyse it and say, was it a bit too close to him for the cut? But it was the bounce, really, which did for him.
6 in men's, 7 in women's, I'm told by
there we go.
One of our Australian correspondents.
So we should have 3 times the number of teams professionally, which would be 18.
Yeah. But they are concentrated in those sort of 6 cities, aren't they? Basically.
Bamber from the Bennett end bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone, 58 for 2. Or we could reduce it down and become an elite sport, which makes it even more difficult to grow the game. If the top of the sport becomes even more unreachable. What is it? What is it? Still 95% of the professional setup in this game are privately educated.
Is as high as that? Is it the percentage? Sounds about right. Who've come through? Yes, the quote public unquote.
But you know, making it more of an elite, I'm sure would be the right thing to do. Of course, it was an elite review, wasn't it? Which I did think was, come on, guys, an elite review. Goodness me.
Henry Brooks, long of leg, runs away from us past umpire Blackwell and bowls slightly short of a length to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on the back foot defending the ball out into the offside. The manual scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard is Very slow today. Not quite sure why, but it's always worth glancing happily. Yeah. I can always go, there it goes, ticks over now to show that it's Goldsworthy on strike, not Lewis Hill. Given we had a power failure briefly, in goes Brooks. That was onto the legs and beautifully timed by Goldsworthy off the legs, behind square, obviously on the leg side, and it runs over the boundary in front of the Popular stand, the Uptonsteel stand, 4-4. So Goldsworthy is playing rather nicely here. He's moved into the 20s now, onto 21, and this partnership is creeping upwards onto 45 now for the third wicket. Brooks, first really poor ball he's bowled, runs in and bowls again. He's dropped a little bit short and he's bowling onto the legs of Goldsworthy. He gets up onto his toes and turns the delivery out towards mid-wicket. Once again there's a very comfortable single because the man out on the leg side is very, very deep. He's not quite on the boundary, but the pitch is fairly centrally cut in this huge Uptonsteel ground, width-wise. The short boundaries are the straight boundaries, essentially. They're not that short, but they are the shortest boundaries. Brooks is in, bowls, very full-on, driven for 4. Lovely shot from Hill. Second classy on drive from Lewis Hill in as many overs. I think the first was probably slightly better, but that one, there was something, well, almost joyous about that. He saw it very early, didn't he, and thumped it away, really. He knew that was going to go to the boundary. Come on, Brooker. Is the encouragement from the slips. Brooks is in and bowls. A little bit short cut by Hill. That is his favourite shot, and that's likely to be another 4. He's going to have to run because it won't just trickle. It does just trickle over the ropes and comes to a halt about an inch beyond. But once again, a productive over as far as Leicestershire are concerned is ongoing. Brooks, 3 off his first 2 overs, has now conceded 13 off the first 5 balls of this one. I think it was 3 off the first 2. Morning to Mike, or afternoon now, sorry Mike. Mike Jelfs, who's watching from North Herefordshire this morning. Brooks is in, bowls down the leg side, or, well, the slips would have you believe as it thumped into the bottom of Hill's pads. He tried to whip it away on the leg side and it was going on to hit leg stump. Brooks did not bother appealing and the leg bye is taken. 72 for 2 after 18, and the flurry of runs in that over brought up the 50 partnership, which I should have informed you about at the time. Apologies. 72 for 2 off 18.
David Kendix of the Middlesex board, and a man of great maths, says, using your population model, India should have 381 first-class teams.
A very good point.
It did occur to me, actually, as I said it, but I thought, let's not dilute too much.
Doesn't quite work, does it?
Bamba is in, he bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside defensively by Hill, and there's no run. But the fact that the Elite Review chose to do exactly what it said in the tin, I think we should be more elite.
I remember the story of a nun who took part in the London Marathon, and she followed a training plan, but she followed the training plan...
Was it sponsored by Virgin that year?
oh, I say.
Sorry. Here's Bamba, he's in, bowls, and it's down the leg side through to the keeper, 72 for 2. It is the Virgin London Marathon, isn't it? Or has it changed sponsor now?
I'm not quite sure. It has been for many years. The story, which was simply that she followed the elite training plan, thinking it was for elite people, which is slightly snobbish of her, but there you go. She didn't realise it meant for elite runners, but as a consequence she did rather well, apparently. But yes, she put an extraordinary amount of training hours.
Here's Bamba bowls, and this ball is well, deflecting to backward point off a thick outside edge. Is he slightly squared up by that one again? A little bit of shape away from it, suggesting It's the TCS London Marathon now, is it? I've just looked it up to see.
The what?
TCS London Marathon?
What is that?
Oh no, it is still the Virgin Money London Marathon. Other money outlets are available. Bamber's in, bowls, and this is up onto the hip of Hill, and it hurts. It's actually the glove. Well, sometimes they walk away and oh, it's hurting, so they shake their hand even though it's another part of the body, but it's the right glove then. Yep, the right glove has been wrapped by Bamber, lifting delivery again, and the ball looped into the onside, but there's nobody there. The square leg was around towards mid-wicket Fernandez, and he had to come to backward square leg to collect.
Hill shaking it off. Trying to.
Bamber passes the umpire, bowls, and outside the off stump, that's left alone by Goldsworthy. Through it passes, no run.
Good morning stroke afternoon to John, who's in Santa Maria al Bagno in Italy. I think that's Springsteen, isn't it? Soon to be time, he says, for a very long Italian Sunday lunch. How very civilised.
.73 for 2. And here is Bamber hitting the crease now. He bowls just full of length. It's clipped away, and that's through deep backward square for 4. Holden won't get around to it. Nicely timed shot. Bamber just struggling a little bit for his line and length. When he gets it right, it looks very good, but he's gone too full. Too many occasions now, hasn't he? 77 for 2. .33 for Hill from 44 delivery. Goldsworthy 26 from 30. 77 for 2. There's a moment's pause in the middle for something. The batter's having a long chat. Middlesex, I think. There we go. Brooks has emerged. Stoneman hands the sweater to the umpire, and Stoneman having a long chat with Brooks here. Interesting to see.
Do Middlesex sort of rather captained by committee? These the senior guys all seem to have something to say.
Yeah,
rather
I mean
than
the senior
simply leaving it to
well,
TRC.
I mean there must be about 4 or 5 skippers out there, mustn't there? Between
There's
Ploy, Robson, Stoneman. You say Higgins must be a mighty voice.
Brooks is in, bowls fullish, outside off stump, draws Hill forward into a firm defensive press rather than a drive. He remains on 33, 46 balls faced. 77 for 2. I wouldn't exactly say it's a relieved murmur around Grace Road, but it's a livelier murmur of the crowd. They're a bit happier with the situation. Now in goes Brooks and bowls again, fullish. Little bit of late swing, a little bit of late movement, and Hill checks his drive, blocks it down towards mid-on. No run. The Range Rover goes down Milligan Road with its lights on, an indication of the sort of heavier dark grey cloud over the ground at the moment. Floodlights aren't on. In goes Brooks and bowls, an outswinger, fullish, outside off stump. Hill blocks it out into the offside and then takes his bottom hand off the bat and sort of swings the bat around in one hand. He's just got a little bit skittish, Hill, as sometimes happens at little phases of his innings. Having been very careful and full of application in the first part, he's got himself in. In goes Brooks and bowls, and he's going to pick up runs there as he clips that one out to the man at deep backward square. On the bound, it'll be just the one, takes one, waves at the Leicestershire balcony and says, wouldn't mind a drink, if that's all right.
I know the feeling.
Not long. How long? We've got 45 minutes until lunch. 78 for 2. Hill on to 34. Brooks is in. Bowled a little bit short. Goldsworthy goes back. Straight delivery though, and blocks it back down the pitch towards Roland Jones, who uses the sweat from his brow to polish the ball.
I've just spotted the match referee on the far side of the ground, Jason Swift. That's right. It's almost like an emperor's box there, isn't it? He's got at the front.
It is. It used to be the part of the press box. It used to extend across those full 2 windows. I remember coming here.
Did it really? Oh yes, of course it did.
Yeah, it was huge, the press box originally. Brooks is in and bowls fullish on off driven by Lewis Goldsworthy, but only as far as Fernandez, who's there at mid-off, end of the over. Now they use it for, as you see, the match referee on playing days, but also as a sort of little studio and things like that for doing videos for the club, which is fair enough.
I forgot that was one big room at one stage, yeah. Which is where we first met, I do believe, when you were working for the Times back then. To remember, we'd often have a natter.
Guardian, it could have been.
Oh, Guardian, maybe it was.
Could have been, yeah. Yeah, no, 20 years ago, perhaps. If not more. 78 for 2 after 20.
Here's Bamba. He's in bowls, and this is pushed to mid-off. Quick single taken to Roland Jones. That's good running. Hill moves to 35, 79 for 2. No, this is my 20th season, so yeah, sometimes there or just after, I'd suggest. I reckon it was a couple of years after.
Ethan Bamba, Mill Hill School in London, University of Exeter. Always seems to bowl well against Leicestershire.
He's in again, Bamba, and he bowls. That's a good length. That's where he wants to leave the balls, there or thereabouts. Goldsworthy on the back foot, diminutive figure, so the length was right. A smaller batter is able to go back more comfortably. Challenge the bowler to go fuller.
Well, okay, explain Ethan Bamba's nickname, which apparently is Sorry.
Yes. He's forever known for apologising. Everything he does, he apologises for. Sorry, 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 sorry. Bamba, he's in, hits the crease, bowls onto the pads. This has got a chance. Not out. Stepped across. We said to one previously it looked as though it was drifting down where it was played. That was more a clip to mid-wicket, and he's replayed it in such a way as well. Goldsworthy.
Maybe a little inside edge because it can't have been far off being straight.
It's got quite dark again, hasn't it? It feels as though there could be a shower in this one. It's that kind of light.
Ooh. Must have been a little inside edge.
Bamba in bowls, and this is better from Bamba, isn't it?
It is.
Getting in behind that on Goldsworthy. Can he settle into a rhythm now? So often Mr. Reliable Ethan Bamba. Very good, Heath. Cry from the fields.
Should have been Sorry, shouldn't it?
Yes.
Heath, that's more like it.
Bamba's past the umpire, he bowls, and again, good from Bamba on the off stump. A forward defence from Goldsworthy. Falls away towards cover, and no run.
It's quite a trendy name now, isn't it, Ethan, with the films?
Yes, I did call him Ethan Hunt the other day. He turned to bowl. I remember what we were nattering about at that point in whichever game it was. Here he is in bowls and beats the edge. Yes, much better over from Bamba this. Goldsworthy survives on 26, plunging forward, defending that one. Hill 35, 79 for 2 is the score. And we've had 21 overs of the Leicestershire innings since they won the toss and elected to bat first here at Grace Road today. Richard Ray alongside myself, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app all around the world. So you can pick up the live streams as well via the two clubs' websites.
Leicestershire Physio has come out carrying more than a drink one suspects for Lewis Hill. It would be the 12th man, really, wouldn't it, if it had been just a drink? So whether a little bit of a painkiller, perhaps, for the blow on the hand that he suffered from Bamba. $79 for 2 off 21. Partnership up to 62 now between Hill and Goldsworthy. Hill it is, he'll be on strike 2. Brooks, who's starting his 5th over of the spell. In he goes. Bowls, line and length. Perhaps just fractionally short of a good length. Hill stays on the back foot, plays the ball off the pitch in defence. Back down the pitch on the onside. No run. A warning from Brunty about Cornish seagulls if ever do go down there. I had a warning in a Brighton cafe, in a Hove cafe where we took to having our breakfast. The waitress came out. In goes Brooks and Bowles. Forward goes Hill. You heard the call of no as he guided it out towards backward point. And actually, she used your Kenneth Williams' term as well. So they're getting frightfully bold, she said. Bold. And indeed, glancing to my left, I suddenly saw there was a huge great seagull sort of sitting on a stack about 4 feet away from me, eyeing my sourdough toast.
Avocado?
No. It's Marmite for me.
Oh.
Breakfast. Brooks is in, and Bowles, nicely swinging delivery. Fullish though, and Hill's looking too on drive. Doesn't quite time it because of that little bit of extra swing. And Roland Jones, who's a undemonstrative skipper. He's still skipper, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Yeah. He's just so quiet there.
Yeah.
That I wonder whether there'd been a temporary change or anything like that.
Yeah, a pretty well-oiled machine.
Yeah. They decide who's going to bowl their spells beforehand, it would appear, and if nothing goes wrong, they stick to it. In goes Brooks, and bowls outside off stump. Hill cuts, and he's going to pick up a single there as it went more or less directly to. Is it Holman there at backward?
To Carey's.
Beg his pardon. Went straight to him, but it was going at a rate of knots. He sort of fell forward to make the stop, and it bounced off him for a few feet, and as a consequence, Hill. And Goldsworthy did run off the misfield, but it was safe enough. 80 for 2. Little bit of blue sky, but it's in the far distance. As Brooks is in to Goldsworthy. A little bit of late swing, and Goldsworthy, who was about to try and clip the full delivery away through the leg side, changed his shot. Ended up just carefully playing straight, wisely playing straight, I would suggest. In defence.
Still got that feel as though there's a drop of rain in here, doesn't it? It's so dark.
It really does. I'll have a look at the weather apps. In goes Brooks, and Bowles on off stump. Just waited for it, Goldsworthy, and dabbed it down through gully. Played it incredibly late, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs as it's picked up a few yards in front of the ropes by De Caires, and gets his throw away quickly. Keeps Goldsworthy to a couple. He moves on to 28. Hill has 36. Leicestershire 82 for 2. My weather app just says cloudy. No rain. It's just going to be cloudy for the rest of the day, but cool. 17 degrees maximum. We're both underclubbed, haven't we, in our shorts?
Yes, very much so. I had to go back to the car to see if I had any other clothes in there, and I don't. It's all at the hotel. I could dash back at the lunch intervals at the hotel. That last ball from Brooks, it really felt as though it moved through the air, that one. It really felt as though it hooped. He's Bamba. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket crouch down as he goes full and straight, and Hill defends. There's our light aircraft. Passing a long way in the distance now. Off on a Sunday morning jaunter. What's the airfield?
There's Leicester Aerodrome, there's East Midlands proper airport, sort of 10 miles to the north.
Bamba's in, bowls, and the ball's pushed away into the offside. And I'm sure you get asked this almost every single game, that a light aircraft goes ahead. But which is the one that Aggers uses then? Is it Leicestershire?
I don't know if he uses it, but there is a little aerodrome about 3-4 miles away towards Houghton on the Hill, where there's a very pretty little cricket club, I might add.
Must be quite good fun, mustn't it? Pilot a little plane like that. Off you go.
You thinking of getting one for next season to
yes.
travel around?
Yeah. Higgins bowls. Now, this is close again, is it? High. Yeah, he's rubbed up above the, well, nearly up on the thigh as he walks away. Hill, but again, beaten by a little bit of movement out there. You'd fancy there's cracks on this surface, isn't there? A lot of grass on the top, but there's cracks underneath. And the wonder would be, with those cracks, how do they go over the few days? Does the grass help to hold them together?
Yeah, it's well above the pad. Bowling well though now.
Yeah, he seems to have settled. In now Banbury bowls, it's edged and it's held. Robson at a slip manages to take it, I think, at the second grab. There was a moment's pause for sure, it seemed, whether there was a slight fumble. But he took a couple of sharp ones against Derbyshire last week at Lords, and he holds on now almost as nonchalantly, Robson, and 82 for 3 just before lunch on the first day marks a good morning for Middlesex now. Hill's defiance, 36-run innings, 57th ball I think that was that he falls to. Goldsworthy is still there on 28 from 39, but Bamba has bowled himself into this spell, and he's bowled himself to a wicket, that of Hill. A fine innings, keeping Middlesex at bay for a while, but 82 for 3 pushes this morning towards the visitors now after Leicestershire won the toss here at Grace Road.
Yeah, both said that Bamba bowling nicely. A little bit of reward, a little bit of away movement. Good ball, really. Hill didn't do too much wrong. Just found that little bit of movement, and he's the liveliest in terms of pace, you would say, of the Middlesex bowlers, from what we've seen this morning at any rate, and makes a big breakthrough. Partnership 65 for the third wicket between Leicestershire's captain Lewis Hill and the other Lewis, or another Lewis Goldsworthy. Harry Swindells comes out to join Goldsworthy. They're not a tall middle order, are they, Leicestershire? You have to say. Hill, Goldsworthy and Swindells, probably none of them more than about 5'7" at the very most. And now we've got a couple of batters who are no more than sort of 5'6", 5'7", certainly. Goldsworthy and Swindells, the hero of the one-day cup final last year. Hasn't had any opportunities really this season. He's been 12th man any number of times. But circumstances and the major league in America and all sorts of things mean he's getting a chance. What can he take it?
Bamba bowls to the right-hander, and this ball's onto the pads. Work to long leg for a single. No, it's not. It's fine of him. He's gone wider. Holds him, and it's 4. Got a couple of boundaries away through square leg, didn't they? And he's shifted to his left a little there. That long leg, so 4 it is to go off the mark.
It's a jolly good job he got something on that. He stepped right across his stumps.
Well,
there.
yeah.
Took that off about. Let's have a look. Yeah, well, took it off middle and off.
Yeah, it was a long way across, wasn't it? Here's Bamba. Oh, a cold breeze flies through the boxes. Bamba's in, bowls, and forward goes. Swindells pushing back to mid-on, no run, 86 for 3.
Well, now we know what happens. We might explore the heater during the lunch interval. I won't do it now, just in case it fuses.
Well, we tried it one
again.
more time, didn't we?
Yeah, but this is true. This is true, yes, and it was okay.
But we shan't try
it.
it.
The first time we switched the heater on this morning.
It is on. It is on.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, there you go. Well, you can
Just need to turn it up
on then, yes, if you want. It's only on one instead of 2, so just to your right. There's a second switch.
Here we go.
Right, if we
Are you
go
ready?
off air.
Are you sure?
Go on then. We are still with you. Bamba. and watches as Brooks is in, bowls to Goldsworthy, who defends out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 86 for 3. Can Goldsworthy, having gotten in, go on? This has been one of Leicestershire's problems this year. A lot of batters have sort of got in and haven't really gone on to make a big score in terms of, you know, match-changing scores. There's only been the 4 centuries. Hanscom's got a couple. Patel has 5 centuries, I beg your pardon. Outside off stump, and Goldsworthy will feel possibly missed out a little bit there. A little bit short, a little bit wide, and he ended up rather steering it towards extra cover instead of cutting it away through point to cover, really. He remains on 28. And of course Kimber's, which I forgot. How can you forget a double century like that? So Hanscom 2, Patel 1, Kimber 1, and Marcus Harris against Yorkshire early on, first game, as that delivery on off stump is pushed by Goldsworthy out towards cover again, no run. it's Kimber's 2 hours of mayhem last week, or last week now at Hove. I'm just looking at the number of sixes by each Leicestershire batsman in the county championship. In goes Brooks and bowls very full. It swings late though, again a little bit inside out from sort of leg towards middle and off, and Goldsworthy just blocks it out to mid on. I suspect Kimber is leading the way throughout the county championship now, all scored in that 1 innings possibly. 21 sixes he hit against Sussex on Wednesday. Brooks in, bowls, good straight delivery on off stump, stays on the back foot. Goldsworthy blocks it out to wide-ish mid-off.
At what point did you have to scramble for the record books?
Just
did you know it?
Constantly, really. Once he went past 100, because it was so quick to 100.
Oh, I meant the over, sorry, the over.
The 43.
Yeah.
It got complicated because of the no balls as well. Three no balls were in it, so we were trying to work out whether, how legitimate it was in terms of number of balls faced. But in goes Brooks and bowls outside off stump, rather dies low into the gloves of Davies as it's allowed to go through by Goldsworthy. But
that's probably the most extraordinary part, wasn't it, the no balls?
Yes, three of them. And then off the last ball, obviously he wasn't trying to, so he had no idea about the records, I don't think, Louis, at the time, and just pushed the last ball for one to keep the strike when he could have probably put that into the middle of next week as well. But some of those deliveries, some of those sixes, especially those over mid-wicket from the C end, I suspect are still travelling. You just clear the ground. They cleared the flats. It's ludicrous.
What were the 3 balls overstepping, or was it Wayside tosses?
No, overstepping. Yeah, overstepping.
Bamber has 3 slips for Swindles. He's in, bowls, and that's left alone with good pace, bounce and carry through to the keeper there, and that's a good note, I think, for everybody. Which
one of his problems was that they were all sort of bouncers at, and that Kimber was just, because he was bowling with the leg side boundary, on the long side, he was inviting Kimber to hit the ball in the air, and he had, everybody was out on the boundary by that stage, but he was just clearing them and clearing the stands as well, hitting it 100 yards at a time. It's just ludicrous.
Look at how staggered the slips are now. Deploy at seconds, a long way forward. He settles down of the 3. That's left alone again through to the keeper. That's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we've probably noted more that that's good bounce, that's good carry, he's gone through, but rather than thinking, that's kept a fraction low, but Deploy seems as though he's advanced at second there, making Robson look quite deep at slip.
Roland Jones is just beginning to warm up again, so it looks like he might be giving himself another little pre-lunch burst.
Bamber bowls and beats Swindles following that a long way outside the off stump. A long way across, partially forward. 86 for 3. I feel like Roland Jones, it's got to be worth him having a go from the Bennett end. If there is a slight slope and downhill for the big man, who looks to extract bounce, then if one does just keep a little low, could upset a batter or two. As here's Bamba behind that Swindles. He does get forward on this occasion. It feels as though he's gone a long way across again, but I'm almost hesitant on saying it now because I feel in this match the angle's been quite difficult to judge where we're sat from, of just which particular line the ball has been on. As Bamba's going to turn to bowl one more time. And they say, oh no, he's not. He's got 2 more to go in this over. 3 sets now with a little shuffle and a lean forward. Bowls. Oh, and an inside edge from Swindles, which deflects down to deep backward square leg as he went forward. Thick inside edge. Now he's called through for the single by Goldsworthy. He immediately slipped Swindles, but fortunately nowhere near Holden, and he had a bit of work to do to get around, and it was a comfortable single as it was, even after he picked himself up to take the run.
I think it with Swindles and Budinger playing in this match, Leicestershire have now fielded 19 players in the first team this season in first class cricket.
Bamba bowls, and this is played off the back foot to cover. Stoneman does the fielding. Goldsworthy has 28. Swindles has 5. 87 for 2. I'm going to have to work out Middlesex's now, so how many have played?
Anybody new in this game? Otherwise, I can tell you it's 14.
14.
Suggesting a good, solid, settled side, really.
Yeah. Like, Stephen Eskenazi's the obvious omission from the side at the moment. He's only had the 2 games?
4.
4 games. Goodness me.
And 3 for Holman. So those 2, perhaps. 4 for De Caris, or 5 now.
Yeah, De Caris started the season, then Holman came in and Eskenazi lost his place.
Roland Jones brings himself back on in place of Brooks at the pavilion end to bowl at the new man Swindles, who's faced just the 7 deliveries so far. The 3 slips go down as Roland Jones is in outside off stump. He goes for a flat-footed and slightly wild cut. Misses it, goes over the top edge. Not the greatest shot that Harry Swindles has played. Got away with it.
Just realised our chair's very warm. It's been sat in front of the radiator, but we're not, so I'm going to move the chair. Let the.
I did warn you about Dave Fletcher.
Oh no, I'll quite happily
setting himself on fire.
I'll quite happily cook. Take a bit of it.
In goes Roland Jones, bowls outside off stump, another attempt, but too wide that time, and he's puts his head down. He'd rather drag it down and wide outside off stump on that occasion.
Oh, it's nice this.
Good.
Haven't had the heating on at home since 2017.
Ooh, you London types.
What, having heating at
different,
home?
well, that and the warm temperatures, the warmer temperatures.
I meant cost of living.
Roland Jones turns, 21 on his back, goes running in and bowls down the leg side, seams back in and jumps rather up at Swindles, who looks to fend the ball away.
I like
Comes off the thigh pad, trickles down towards leg gully, or sort of a bit further than that, the 45. The leg bite is taken.
I liked your first description. It lumped up at him. It's quite good.
Did I say lump?
You then changed it for jumps. It jumped up at him. But lump sounded quite right. Lumped up at him. You mentioned reading Goldfinger earlier.
Yes, yeah.
I only read an extract of it, but Dr. No, I think it was, at A-level, I remember.
At A-level? Seriously? In goes Roland Jones, bowls straight on off stump, defended by Goldsworthy.
It was only an extract, and it was a particular word that the teacher wanted us to draw.
Oh, right, it wasn't an A-level set book.
No,
I was going to
no.
say. Ian Fleming, blimey.
Yeah, but yellowly was the word. Yellowly. Bond, poisonous.
As in cowardly, or?
No, a poisonous insect was sent into his room to assassinate him by one of the baddies.
Yeah.
Bond got to it in time and stomped on it, whatever it was.
And yellow came out of it. In goes Roland Jones, bowls again onto the legs of Goldsworthy. Flicked down to fine leg. Good tumbling stop down there by Bamber means it is 2 rather than 4.
And a yellowly liquid.
Okay, right. Why not just yellow?
It's left on the floor.
Yellow.
But that was
Yellow Lee or Yellow E.
Yeah, Yellow Lee, L-Y on the end. Yellow Lee. Just remember that one. It's just a way of drawing attention, I guess, by the...
The books are very different to the films. Rather fun, the books. Some drawbacks, quite a lot actually. In goes Roland Jones, bowls outside off stump, left by Goldsworthy, who has looked, famous last words, but it is the last ball of the over and he won't be facing the next. As good as anybody out there as from the Leicestershire point of view. He's acquitted himself with a certain coolness and solidity that promises much. He's on 30 off 49, Swindles 5 off 10, Leicestershire on to 90 from 30, but having chosen to bat first, Middlesex, certainly if they can pick up one more wicket before the lunch interval, will feel it's very much been their morning, and I think so far it pretty much has been. 90 for 3.
Deploy still advanced at that second slip. He's the last to crouch down, which makes it even more notable as forward goes Swindles to the first ball of Bamber's new over, pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I have to read the Bond books, and I've never read one. Usually, well, apart from the extracts.
Usually in a charity shop you can pick up a sort of set of paperbacks or something like, although they did sell by the hundreds of thousands, but they are quite sought after, I think, now. But if you're lucky, you'll find a few.
Bamber bowls and edged, and Deploy's taken it. Has he? No, it's just short.
Yeah, just
and he's the advanced second slip as well, so good on him for being that far advanced of the others. Has he hurt himself in the process? He gets pats on his back from colleagues, and yeah, he's bent double now. He's worn it on a wrist, has he?
I think so, yeah. Left.
Oh dear.
Or the thick part of the palm. Ow.
Bamber is in, bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket. Richards has his heart in his mouth every time Swindle steps across and starts to close that bat face as he did once more there. Fielded by De Carey's at mid-wicket, 90 for 3. Or maybe it was my commentary.
No, you're absolutely right. Because he's taken everything off the stumps, isn't he? Off middle, if not off.
"13 balls he's faced now. Swindles for his 5. Right-hander settles down. Bamber bowls and forward he goes, defending. Mid-off collects. On to come of the 27th over of the innings, which tells us we're nearing lunch on day 1. 15 minutes till the interval here. Middlesex full of chatter. They very nearly were full of joy with a 4th wicket, but Deploy unable to get his fingers down underneath a ball that dropped short of him. Groundsman's hut, you can just see they're sat on their perched position on the far side of the ground as this ball's left alone outside of the off stump by Swindles through to the keeper. 90 for 3. It must be one of the furthest away groundsman's huts on the circuit, mustn't it? There can't be one that's farther away than that, can there? I mean, I guess the one at Lord's probably... It's under the media centre, isn't it?
It is, so... It's not too far, is it? It's
no, it's quite nice, though. I like it, because it's got its perched position. It's lofty.
40 yards, maybe
position.
30 yards.
Here comes Bamber again, bowls, and this ball's pushed back to the bowler. Swindle's going back and across, 90 for 3. It's it's like an upper little path there, isn't it, to get into the rather large green shed.
The roller and some of the bigger stuff is there. There's a little sort of garage alongside the.
There we go.
All right, the score.
There we go. That makes sense.
the scorebook, so that doesn't have quite as far to come. But
oh, goodness me, they're well looked after, the ground staff, aren't they? As much as we've got the Hobbiton holes to our left, that looks more like something out of Thomas the Tank Engine, doesn't it? That green shed over there on the far side, that is the groundsman's hut.
Roland Jones is into Goldsworth. He's slightly squared up, but defends it solidly enough off middle and leg. We were teasing the ground staff when we came back from Lords about the sort of synchronised mowing that was going on at Lords, with seemed to be about 6 mowers going up and down at one stage, whereas the resources were somewhat different. The MCC's resources are somewhat different to those of the Leicestershire County Cricket Club. In goes Roland Jones and bowls thick outside edge, but on top of the bounce, guiding it between second slip and sort of gully region, and the gap was there because third slip had gone that much wider. But it was well short. It wouldn't have been a catch had there been a legitimate third slip in position. But Goldsworthy might say he knew exactly what he was doing there. Edge was involved, but he got on top of the bounce. Gully goes sort of half a foot to his left as Roland Jones is in. Goldsworthy is genuinely beaten there. A little bit of extra bounce and away movement, and Rowie, as his teammates are calling him at the moment, meant that one. Goldsworthy stays on 34.
That climbed, didn't it?
A little bit of extra effort. Bit annoyed, Roland Jones, at the moment. 1 for 31 he has from 7.3 overs. That's a heavy grey cloud, continues to drift over the ground, keeping the temperatures right down. Roland Jones is in, outside off stump. Bounces a little bit, but not as much as he might have hoped for, not as much as the previous delivery. Steered rather than driven off the back foot by Goldsworthy, out to the bearded Stoneman in the covers. A lot of long-sleeved sweaters out there. Not everybody, 1 or 2 short-sleeved. Roland Jones bowls, Fuller this time, on off stump. Doesn't really swing though. Goldsworthy is forward, blocking out into the offside. Well, into the 28th over with this ball. Should get 3 more before lunch, which means that Middlesex will be pretty much up with the over rate. Apologies if I sound so surprised. It doesn't happen often here, but well done. Just shows it can be done. Roland Jones outside off stump, swings but late after it had passed the stumps, and was too wide for Goldsworthy to play out, let it go through, and taken by Davies. Low, obviously, to his right. End of that 28th over. 94 for 3 is the score.
Ground staff on the move. Ground staff on the move. Over the far side.
Getting ready for lunch, perhaps.
Well, perhaps.
Hopefully.
It's got that feel again, as though you wouldn't be surprised if a drop of rain fell.
They might put the covers on during the interval, just in case.
Back to Higgins at the Bennett end, replacing Bamber. Only Brooks awaiting a wicket this morning of the Middlesex quartet, as Higgins is in. He bowls in a forward defence from Swindles. Makes the first ball of Higgins' 8th over, 1 for 16 from 2 so far. Higgins in, bowls, full straight, driven back. Left boot of Higgins outstretched, prevents the run getting through. 94 for 3. If they can get him 3 down at lunch, Leicestershire, then it's not too bad a morning. You know you're risking 1, maybe 2 when you elect to bat first. And indeed, with the nature of the amount of grass on this surface, and against the Middlesex attack, who, well, for a number of years, the bowling's been the Middlesex strength, hasn't it, rather than the batting, although that balance is starting to be addressed now. Perhaps even has been addressed. Is there a bit of rain in the air? I think there is, yes, there is. Higgins is in, bowls, and that's, chopped on! Off stumps, push back, Higgins has his second wicket of the morning. Swindles falls for 5, his 18th delivery, 94 for 4. And 10 minutes before lunch, that's probably a shot that you should put away at this stage. It's before the interval, 10 minutes before the interval, just getting to the point where I'd made the point that should they get in 3 down, that's not too bad a morning for Leicestershire having won the toss. But a 4th definitely swings this morning's session towards Middlesex and opens the door not just for the afternoon but indeed for a further 10 minutes before the interval. 94 for 4.
And interesting to see what they do now, Leicestershire. Well, here comes the man of the moment. And there's applause all around the ground as Louis Kimber wanders out in his typically sort of nonchalant way, casual way. The impression from Louis whenever he goes to the creases is a slightly casual nature, and I suspect he won't change. But it served him well at Hove. Different sort of a position though. There was not a cloud in the sky for much of that game. The sky is all clouds here.
I mean, there was a little bit of surprise. You look at the surface, you look at the overheads. There's obviously an element of risk, and the risk is there's still 10 minutes to lunch. It could be 5 down by the interval.
They could easily beat. I think it was, well, it's 50-50.
Toss he almost wants to lose, isn't it? Higgins to Kimber, and he leaves alone outside the off stump. 3 slips in place. Boy, oh boy, they'll be keen to hold on to a chance if it comes their way off Kimber, wasn't it? It was Swindles that edged just short of a second slip and deploy.
Yeah.
So that edge failing to carry wasn't too costly. In fact, I don't think it was costly at all. I'm not sure he added to his tally after that. 5 to his name. Swindles. Higgins into the crease, bowls, and forward goes Kimber. I thought he was a little late on it for a moment, but he wasn't at all. Played it with all the time in the world and played it nicely. Into the onside with a late stroke down of the bat. Bamba doing the fielding at mid-on. Yeah, there was a spot of rain falling there for a moment, wasn't there? It stopped at the moment, but the light remains as it was. Yeah. Very dark.
They are sitting on the tractors
by
the covers, so I think they will put them on during the interval for precautionary reasons.
Higgins bowls, and Kimber's halfway forwards this one as he defends into the offside, and that is the end of Higgins' 8th over. He now has 2 for 16 with 2 maidens from his 8th. This first over back, bringing the wicket of Swindles, bowled for 5, 94 for 4. Goldsworthy will have strike on 34.
Leicestershire and these 2 batters will try and make this the last over, but I suspect they won't succeed, that is. They will try, but they won't succeed. Goldsworthy will be on strike 2, Toby Rowland-Jones, with 2 slips and a gully. He runs in past umpire Blackwell, bowls straight, played straight back to him by Goldsworthy, not taken cleanly by Rowland-Jones, who then tries to kick the ball to Holden at mid-off. Grins, having failed to do so. England are playing footy, aren't they, today? Is that right?
It is. Rowland-Jones informed me of that at breakfast. 5 o'clock.
Oh, is it?
What have you got arranged?
8 o'clock.
Yeah,
okay.
What have you got arranged for 5 o'clock, he inquired.
Well, if Middlesex keep taking wickets as he runs in and bowls 2, Goldsworthy, short ball, brilliant catch at second slip, or brilliantly taken at second slip. It was a catch, but not off the bat. It came off the shoulder. Duploy, again, leapt into the air, took it 2-handed above his head, just in case, I guess, that they appealed in case there'd been an inside edge onto the shoulder. But again, that extra little bit of nip and bounce from the effort delivery from Rowland-Jones was a bit too quick for Goldsworthy as he went for the hook, and there are 2 men out behind square on the leg side. In he goes, bowls another short ball. This time he takes the wiser option, the more careful option, and ducks, lets it go over his right shoulder.
Rowland-Jones the wiser.
Oh, I thought it was not 8 o'clock start, so a 5 o'clock start for England against Slovakia.
Yes.
I thought I'd got them in the office sweepstake, but I got Slovenia. They're still in it, aren't they? In goes Roland Jones and bowls. Fuller this time, waiting in the creases. Goldsworthy defends off the stumps out into the offside, and there's no run.
Is it? I saw something about England need to beware dark horses Switzerland or something. Is it?
Oh, they were jolly good yesterday. They absolutely.
Is that who's in the next round? Is
yeah,
it?
If they win,
so
they play the.
So the BBC Sport website's gone very early. Then England must be wary dark horses Switzerland. They haven't even got past Slovakia yet.
Well, this is true. Yeah. Presumption. There's a certain presumption there, isn't there? That
this was ever thus with the England football team, wasn't it?
Indeed. Roland Jones bowls again, squares up Goldsworthy slightly, and his hands start to go into the air. Roland Jones comes off the thickish outside edge of that full face of the bat, presented by Goldsworthy, squirts out into the offside. 1 ball to go in the over. 12:58, shining brightly in green on the electronic scoreboard over there, roughly alongside the groundsman's hut, framed by the mature trees over there. Roland Jones bowls, and Goldsworthy tucks the delivery again off the back foot out towards mid wicket. Brooks has to move to his right to field from mid on, and 1 is taken. Umpire Peverell walks relatively slowly towards the stumps. Umpire Blackwell looks hopefully at the scoreboard, but it is not going to change. 12:59. As umpire Peverell reaches the stumps, we will have 1 more over.
Oh, dearie me. You know, we looked at about 22 for 2. In fact, it was exactly 22 for 2 here at some of the scores elsewhere, and said, not many gone down elsewhere.
Are they tumbling now?
Warwickshire 88 for 4 against Somerset in Division 1. This is the games that are really advanced. Durham, who were 22 for 2, are now 101 for 5 against Worcestershire. So here comes Higgins to start the final over of the morning session, and a single is clipped through mid-wicket by Goldsworthy for 35. In Division 2 of the major advances, Gloucestershire 86 for 7 against Glamorgan. At Bristol, it must be at Cheltenham College. Bristol's been flat as a pancake.
Cheltenham, no, I remember the pictures, yeah.
There we go, Cheltenham it is. So 86 for 7. And Sussex are 88 for 3 at Northamptonshire. That's Higgins up to the stumps, bowls full. Kimber defends on the front foot. There's no run. Derbyshire 45 for 6 against Yorkshire. Yes, Chesterfield.
Oh, outground. Okay.
Fernando has 3. Thompson has 2. Code has 1. They're starting to get their players back, aren't they?
Yeah. A ground I've yet to have the pleasure of visiting, Chesterfield.
Yeah, nice. Queen's Park. Very nice. With the crooked spire in the distance. And it really is a park, you know. There's no two ways about it. You wander into a park. And,
our friend David Griffin has just published a book about cricket in Chesterfield, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Or Queen's Park.
The heart of the county or something, was that the name? Here's Higgins bowls, and that ricochets into the pad, rolls in between the pads, but safely towards the leg side. The heart of something, was it? I'm sure it was. 96 for 6, but yeah, it's quite the setting for Derbyshire against Yorkshire, isn't it? Chesterfield. Good few Yorkies down there on a Sunday, you'd have thought.
That's the idea.
Higgins, right arm over, bowls, and Kimber pushes defensively to Stoneman at cover. Thou shalt not pass is Kimber's approach here. Quite a difference to when he was last at the crease.
He was quite slow in getting to sort of 15-20 as I recall. He was sort of, everything seemed fairly normal at that stage.
Higgins wide on the crease, bowls. Kimber not to be fooled, gets in behind it. No run once more. Feeling rather snoozy now on a Sunday, and we've got a beef brisket to come. This doesn't bode well. It's the cold as well, isn't it? It's making me want to snuggle up.
He was 50.
You've been warned, Richard.
He reached his 50 off 37, which, although was quick, it didn't seem excessive at that stage.
goes Kimber, pushes back. Higgins fields, 96 for 4.
He reached his 100 off 62, his 150 off 81, and his 200 came off exactly 100 balls. That's lunch.
Tees turned Norts back for their beef brisket or their salmon salad, whatever they went for. But 96 for 4, the visitors' morning, having lost the toss. Again, I'm never usually out there for the toss, but I did mean to sneakily ask Toby, what would you have done, Tobes? Whether he'd have told me or not, because it wasn't an official interview, as they do for the televised games. But 96 for 4, Goldsworthy 36, Kimber has 1. Kimber has none, my apologies, none from 8. 1 wicket for Roland Jones, 1 for Ethan Bamber, and 2 for Ryan Higgins.
On come the covers. We will go and partake of our lunch down at the Charles Palmer Suite, and we will be back with you online via the BBC Sport website, via also BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Leicester's websites, and of course on the stream in about 35 minutes' time. Yeah, I'm on again now. County grounders Toby Rowland Jones of Middlesex bowls the first ball after lunch. Apologies for the slightly delayed start. We had another little power cut up here in the commentary box atop the pavilion here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. 96 for 4 as Leicestershire resume their first innings, having chosen to bat first. Lewis Goldsworthy, he's on strike, he's 36, not out. The Somerset loanee, Louis Kimber, has yet to score. In goes Rowland Jones and bowls on off stump, just waiting for it is Goldsworthy, dabbing the ball out towards Gully. Higgins fields and there is no run. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester and Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, your commentators for the game. Floodlights have been switched on here at Grace Road. I hesitate as I say that because I'm a little bit surprised. It's a little bit lighter than it has been, but there you go. That's what the umpires have decided. Rowland Jones is in. Bowls very full on, driven very sweetly by Goldsworthy for very, very straight. Rowland Jones put out his right hand, couldn't quite get there and didn't try and overhit it. Goldsworthy just timed it very nicely indeed, and he becomes the first Leicestershire player to move into the 40s and brings up the Foxes 100. Kevin with a few more items of clothing is now alongside me. It has been chilly here this morning and it isn't that warm now.
Hunkering next to the last of the heater, which we turned off just in case it keeps on knocking us off air. So I'm taking the last little swathes of heat that are coming out of it.
We think that's what has triggered the fuse a couple of times, just overdoes things. In goes Rowland Jones and bowls. Back goes Goldsworthy. Turns his wrists on the defensive push. Pushes the ball out towards square leg. It's a long run up from mid-on towards sort of wideish mid-wicket. Almost square leg for Brooks. And so comfortable single for Goldsworthy. He moves on to 41. Brings Kimber down to face Rowland Jones for the first time, I think.
Yes, I can't remember. Yeah, because it was only
all from this end previously, wasn't it? All from the face-down deliveries at the pavilion end. Rowland Jones is in. Bowls. Kimber solid enough behind the ball. No big stride. Tall right-handed batsman. Blocks the ball out into the offside. And there is no run. The spectators in the green seats over there at the Bennett end in front of the Turner Indoor Centre, fairly well wrapped up. Understandably enough. Restaurant was doing very good business at lunch. I think as much about people keeping warm as anything. Rowland Jones is in. Bowls. Kimber just leans forward, almost lets the ball come on to the bat. Blocks it out into the offside. End of the over. 5 from it. The very nice on drive and a single. All to Lewis Goldsworthy, 101 for 4 after 32, Leicestershire.
Yeah, Goldsworthy, we were going through that first match, weren't we? He made his first-class debut. 17, I believe he was at the time, and a 4-wicket win for Somerset. Rowland Jones wasn't part of that attack, though. We went through the side, didn't we? It was Murtagh, Finn. Just trying to think, 2017, he may well have been playing for...
I have Wisdons.
May well have been playing for England at the time, Rowland Jones. Here's Higgins. He's in and bowls, and that one ricochets from the forward defence of Goldsworthy to backward point. The right-hander felt like he was a little late getting down onto it with the bat, but yes, unbeaten 40 to see Somerset over the line. Again, that was, if I've got my years right, 2017, that was the year that Middlesex were relegated by a solitary point. They've been docked to. No, it can't have been that year because that would have been the game that relegated them at Somerset. Here is an edge and taken. Deploy holds on. Second slip. Low to his right. Goodness me, he's done well. I didn't fancy that was going to carry. He's been advanced at second slip for much of the game, and he's taken Goldsworthy for 41 from 67 deliveries, 101 on the board, and now 5 down. Leicestershire winning a toss this morning, but up against it with a ball that's doing a bit out there for the Middlesex seam attack. Higgins' third wicket. He has 3 for 17. And Middlesex have the ascendancy in the early stages of this match.
Yeah, very much so. Really nice catch by Duploi, as you said. Low, just carried to his right, got 2 hands to it, took it very cleanly. So what with the catch off Budinger and that one, Leicestershire's batsmen, knowing they can't give chances. Middlesex's fielders are backing up their bowlers. Any edges that are carrying are being snaffled. And Goldsworthy, having gotten in the same way that Lewis Hill did, will be disappointed not to have been able to go on. Ben Cox comes to the crease as Roman Walker, sporting the most splendid tash you can imagine. Acting 12th man at the moment, leaves the field.
I did see him at lunch.
He'd be disappointed not to be playing, really, Roman. Ben Green,
who's also sporting an amazing.
Yes, he's got a decent tash, but compared to Roman's, it's pales into ignorance. It's like David Niven, isn't it? Well, just barely there. But,
is it really? I thought it was because he played a match, of course, at Lords, didn't he? Earlier this year.
Compared to Roman's, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Ben Green has just been brought back in for this game.
The Somerset.
He went back, top of the wicket-taking charts in the T20. But as you say, it was only at Lords, his third and at the time final game, that he actually took any wickets.
Higgins to Cox. Cox is forward, playing defensively into the offside, the right-hander. First ball. I saw Roman at lunch and I thought, that's Ben Green. And then I looked at him and thought, no, it isn't.
No, they're not dissimilar to look at the moment, that's for sure. Yeah, he will have been disappointed, I suspect, Roman, not to have gotten a chance in this game, but it isn't quite happening for him at the moment. This is the last year of his contract.
Higgins bowls. Oh, goodness me, that's come back a long way from outside off. Very nearly taken the off stump. Cox leaving alone. Of all that have come back, that felt the closest.
Yeah, I agree. Didn't miss by much. Ben Cox did a very good job supporting Louis Kimber at Hove before he was hit a very, very painful blow.
Higgins is in and bowls 2 minutes on the back foot, pushing to point, no run, 101 for 5. Well, I'd fancy they've gone at 3 and over to this point. 101 for 5. The ball's been doing enough out there today, hasn't it? Seam, swing, there's pace and bounce in this surface at the moment. If they can get to 200 at least, it's a score on the board.
Yeah, you never know, do you? Until you see Middlesex bat on it. What is a score?
Higgins is in, bowls, and this is defended to point, and there's no run. I mean, the fact that they've left as much grass on it as they have here, you know the ground far better than I do, of course, Richard, but the fact they've left as much grass on it instinctively said to you there's going to be some seam movement on this one, and we have seen a fair bit. The point of leaving the grass on as well is generally pace, isn't it, and holding what may or may not be an older track together.
Yeah, it's not been ridiculous, has it? But it's been enough. And the Middlesex attack is a very good one.
Well, exactly, and that's the point, isn't it? It gets 200 and you never know. A couple of early wickets. 'Cause we said this morning, didn't we, that it was a funny start where you felt there's a wicket around the corner here, but you're not on the edge of your seat with every ball.
Roland Jones is in to Kimber, who drives. It's short of the man at backward point who dived forward. It was a slightly airy shot, wasn't there really to be driven. Thick outside edge in the air a long time, just short of...
De
Carey's. He too tall. He's not quite as substantial a figure as Holman, is he?
No.
That's not meant to be rude to Holman, but he's a slightly bulkier, more solid figure.
He is indeed.
He's in front of square, isn't he, at the moment? Roland Jones is in. Fuller, arguably, stays on the back foot though and defends. Kimber, who is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, he's a tall and powerful man, isn't he, Holman? And I reckon he's looking as fit as I've seen him. I've never thought of him as unfit. But actually, have you got his nickname in cricketers there? I'm not sure if I've got it right, that's why I'm just thinking. If you double check for me kindly.
Roland Jones is in again, slightly short of an ideal length from his point of view, and Kimber stays on the back foot, drops it out on the offside, and there is no run on the onside, I beg your pardon. Luke Holman, Luke Barnaby Kurt Holman, whose nickname is, well, what do you think it is?
No, go on.
Donny.
Oh.
As in Osmond.
Ah. Why?
Apparently.
Donny Osmond?
I don't know.
Does it say Donny as in Osmond?
No, it just says Donny. You know,
I
was just so
I see.
in case you'd misunderstood what I said.
Oh, I know why then.
In goes Roland Jones and bowls a delivery that beats Kimber all ends up. Fullish, lovely bit of swing. And Kimber driving, but didn't really have a clue, and it went just past the outside edge and just past the off stump.
There you go, 6'3". I wouldn't have said that. 6'3".
What a ball that was.
Oh, my apologies.
What a ball that was.
Donny, Wimbledon. He's a Wimbledon fan. I'd assume that's what it is, the Dons.
Okay. Roland Jones is in. Kimber is getting an edge and he's caught. He's gone for naught. It came off the leading edge. He was trying to work it on the leg side. It swung back, took the leading edge and lobbed comfortably to De Caires. About chest high, simple as you like. And Louis Kimber experiences both sides of cricket in a few days. 243 at Sussex. The big zero here of 14.
It's got the feel. The reason why I say if they could get to 200, they'd have something on the board. Even if they get 180, you know, just be nudging that 200. Now 180 is a long way away at 101 for 6, but it's possible. We've seen tails wag, haven't we? And the ball be clattered here, there, and everywhere. But it's got the feel of it now. This passage of play where we talked about at the beginning, it felt like there's a wicket around the corner, even though you're not on the edge of your seat. But it's got the feeling, though, as if this were if this were the second innings of the match, you'd almost be feeling, Middlesex had batted first, and this will happen. You'd be saying, oh well, I mean, their tails are up at the moment. You'd be tempted to force the follow on if you had the opportunity here. You know, but that should, in turn, hopefully bode well for Leicestershire when they come out to bowl at some stage, which may not be until tomorrow. So we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. But there's a bit in it, isn't there? And the way that thick edge has gone to backward point there, with Kimber looking towards mid-wicket, you know, it suggests there was a fair bit of movement once again.
It's lovely swing bowling. I mean, Higgins and Roland Jones are really fine practitioners of the art, as are Bamber and Brooks as well. But these two, especially, you feel. Well, Higgins has gone past, what's he on now? 22 wickets for the season. Roland Jones on to 19. This is just his 7th match. He missed a couple, obviously, against Leicestershire first time out as well. But high-class practitioners of the art, and conditions are in their favour at the moment. And Leicestershire struggling to cope. So Ben Green, what will he make of Toby Roland Jones? Coming in at number 8. Roland Jones is in on off stump. He stays on the back foot. Doesn't really swing, drops it out into the offside. And there is no run. So from 96 for 4 at lunch, 3 overs later, Leicestershire 101 for 6.
Yeah, let's have a look back, because we walked off at lunch talking about a little bit of seam movement. When that ball's climbed from Roland Jones, there's been seam movement, hasn't there? But the fact that he's swinging it away from the right-handers as well as seaming it back in, that's what makes it so difficult. Almost impossible for batters, isn't it? When someone like Roland Jones in particular is getting that kind of movement. As this is short from Higgins, it's more the width that interests Green. Tries for a late cut, but only picks out backward point. My apologies, Cox. Picks out backward point on that one, but 101 for 6 it is. The glint of the floodlights on the back of Cox's bat. which we won't see for much longer because Davies is going to stand up and shield it from us now.
Yeah, the scoreboard's just, as I say, a bit slow.
This is just full of length to Cox from Higgins. It was the beef brisket, wasn't it? They've had the beef brisket as well. They're like me. They're a bit slouched on a Sunday afternoon now. They still got Roland Jones bowling over there.
Cox this season, 298 championship runs at 33. 150 to his name.
Higgins bowls width and edged. 4 runs it is. Deploy turns to go. 3 slips in place. 3rd slip is to Carey's. He's got his hand over his mouth. Another edge. Nearly. Another chance for Middlesex. Cox has 4. And Leicestershire have 100 and... Oh, it's climbed to 107 for 6 from 101 for 6. Have we missed a no ball in this over, perhaps? Must have done. 107 for 6. Maybe that was called as a no ball. It was 101 for 6. And it's leapt to 107 for 6 now. So, has he bowled 3 balls in this over? I reckon he has, and it's 34.2. So, yeah, no ball was thrown into the mix somewhere. Here's Higgins. Cox once more. Solid forward defence on this. Shall consult the stream. See if those fellas know.
Yeah, Cox's scores. He's got in on just about every occasion, really. 32, 28, 69, 48, 24, 27, 34. A couple of lower scores among them, but essentially he's made a contribution most games.
Is Higgins to Cox. No run. Just looking back for the dismissal of Kimber. And of course he had that one earlier in the over that he drove edgily to backward points, didn't he? But that one didn't carry.
Got one beautiful delivery as well in it that beat him all ends up, which must have unsettled him, but it was a super delivery.
Higgins bowls, good leave by Cox, which tells you it was close. 107 for 6 it remains. Only the 35th over of the innings, so still pretty hard ball in hand for now for Middlesex. Around this time a ball can swing a little bit more when the lacquers come off one side. Almost to the full extent, where the other side is still relatively hard and new. Higgins is in, bowls, and forward goes. Cox defending into the offside once more. I've just managed to scrub back to the nearly the dismissal of Kimber to have a look to see that swing through the air, how late it was. There was one I remember from Brooks this morning, which just seemed out of the hand. As if it had gone on its trajectory out of the hand, it would have been off to the groundsman's hut on the far side, but just hooped in. Or hooped away, I should say, from the right-hander. 107 for 6. Cox has 4. And Green has 0. No face, just the one delivery.
Roland Jones marches purposefully back to his mark. Looks up to see Ben Green ready to face. In he goes. And bowls outside off stump. Green leans forward and plays at a delivery that he could have could and should have left well alone. He poked nervously at the ball, prodded forward. Ball slid past the outside edge into the gloves of Davies. And as Kevin said, all of a sudden you very much have the feeling a wicket could fall any ball. Roland Jones bowls, looking for, well, what was he looking for? A sort of firm push. Not really the drive, and the ball took the thick inside edge and squirted out to wide-ish mid-on. Brooks fielded. Green. In his 3 games earlier this season for Leicestershire, he made only 54 runs. He only batted 3 times. Didn't really get much of an opportunity. And one of those he was not out, so he's averaging 27 for what that's worth. In goes Roland Jones. That's a more convincing forward defensive press from the Somerset all-rounder.
So just looking back at the Roland Jones to Kimber over, there was that lovely delivery as you described, which beat the edge of the bat, only just beat the edge of off stump as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goodness me. That was the one where I didn't realise you hadn't finished and as you saw the replay.
Roland Jones turns, runs in and bowls, and he's going to be driven away. It's Fuller this time, but enough width for Green to get right on top of what bounce there might be. Holden goes sliding back, having chased the ball down to within about 10 yards of the ropes at deep extra cover. And Green picks up a couple. He's off the mark. 109 for 6, Leicestershire.
As I look back, that it was his 14th delivery, Kimber, the one that beat him in such a way. He wasn't anywhere near it, was he? And the ball only just beat the top of off stump.
It was a Jaffa, as they say. I don't know whether they still do, to be quite honest. One of the expressions that was popular for a while. Roland Jones is in. Little bit short-edged. Caught. Really nicely caught at second slip. Again, back to Ploy. Didn't get on top of the bounce. He's a tall man, Green. Wasn't able to keep it down, and although it was low to his right, second slip, dived away to his right, took it a couple of inches off the ground, and once again, exemplary catching in the slips, and Middlesex, having opened the door, are beginning to force their way through it. 109 for 7, Leicestershire.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Deploy's catching's been phenomenal. That's got to be said first and foremost.
Yeah, perfect.
Absolutely incredible, really. Some of the catches he's taken. Although, they've been difficult ones. 109 for 7, and this is a problem now that you wonder to Leicestershire try and counter at this stage, because as we said, it feels like it's a procession. It feels now as though you are on the edge of your seat every ball. There's a wicket coming, and you're on the edge of your seat. Middlesex will be very disappointed if they don't wrap this up from here, because they're bowling very well. Roland Jones has got it on a piece of string again. And it's different from last week, where last week I talked about the pace and bounce he was getting. This week it's just unerring accuracy, isn't it? And that shape that he's getting away from the right-hander also.
It's late swing as well. It's super stuff, really. Not if you're facing it, probably. But it's lovely to watch from an objective point of view. If you appreciate the art of high-quality swing bowling, swing and seam bowling, then you're being treated to a masterclass from both Ryan Higgins and Toby Roland Jones. That's his 20th, I think, wicket of the first class season. 3 for 39 he has from 11.5 overs. And I don't think you'd get massive odds now on Leicestershire going much past sort of 130, 140 really. Both Ben Mike and Ben Cox can legitimately claim to be all-rounders, but Ben Mike has been in, since the first game of the season, away to his former county Yorkshire, in which he played very well, made a 90 as well as picking up 4 wickets. He has struggled rather and looked short of confidence against Sussex. In goes Roland Jones, bowls to him, he's edging, but it's low past the diving third slip, and that's going to go to the third man boundary. 4-4. Got on top of the bounce, in fairness to Ben Mike, although it was off the edge, it was well short of the diving third slip, and fortuitous in a way, but legitimate in a way as well. 113 for 7 off 36. Leicestershire, Mike 4, Ben Cox 4.
BBC's Radio Leicester and Radio London together here at Grace Road. Richard Ray and myself, Kevin Hand. It's really got quite grey behind the floodlight opposite us. We're promised that the rain won't be too much of a trouble, if at all, today. So let's hope that that's right, because we've got a good game of cricket brewing up here, and it's one of those that you think we really don't want to lose to rain. Higgins to Mike. Bowls, and Mike goes at it and gets a thick edge, backward a point for 4. It's Cox again, my apologies, I'm done by the scoreboard once more. And Doubling his tally, Cox moves to 8, 117 for 7.
Hint of desperation about, not desperation, but, well, I've got to get runs while I can.
But it felt like, that's why I went with Mike as well. Not only the scoreboard, but it felt like a Ben Mike shot, didn't it? You know, I'm going after you, I'm going to...
try to impose myself.
Yeah.
But,
he scored that 99, didn't he, against Middlesex at Lords 2 seasons ago. As here's Higgins bowls and pushed back by Cox as no run. And that was quite an aggressive innings, wasn't it?
it was. Cox hopped down the pitch there, trying to negate the swing to a certain extent, but bowler loves to see that, I would think. Yes, and two men were dismissed when he was on 99. The last being Big Buren, who was disconsolate and had to be consoled by Ben Mike as he went off rather than the other way around.
Yeah. Yeah. Higgins bowls, forward goes. Cox pushing back.
Yes. You had something to do with Big Buren earlier this season, didn't you, Middlesex? Did you not ask me for his... if I had his mobile? Was he a potential signing or something, Bjorn Hendricks, for the T20s? Or
No,
something was going on, wasn't it? I can't remember what it was, but...
I can't remember what it was now either. It wasn't to do with Middlesex, no, I don't think. Higgins is in, bowls. An attempted cut by Cox. Through it goes to the keeper and there's no run. No, I can't think what it was now. No, it certainly wasn't to do with Middlesex, I don't think, but... That's August 2023 now.
November 2023.
November 2023, was it? There we go.
Right, so what that was about, who knows?
Dab to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 1 run, sorry. I'm now reading back that message as well, just to see what it was about, see if it could jog my memory, but...
Thick grey. It's a blanket of grey now. It was sort of semi-broken before, but coming from the southwest, where the weather does tend to come from on this ground over the electronic scoreboard, it looks thick and grey. It doesn't necessarily look like it's going to rain, but these conditions, I suspect, are going to prevail all day. Leicestershire will be hoping it swings for them as well, but whether they're as proficient practitioners of the art as this Middlesex attack, well, they're going to have to prove they are.
Oh, of course, it was the World Cup, wasn't it? 2023 World Cup. Here's Higgins. He's in, bowls, and forward goes Mike, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. 1 test, 10 ODIs, 19 T20 internationals. I just needed a South African voice at that stage, ahead of whatever match it was at the T20 World Cup, the 50 over World Cup. Did you watch much of the T20 tournament? 118 for 7 here at the end of that over.
When I could, it was such odd timing, some of the games.
Shame that.
It was hard to get into any sort of rhythm with it.
The Australia-Afghanistan game was one of the middle of the night games, and that was obviously one of the great stories of this tournament. A story of upsets. USA, Afghanistan.
I see England's squad for the tests include a few new faces.
Yeah.
Pennington, who's obviously got so much better since he went from Worcestershire to Nottinghamshire.
Well, of course.
Immediately justifies his selection. Nonsense.
I know.
Roland Jones, understandably, will continue from the pavilion end. This time bowling to Cox, who stands back and says to somebody who had just moved right behind the bowler's arm as Roland Jones got to the crease and was almost in his delivery stride, umpire Blackwell. Is it whether it's gentleman? No, nobody up.
Someone going for seconds down below. Lunch.
They're not huge, the sight screens here at Grace Road, and perhaps that's one of the things that the club could improve, slightly bigger or wider or sight screen. So Roland Jones has to go all the way back to his mark. In he goes, bowls to Cox, lovely delivery, push straight to mid on, but although the throw hits from Brooks, the batter. Ben Mike had made it to the striker's end. It just took a while to sort of gather himself. It was a great throw once he let it go, Brooks, but he sort of picked himself up and threw, and Mike had just, looking at the replay, and although the replay isn't square on, it's the replay from behind the bowler's arm, it looked as though he'd made his ground, but there wasn't much in it. Good throw from Brooks, and I think he's broken the stump. He has. And the stump is shown to the ground staff. Hopefully they've got some spare ones. Oh, and they've handed it to the
Higgins, looks
Ryan
like.
Higgins at a long leg.
No, it's Ethan Bamber, sorry.
Bamber,
Ethan
yeah.
Bamber. I was thinking it looks like his run, just the way he decided to...
I think he was thinking about javelin launching it. In the end, he thinks better of it. Doesn't want to spear a teammate,
Yes.
and runs in, puts it into the middle stump. Well, he'll take back the old broken one, presumably. Maybe Henry Brooks will keep that as a souvenir. This is when I nearly run out Ben Mike. I suspect it's an incident that won't stay too long in his memory. 119 for 7. Cox is into double figures now. He's on to 10 off 17. Mike has... he's only faced a couple of deliveries. He's on 4 off 2. The pink bails are replaced. The Vitality bails are replaced on the stumps. I think they are slightly easier to see, I have to admit.
Yeah, yep.
As Roland Jones is into Ben Mike, who leaves outside off stump. Started to swing and then it held its own off the seam, and it was taken to his left by Davies behind the stumps. Beautifully bowled again by Roland Jones.
I suppose the other thing for Mike and Cox right now is get through Higgins and Roland Jones. They've carried the most threat today, haven't they?
They're certainly the most consistent threat, but I thought Bamber and Brooks bowled pretty nicely as well. In goes Roland Jones, bowls. Mike drives. He's got that one through between cover and Point. It's Point running back who picks up and slides and throws, and Mike and Cox, well, I think they always knew it was only likely ever to be 2, and they didn't run the first or second that quickly.
They're 10 overs away from a ball that just becomes that little bit more batter friendly, doesn't it? You know, around the 50 over mark. Once you get to the 60 over, which, let's not get too greedy at this stage, but obviously once you get to 60 overs, that's when you really think about scoring runs.
Well, in goes Roland Jones, bowls again to Mike, who pulls the short ball out to square leg. That is a deep square, so it'll be just the one. It feels like a lot of overs to get through to get to that point for Leicestershire. 23 over, or 22 overs and 2 balls away to the 60th, and only 3 wickets in hand. These two, though, as I say, sort of genuine all-rounders, have legitimate claims so to be. Scott Curry, who will be in next, is a capable batsman. And again, Ben Cox will be irritating Toby Roland Jones here. Just asked him to just hang on a second, because he was just checking his guard with umpire Blackwell, ready to face now. Roland Jones is in and bowls down the leg side, clipped in the air, but behind square. There is a square leg. Oh, and Ethan Bamber running across to his left, got there, didn't form the long barrier, burst through his hands, almost through his legs and to the boundary. An ironic cheer from the Leicestershire faithful, and for the first time today, Middlesex's fielding is not up to scratch.
What's his nickname again?
Who?
Ethan Bamber. Sorry.
It's all right.
No, his nickname's Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Not very quick this one. Not very quick at the best of times, let alone on a Sunday afternoon. In goes Roland Jones and bowls a beauty. He's edged behind, and Ben Cox goes. Well, Roland Jones He's looking towards Bamber, who's running in, and he is apologising as he comes. Actually, sorry,
before he gets there,
he's lifting his hand up in apologies, but he will be forgiven, I am sure. Toby Rowland-Jones has his 4th wicket. Ben Cox, legitimate shot, just defensive shot, but just a beautiful outswinger, flicked the outside edge, taken by Davies. Leicestershire 1-2-6 for 8. 4 down post lunch. Sorry.
No. I'm not quite sure how to how to describe that. Whether Bamber angered Rowland-Jones, which then produced a nice, gets it on a nice line, and then gets the perfect ball in, or whether it's Rowland-Jones who should be thanking Bamber for angering him. I don't like him when he's angry, or whether off drags the batter going, if only Bamber hadn't have wound Rowland-Jones up, he might not have bowled a delivery that good.
30 for 4 post-lunch Leicestershire. I wonder if light might... There's a bit of lighter cloud behind, but it's going up the M1 away to our right, to the west. Whether... I don't think it'll be a factor with the floodlights on.
Speaking of...
It's quite dark, isn't it?
Conditions. I thought you turned off this heater at lunch because we were worried it was what was blowing things.
I turned off one of them.
I see. I thought the whole thing was turned off. That was why I was hunkering here next to the heater, making the last of the heat before it disappeared. And I now realise it's lovely. But are you getting any of it?
No, I'm fine.
I might be blocking it all from you now. I was thinking I was getting the last of it and was being very clever. And I got quite a low seat to sit down next to it to make the very last of the heat. But there's plenty of heat still coming.
Derbyshire all out.
Yeah. Oh dear. Higgins in, bowls outside the off stump to Mike on 7. 1-2-6 for 8.
For 76.
Oh, goodness me, poor old
in
Fletch.
27 overs. There have been some quite short games at Chesterfield, haven't there?
Yeah, I think the pitch can be a little... it's a club ground, isn't it? So you either get an absolutely flat one or you get a lively one, don't you, basically, is the story of a club surface when the counties arrive. Higgins to Mike. This is pushed defensively back to mid-on. Bamber doing the fielding on that occasion. 1-2-6 for 8. All that talk of 200. Even 180 seems a bit far-fetched now, but with Mike there, you never know. He is capable of a runnable 50, isn't he? Or better.
He is.
Hits the ball hard. You can hit it a very long way as well. You might have to think about that soon. He advances to Higgins on this occasion, only to stroke an on drive to Bamber at mid-on. But there was an intent there, wasn't there? Again, the other part is, well, these two have bowled unbroken for 40 minutes now, after lunch.
It's amazing how long you can bowl when you're taking wickets.
Well, yes. This is Higgins in, bowls, and this is driven to Bamber at mid-on. No run, good stop, tumbling to his left.
It's a great stop, really. Rowland-Jones, we've got to do that off me as well. And seeing Mike chasing down the wicket a few times, Davies is going to put on the lid, stand up.
So if you're just to try and work it out, which is much easier up here to think these things through, isn't it? As Higgins is in, he bowls, and Mike defends into the offside. There's no run. You'd say, look, Higgins really does move that ball quite considerably. Of all the Middlesex bowlers, he will get the most movement, be it through the air, potentially off the surface. It's different, though, isn't it, for the taller, quicker seamers, because if they hit that seam, then it can really move. From a good height as well. But generally, if the ball's going to move around at all, it's going to be for Higgins. So who are you best attacking? You don't really want to attack the moving ball. So Higgins moves in, bowls, and a thick inside edge on this one as Mike was tentatively forward. He gets a single through square leg, moves to 8, 1-2-7 for 8. So, with that in mind, Higgins will be close to the end of the spell. A more measured risk would be to try and attack Bamber, and that's with all due respect to Ethan Bamber. Brooks is a T20 bowler, though, for Middlesex, so it doesn't quite stack up at this end that you attack Brooks rather than Rowland-Jones or Bamber. 1-2-6 for 8. Mike has 7. Curry has noughts. The single was off the last ball of the over, so Mike has the strike.
I say Scott Curry is a sort of capable tail ender, really. 183 runs this season at 36, and it's a legitimate average. There's a 70 in there. And he can be hard to get out. There's a few not outs as well. In goes Roland Jones, bowls to Mike full, and it swings a little bit, and Mike rather bunts it back down the pitch to TRJ. 4 for 51, his figures at the moment. His best this season, 5 for 81, so there's a potential season's best if he can pick up one more wicket. Definite season's best if he picks up a couple more. 2 slips and a gully as Roland Jones is in to Mike. Again, there's swing, and again it's rather nurdled out towards mid-off by Ben Mike. It's amazing, really, how orthodox swing, seems to discomfort a younger modern batsman. It's as though they don't sort of see it very much, but it really does disconcert them sometimes. As Roland Jones is in and bowls, Mike is forward, plays that nicely, deflects it down wide of gully, and it's a long chase back to the third man boundary for De Carey's, who, having failed to pick up the ball cleanly at the first attempt, grabs it at the second, but there really always was going to be 3 in those circumstances. Mike is into double figures on to 11. 130 for 8 brings Scott Curry down to face Roland Jones for the first time. And though, as I say, Curry is a sticker and he sells his wicket, or tries to sell his wicket dearly, Roland Jones is going to be a handful for a number 10.
What last disconcerted you, Richard? When were you last disconcerted?
Louis Kimber, really. At Hove, I was very disconcerted. Roland Jones is in, bowled short, pulled very effectively by Scott Curry to, well, almost the long-on boundary rather than the deep mid-wicket region. He hit that very straight, and that was an odd delivery for Toby Roland Jones to choose to bang on in short. And as I say, Scott Curry is no mug with the bat.
Well, Roland Jones has never particularly been a T20 bowler for Middlesex either, so this is actually a moment where, if you were going to go after 2 of the Middlesex bowlers in this attack, you'd say Roland Jones and Bamber, based on the theory that they're not so much the T20 bowlers for Middlesex.
In he goes, Roland Jones, that is, bowls again. It's a little bit leg side. It's neatly nibbled around the corner by Scott Curry. And although Roland Jones is smiling, I suspect his eyes aren't really smiling. He's cross with himself. He's bowled a couple of deliveries that Curry has been able to put away quite competently, legitimately as well. Just stick to what was taking wickets, you would have thought. Length deliveries and a little bit of outswing, and I suspect it might be too good for Curry, but those 2 he was able to put away to shed a sweater. Actually, rather than I thought he might be waving. Yeah,
Send it up here.
Waving for help for Scott Curry, but Curry's fine. It would appear he stays on 8. End of the 40th over. Leicestershire 138 for 8.
Oh, brighter skies to our right, Richard. Look at that. There's a slither of blue.
Is it just?
Is that what you were saying was going up the M1 though? I see.
That's what I think might be just passing by. It tends to come sort of over.
Yeah,
that way. So,
well, that particular blob of grey over the Bennett end, over the indoor school, that was almost completely behind the floodlight a few moments ago. So we might be lucky. It might.
The flags are either side of us. So we. Oh, there is a flag. There's a Armed Forces Day flag. You can tell that's where the wind is sort of coming from, the southwest, such as it is.
Higgins, that's a new over. He's got 2 slips and a gully, and this ball's ridden by Mike to backward point. I've got the I've got the scoreboard now. I looked up and it said Curry. I was like, nope, that means it's Mike, because it's the first ball of the over. It's 138 for 8.
It's a ball and a half behind, isn't it? 2 balls behind now.
Like some of our commentator colleagues, Richard.
Sunday afternoon, sleepy time.
Here's Higgins in, bowls onto the pads. Cry of catch As that ball steered backwards around the leg side, was there an inside edge on it? No, leg by signals.
Yeah, I think it might have been started to go up for her leg before, but didn't quite swing back far enough.
General excitement. Rightly so. 40th over of the innings there. Again,
sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead.
No. I was just chuntering about the Friends of Grace Road being open for business now. Cakes are available. Talking about your Tottenham cake.
Let them eat cake.
There'll be some certain amount of judging by the queue, there's a certain amount of comfort eating going on among the Leicestershire faithful at the moment.
Goodness me, lunch was good again today, wasn't it? I'm so glad they don't do dessert anymore with our lunch. As Higgins is in bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, 139 for 8. It's just too good to resist. I was almost thinking, would I be able to not eat all of the brisket of beef and maybe bring half of it up for tea, but it was just so good it went down in one go.
Yorkshire puddings, was it?
Goodness me, it was good.
Nice and crispy.
Yeah, it was lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. 139 for 8 Leicestershire. Forward defence from Curry as Higgins bowls. A lovely Sunday afternoon for Leicestershire now. Be a useful little partnership here, although this one's ticked along somewhat from 126 for 8. You know, again, almost writing off the 200, or I was writing off the 200 at 8 down and 126 on the board, but if they just get to 180, another 40 runs from here, just has something on the board to play with. 140's light, very, very light. 180 might just be of some use as Higgins bowls and forward goes Curry pushing back. There's no run. I reckon Hull might have been quite interesting on this because of his height. And the movement that there's been, the swing and the bounce.
Young Josh has headed off to Beckenham to prepare for the England Counties 11 game against West Indies, where curiously he'll be coached by Paul Nixon. Nixon coaching the England Counties 11 for that game.
Here goes Higgins in bowls, and this is defended to deep mid wicket. Single taken, carries on to 9. 140 for 8 it is. Well, when needed, he's used as night watchman, Scott Curry, which always says something about a tail ender's abilities with the bat. He gets firmly into line and has, again, legitimate ambitions to become an all-rounder. There aren't many bowlers who genuine rabbits with the bat these days. Roland Jones looking for that 5th wicket, 4 for 62 from 14 for him, goes running in, bowls to Curry, who is forward on off stump. He always looks a little bit twitchy, but it's just the way he is, really, at the crease or with ball in hand. His movements are very sort of pronounced, slightly, as I say, sort of jerky almost. Puppet on a string type. But he's been the player of the season, really, for Leicestershire, arguably. Certainly one of them. On loan from Hampshire. In goes Roland Jones, bowls to him. He stays on the back foot and defends. Roland Jones, his body language, you can tell almost immediately whether he's happy with the delivery. If he isn't, sort of turns immediately and makes some sort of gesture. Not facially, just sort of with shoulders or hands, and sometimes sort of kicks at the ground with his feet. He's a trudger, isn't he?
Yes.
A bit like somebody else associated with Middlesex over the years.
Turns. Runs away from us. Bowls to Curry, who clips him nicely. A foolish delivery off the stumps, but only as far as wide mid-on, where Brooks moves across the field. There's no run. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Cue for the cakes gets ever longer.
Angus Fraser used to trudge, didn't he? Back to the top of his mark, he was a trudger.
He was. Trudge, plod, whatever. It looked like immensely hard work. And Gus was bowling. In goes Roland Jones nicely turned off middle and leg by Curry down towards deep backward square. They turn interested in the possibility of a second, but Bamber got to the ball sufficiently quickly to prevent them deciding to take it. So a single to Curry. He joins Mike in double figures.
Aren't sports people meant to make it look easy, not make it look difficult?
Well, when the ball was in the air, it didn't look easy, but he looked like he knew what he was doing. Gus, it was just the process of propelling it that he made look arduous. Mike on strike to Roland Jones. Goes in, bowls on just outside off stump, but a little bit short, and although there's a hint of movement, not pronounced, and Brooks is starting to warm up, so Roland Jones might just be feeling it a little bit. This is 5th over of his 3rd spell, if you count the couple before lunch as a spell. So he's getting through, probably got through his share of, more than his share of work in this innings so far. 15 overs out of 42, goes in and bowls to Mike, and Mike sort of wafts away outside off stump, and completely unconvincingly the ball bounces and swings over the top of his bat, but then Mike gets away with it. He remains on 11, Curry on 10, Leicestershire limping rather onwards to 141 for 8.
I was talking with Angus Fraser the other day about Richard Johnson's 10 for 45 against Derbyshire in the 90s at Derby, and Derbyshire the last game for Middlesex at Lords. Angus Fraser was away with England at the time. How many would John O have got if you were playing, Gus? Not many. Was the reply.
Probably wouldn't have been 10, would it?
No. I forget the bowler's name who was on at the other end, who was told to bowl wide outside of off stump at 9 down. Here's Higgins starting the new over to Curry, pushing back to him. There's no run.
I saw the next 10-for.
Go on.
Otis Gibson for Durham against Hampshire.
Oh.
Around about, I can't remember, 2005, something like that.
Yep.
But I did mention the first. That was the first. It was in the copy that it was the first since Richard Johnson for Middlesex.
Higgins in bowls, and this is pushed back into the offside, and there's no run. There was another chance of it at Lords a couple of years back against Durham for James Harris bowling for Middlesex, and he ended up with 9 for, I think it was Stephen Finn that took the other one. I think it might have been somewhere around the 7th wicket to fall that Finn took, or yeah, it wasn't the last one, let's put it that way. Or at least as memory serves, it wasn't. So Higgins comes in and bowls, and this is just full of length and dabs into the offside. No run. Well. Yeah, did feel it. He was halfway forward to it, wasn't he, Curry? But yeah, Finn himself, he took a 9 for at Worcestershire. As Gus was reminding me, I can't remember that one. I'd have definitely done the game, but I remember there was I think he maybe took 9 in the match at Lords and 9 in the match at Merchant Taylor's School against Somerset. I remember those ones. But
was that from the Karloff end?
Yes, the Boris Karloff end. Yes, one of the famous pupils of Merchant Taylor School. As in comes Higgins bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside, but with a thick inside edge. It's a long leg, a single is taken. 148 for 2. Yeah, the Harris one, the 9 for against Durham. So close to the 10 for in that one as well. And they were the second best bowling figures at Lords post-war, and there were second best bowling figures post-war for Middlesex, behind Johnson's 10 for. When Richard Johnson was the bowling coach at the time for Middlesex before he went off to Surrey and now back as head coach. Apparently he greeted James Harris in the long room as he walked off. You have to be a good bowler to take. You have to be a really good bowler to take all 10. It was his words as this clipped away through mid-wicket for a couple by Mike. He moves to 13, 144 for 8. But now the head coach, the head honcho at Middlesex, Richard Johnson, I'm pretty happy with his Invincibles as they stand, the last unbeaten side in the country, Middlesex, in the championship. The mischievous side of me wants to say they've more than made up for that in the Blast, but tough old campaign in the short format again for Middlesex this year as Higgins is in, bowls, and Oh, that wraps on the pads and it's gone. He's gone back to hook it and it just hasn't got up on Mike at all. I'm not quite sure the length was there for it, but no doubt it kept a fraction low. Mike's holding his back hip, but he was pirouetting in the crease, which meant that he was crouched into the shot as well. And he was certainly crouched into it when it did keep a fraction low. 144 for 9. Mike goes for 13. He'll be disappointed because he'll feel as though he's gone without truly playing a shot in anger, when I'm sure inside he'd have dearly loved to counter-attack.
I think it hit him. Well, it might well have hit him where he's sort of rubbing, but it really did stay low.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll see a replay, but that's a season's best in terms of bowling now for Ryan Higgins. Guy thinks Karloff went to Uppingham, but he went to Merchant Taylors apparently, Guy. Not the Merchant Taylors as it is now. We established that he will have gone to the when it was in the central London. It moved out to. The replay was delayed.
Here we go. I've got it here.
Oh, you got it here. Let's have a gander.
I'll zoom it in a bit as well. Yeah, top of middle and leg. He was crouched into it, wasn't he?
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was crouched and...
that point of impact.
It's legitimate to wonder, I suppose.
Missed it. Trying to press pause on the pertinent moment of impact on this one. I'm not quite going to get it there. Might have a chance. No. Too difficult. Let's find out how he used to do it. There was definitely a way that you could rock and roll it on the...
Third bowling bonus point for Middlesex. Roland Jones makes the change anyway as Matt Salisbury, number 11, comes to the crease. And it's Brooks who comes in to bowl to Curry, who drives, gets it off the wide outside, a thick outside edge. That might go all the way to the third man boundary. Fielder puts in the dive, but although he gets his hand to it, his body sort of pushes the ball over the line. So Curry picks up 4, moves on to 15. 148 for 9.
Give up? You telling me to give up?
No. I'm just thinking. I think Ben probably was a fraction unlucky there, but it did stay low. It did hit him quite high.
I think it's the one coming up on your... Oh, no, it's not.
Brooks looking for his first wicket. He's in outside off stump. A huge swinging attempted drive off the back foot. Threw everything at it, Curry, and missed the ball.
I mean, he nails his colours to the mast pretty quickly, Mike, because he immediately holds his back hip once he's struck.
It did hit him high, but he was crouched.
And I guess the fact that it's his back hip as well, when you're crouched, it means you're back on the stumps as well, doesn't it?
The game moves on. In goes Brooks and bowls on off-stump. Curry just leans forward, blocks it out into the offside. Matt Salisbury hasn't played much this season. Just the 4 games so far. He's had 3 innings. He's not been out twice. He's been not out twice. He has yet to score a run. So his average, once out for naught, is naught. Leans on his bat, watches. As in goes Brooks and bowls, a full swinging, not quite half volley, probably a little bit further than that, to Scott Curry, who, having bunted it rather out of the bottom of the bat to mid-off, rehearses a sort of pick-up over mid-on.
I would say in the umpire's defence, actually, I really struggled to get the point of impact. But where it's pitched is very full.
It is.
Very full.
It did stay low.
Yeah.
Brooks runs away from us, bowls, and a club. Great diving stop to his right by Max Holden. Club to mid-off by Scott Curry. It was travelling a long way. Holden dived across to his right and waves. Fernandez, what was that all about, I wondered? No, don't come and congratulate me, was it?
Go away, he said, yeah, leave me alone. Well, there was an ironic cheer from the boundary as well, and I think Holden's just looked at the balcony as well. There is somebody chirping away down below. I mean, there really was quite the cheer. So I don't know. There's sometimes the little in-joke, isn't there, that they all know. Maybe you let one through the other day. Or
it was a great stop. Saved for sure. In goes Brooks, and Curry just steers it out 2 point. Yeah. You probably heard him say as he called for the quickish single. In fact, De Care has had a good bit of ground to make up to his right. It was safe enough, and it all means that Curry will keep the strike. They were looking to give him the strike just a couple of overs ago when Ben Mike was in Middlesex. It is Curry now, the senior partner. He's on 16 off 21. Leicestershire 149 for 9. All sorts of sport going on everywhere else, isn't there, at the moment? There's a Grand Prix.
Oh, where is it today?
Austria, Spielberg.
Austria, the dark horses for the European Championships.
Yes, they've looked very good, haven't they?
Former Man United manager. Here's Higgins. He's in and bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside. 4 for 33. As Richard said, his best bowling of the season so far, so on for his first fifer of the campaign. And he opened the bowling today as well, didn't he? Which really does go to say a lot about Higgins, doesn't it?
Together with his 867 championship runs. That's what you want from your all-rounder, isn't it?
Aye. So somebody was making the point. Were he not to bowl, would he be a more serious contender for England? Would they take his runs more seriously as he's in? Bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside. 149 for 9. When Stokes was injured a few years back, dear old Darren Stevens was still going strong for Kent and was pulling up trees still as an all-rounder, wasn't he? In all sorts of performances, opening the bowling, and he was mischievously named. But then you put Stevens' stats alongside Higgins, and there was no comparison. So Higgins is in, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. No run again. And the point is Higgins is never considered for England. However, his ability with the bat alone, perhaps not his stats, but his ability with the bat alone, and certainly this season and last, if you were to take his bowling out of it and he wasn't even remotely regarded as an all-rounder, was just a batter, would England not seriously have to consider Ryan Higgins? He's been such a consistent performer for so long. 149 for 9. Higgins is in, bowls, and this is clipped away backward square on the leg side with a thick inside part of the bat. And it brings up the 150 for Leicestershire. Again, another 30 runs. There's a slight amount, it felt, in that applause of... what's the word I'm looking for? Not sarcasm, but...
Slightly ironic.
Yeah, slightly ironic applause. There was a slight element of that about the 150. It felt as though there was a little jeer as well as a cheer in there somewhere.
As you made the point, we don't quite know what a good score is.
Well, again, they're 30 runs away from me having something to play with. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and that's left alone. Outside the off stump, through to the keeper it passes. Curry, by the way, his brother, went through Middlesex at Lord's a couple of seasons back. Left armour. Both Scottish internationals.
Yes.
And beautifully from the nursery end. Left armour really doing what the left armour can do at Lord's as Higgins bowls, and this is pushed away out to deep point. There's a deep third for basically the swing. He runs up to deep point to collect. That's Holman. And it's 151 for 9. So Curry 17, Salisbury 1. Yes, so every time you see the name Curry now, you just always think back to the efforts. Bradley and Scott. The brothers, have I got that right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
But yes, looked a pretty useful bowler at Lord's that day, and he thought, goodness me, if he was running every week at Lord's doing that. The slope at Lord's just seems to really suit a left armour. Of course, you were there a couple of seasons back when Shaheen Shah Afridi at the pavilion end blasted through, but that was at the pavilion end. It's at the nursery end when it's swinging.
Brooks is in, bowls short, comes off the edge and of the bat, just trying to duck away from that. Matt Salisbury, excuse me, completely lost it. Came off his bat as he, for some reason, held it above his head and just lobbed over Higgins at third slip. And Higgins is standing there, hands on hips in disbelief. It's one of those, it just wasn't, just didn't quite land close enough for him to sort of get anything on it, and Salisbury picks up a couple of extremely fortuitous runs. Legitimate bounce really from Brooks. Salisbury moves on to 3, 153 for 9. Brooks is in again. Salisbury is beaten as the ball bounces over the top of the stumps. Famously in the Salisbury household anyway, Salisbury, who claims his nickname is the Great Wall because of this very innings, made 25 off 147 balls for Durham against Derbyshire in 2018 to turn the match round, or help turn the match round, after Durham had been bowled out for 96 in the first innings. So he can hang around. Brooks is in, bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump. He's been desperate and lucky throughout his career with injury, one way or another, Matt Salisbury, and it's been true since he came to Leicestershire really as well. Still 50 overs after this one to be bowled today. What will be the scores at the end of the day? Brooks is in and bowls. That one doesn't really get up as he bangs it in and goes through foot wide of off stump, but not much higher than the stumps.
I've got it at last, Richard. Finally got it. Just as the ball's about to make impacts. Probably a pretty good call by the umpire, I'd say, in the end.
Yeah, the old right knee was
it was so bent.
It hit him on the thigh, but it was only.
I mean, where it's
feet off the ground.
Where it strikes him, if you look at the front pad where the knee roll is, you often talk about above the knee roll, don't you? And even then, as we know with DRS now, above the knee roll is out still.
Brooks, another bouncer, and Salisbury discomforted, if not disconcerted. Bounces through to Davies behind the stumps.
I'm still chuckling about the one that went over Higgins. It almost felt like village cricket, didn't it? It was like the village green. You can just see it going over there. Oh, get back. Oh.
Backpedaling and then sort of falling over as you run backwards. Yeah, once or twice seen that.
It was a nice moment.
It is much lighter now. Floodlights will stay on, presumably, unless the sun comes out. Brooks is in, outside off stump, and Salisbury allows it to go through. End of the over. He has survived it one way or another. Not particularly convincingly, but he has survived it. 153 for 9.
It is a sport unlike most others where it does offer that, or lean towards that comedic value, cricket, doesn't it? You can't, in a football very occasionally, you can't imagine comparing something in the Premier League to something you'd see on a marsh on a Sunday somewhere. Similarly rugby as well, but cricket you do just see the moments of comedy of errors.
So Higgins isn't going to get his first 5 for unless, or if he does, he's going to have to come back for another spell. Been taken off now.
Yeah, good spell. Over to Bamber. Can he finish it off? A long spell. Hour and 10 minutes that for Higgins. He and Roland Joe. No, let me think back. Higgins, I remember, left the luncheon room very, very early. So he might have gone in for a small bite and didn't want to overdo it. Ahead of another spell she was envisaging would be a long one. Bamber's in, bowls, toe into the bat for Curry as he looks to crunch that one towards mid-off. It was more a cover drive that he played to mid-off, if that makes sense. It felt as though he was opening up for a cover drive. He was opening up for an off drive, but toe-ended the effort to mid-off. And Roland Jones, who, he certainly left early, the lunch hall as well. Bamber's in, bowls, and a swing from Curry through to the keeper. It passes. Curry on 17. His brother's a little smaller than him, isn't he? I'd suggest. Curry's got a good few inches on his brother.
I've only seen Brad on telly for Scotland, really. So
felt like he's a shorter, skiddier bowler, whereas Leicestershire's Curry,
who is the top wicket taker in the Championship, or was, coming into this game.
Bamba's in, bowls, and thick edge, cry of catch, it goes through backward point, which is vacant. And deep third, Luke Holman comes to hold them to a single, carries on to 18, 154 for 9.
In the second division, I hasten to add. 25 he had at the, or he has, at the start of this game.
How the Foxes been faring in the Blast? I haven't looked at...
1-4, lost 3, tied 1.
Ooh.
So they're still involved,
Ooh.
which is a big improvement.
Bamba's in, bowls, and this is pushed back by Salisbury in this. I remember doing the quarter-final here many moons ago when Paul Nixon, was carried off the field on the shoulders of the fans, sending the Foxes to finals day.
I was in there and you were back across here, presumably. Were you commentating or writing?
Commentating. You were where, sorry? Oh, you were writing?
I was.
Ah, I was commentating, yeah. I was 5 Live Sports Extra, that one was back then. Bamba's in, bowls, and this is run away into the offside. No run, 154 for 9.
Fair to say he was a fraction late on that one.
Didn't someone hand him up a pint of beer as well as he was carrying off? And he was swigging the beer, carried off on the fans' shoulders.
Right. It sounds
I think
right.
I've got a picture of that still on my phone. Ian O'Brien was commentating with me.
Sensational catch he took in that game as well, off Wayne White.
There's a ball that, well, wow, where did that go? Did that pass through to the keeper?
Yes, he just missed it.
It
just
felt
missed
as
the
though
outside edge.
Yeah, it almost felt as though it went under the bat, didn't it? It just disappeared through, ghosted through to the keeper. Is the best description I can offer of that. 154 for 9. Curry 18 and Salisbury 3. I can't think of Grace Road and Ian O'Brien without thinking of the spell that he bowls, where he ripped through Middlesex. I must have bored you with this story before, but Middlesex were upset with a problem at the ground in O'Brien's spell. Have you heard this one from me?
Was this the low sight screen?
Yes, the sight screen was too low, and they had a temporary TV commentary box set up on scaffolding which was covered in black mesh.
Brooks is in 2. Curry, who, well, I don't know how to describe that shot really. He went back to a delivery that just passed over the top of the corner of the sort of off stump really, but what he was trying to do, I'm not quite sure, sort of short-armed pull, poke over into square leg and over mid-wicket perhaps, and all went horribly wrong. And the only good thing from his point of view was that it missed everything. Went through to Davies. He remains on 18, third highest scorer in the innings, and he clubs that one back for 4. It hits the stumps on the way, but it was something of a half volley, and a lot of venom went into that shot from Curry. As I say, he never does anything really by halves, Scott Curry, and that was a little bit in the slot, and he absolutely openly thumped it straight back at Henry Brooks, who stuck out his right foot. It's as well for him that he didn't get anything on it. It clipped the off stump, or the leg stump at the non-striker's end, and raced to the boundary for 4. Brooks is in again. Curry works him off his legs. Beautiful piece of timing out towards deep mid-wicket. It's not going to quite get there. It's pulled back, and a little bit of relay work. It's Holman who puts in the throw in the end, and 2-3 indeed taken. So Curry moves on to 25, 161 for 9. We're inching nearer that sort of 180 that Kev thinks might be a score that's not defendable as such, but might keep Leicestershire in the game. Who knows? Brooks is in 2. Salisbury bounce that he ducks into, hits him on the shoulder. It's going to run down 2. Fine leg for 4. Leg byes are given.
Taking evasive action, although not offering a shot, he was taking evasive action, wasn't he? So
absolutely was.
Leg by stand. But yeah, I just think 180 it is. It's something you can play with, isn't it? In a game, Middlesex might come out and get 280, but you say to yourself, all right, well, you've got to come out and get 260 yourself, and maybe Middlesex are chasing 160 in the final innings then. I think I've got my math right in all of those. But you're roughly with me on the thought process of that.
I know what you're saying, yeah. Brooks is in and bowls outside off stump. Salisbury leaves as it bounces through to Davies. So these runs might be important. Partnership of 17 for the last Leicestershire wicket thus far.
Oh, it's a grim old bit of cloud coming in from the southwest again, isn't there? It's slender though, unlike the filled-in cloud which has passed us by on a number of occasions today.
You can't see any sort of rain underneath it. It's just lowering but not threatening. As Brooks is in and bowls a beauty that is far, far too good for Matt Salisbury. It's slightly short of a good length, but it swings, bounces, and Salisbury on the back foot is comprehensively beaten.
Yeah, lovely ball that from Brooks. And they're a quartet at the moment that are keeping Tom Helm out of this side, and not to mention Blake Cullen, one of the bright young prospects, fast bowling in English cricket. Noah Cornwall, another one who's bursting through. Ishant Kaushal is down below as well.
Makes mental note to tell Alfonso Thomas to approach Tom Helm if he wants a game.
Yeah. Well, there's a few.
Bowler.
I mean, you've got Ishant Kaushal down below.
Yeah.
Who, an excellent prospect. Blake Cullen and Noah Cornwall. There's Bamba. This ball's pushed away into the offside to cover, and there's no run. I mean, I talk up to Division 2 cricket a lot when they talk about the gap between the two divisions. I think the gap between the very top of Division 1 and the very bottom of Division 2, perhaps. But otherwise, let's not get too carried away. The top 3 in Division 1, fair enough. And to be honest, it's mainly the top 1 in Division 1, isn't it? It's Surrey. And the resources that they have to replace position after position. And I don't say that lightly anymore either. We always used to wind up Surrey, didn't we? But this is hitting the air just wide of mid-on by Curry. Curry moves to 29, 169 for 9. You've got to give credit to Surrey, because don't we all wish our counties were run like Surrey? And the success that they've had. Right, their geographical position plays a big part, but my goodness me, they're a well-oiled machine, aren't they? And if there were a few more like that, then I don't think county cricket would have the constant threats hanging over it that it does.
And it's not just about signings with Surrey either, is it? I mean, they sign good players, but they do develop players too, you have to say.
Yeah. Let's hope. Bearing in mind that it's good for county cricket to have strong counties, well-run counties as Surrey are, and producing England cricketers. These Bamba balls, and this is edged over the slip cordon for 4. Only Robson really at slip now. They're throwing the bat now, aren't they? And that'll tick the board to 173 for 9, and they're not far off having something that's at least respectable on the board, if they're not there already, indeed. See what's happened to Derbyshire this morning.
Well, partnership 29 now.
It's
the final wicket.
The Foxes needed.
I think probably we have reached a stage where this is more than annoying for Middlesex.
And it opens the door that with a little shift of momentum, they come out with their tails up, the Foxes, as is. Bamba bowls, forward defence, brings a quick single, dabs into the onside, and there, if you wanted any better example of a little bit of confidence growing, tails up, then Curry swinging a boundary. All right, a thick edge, but only a slip in place. He knew to some extent the measure of the risk. And the very next ball, dabbing a single.
He's a real cricketer. Is Curry, bat, ball, his awareness as well. He's a brilliant catcher. 2 in the slips.
Bamba bowls, and this is run away down to deep third. Run fine by Curry. Deep third's got a bit of work to do to get around and won't get there. They ran the first hard. Set off for the second as well, Salisbury, but settles on the boundary as he strolls back on 7 from 15. But yeah, it's once you've got 180 on the board, you kind of look at it and think, well, all of a sudden, if Middlesex are, that phrase that we always go for, if you're 10 for 2 or you're 20 for 2. This is onto the hip from Bamba. to Salisbury. It runs away down to long leg for a leg bye, and 179 for 9 is the score at the end of the 49th over.
Slightly surprised they took the run there, but there you go. Last ball. It means that Salisbury keeps the strike. When off the fourth ball, they clearly deliberately took the quick single to make sure that Salisbury would only get a couple of deliveries, but there you go. I think it was just an instinctive thing as much as anything. Partnership up to 35 now. Can Brooks make the breakthrough, finish things off for the visitors? Goes running in from the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump. A little bit of outswing, but started wide, went a bit wider. And Salisbury let it go through. He remains on 7. Still a long queue. Friends of Grace Road always do well on a Sunday. Just past 3 o'clock. We are just over halfway in terms of the number of overs the day in which have to be bowled in the day. That one is outside off stump, and Salisbury just curtain rails the bat back inside the line. He's beginning to look a little bit more comfortable out there. The Great Wall. He definitely filled that one in himself, for sure. I'm sure Middlesex would have settled for this position at from 94 for 4, but they will be getting a bit annoyed now. I'm sure. Partnership 35 for the final wicket. Brooks is in edge court, straight to third, slips straight into the breadbasket. Brooks has his first wicket, 1 for 34 he finishes with, and Leicestershire are all out for 179. Well, Kevin Hands, BBC Radio London, thinks that might be enough just to keep Leicestershire in the game. I'm not completely convinced. The wickets have fallen pretty quickly post-lunch. 179 all out. Once you have chosen to bat, Middlesex will be very pleased with the position that excellent swing bowling has put them in.
Yeah, I think, this morning, Leicestershire had a call to make, didn't they, at the toss? They knew this was going to be a tough task this morning. Leaden skies, rain at the toss, a green surface with cracks, a green top with cracks on the surface. They've made a call in this match that can they get Middlesex on the final day, or the final innings, be it day 3 as it may well be at the moment, the rate this innings has gone. The final innings of the match, will Middlesex come unstuck on this surface chasing runs? That has been their call, I would imagine, at the toss. That was the reasoning. So 179, it could have been an awful lot worse. But the flip side of that is, Richard, how much better could it have been, in all honesty, against that Middlesex attack on that surface under these skies? Yes, it could have been 300, but we're being a little bit churlish and greedy, perhaps, to say that. Could it have been 250? Of course, if one batter got in and managed to. But even still, the wickets were going at the other end. So 180, I think, 179 is a reasonable first inning score. There's some respect on the scoreboard.
We will go and put the kettle on. Back with you in around 8 minutes' time from the Uptonsteel County Ground. We will see how Middlesex get on in their response to Leicestershire's all-out 179. Back with you shortly. but under heavy grey cloud, and under that cloud the Middlesex bowlers, led brilliantly by Toby Rowland-Jones and Ryan Higgins, aided and abetted by Ethan Bamber and Henry Brooks, bowled really nicely, got the ball to swing, and were a little bit too good for the Leicestershire lineup. The much changed Leicestershire lineup. 3 reasonable innings. Lewis Goldsworthy, the only batsman to get into the 40s. He made 41. Lewis Hill, the captain, made 36. And at the end, Scott Curry, the last man, well, number 10, hit out bravely, made 34. Not out of just 35 balls, but essentially very much Middlesex's day so far. And Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman, who seem as though they've been opening together for Middlesex forever, really, in my memory. I'm going to see if they can build some sort of foundation as Middlesex look to go past that Leicestershire score, which feels rather inadequate, notwithstanding the conditions. But we shall see. What will Leicestershire get out of the pitch? There are still 44 overs to be bowled today, and Matt Salisbury is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end, and Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London is going to tell you all about that first over.
Yep, 3 slips in place, and Salisbury, broad shoulders on him, slender figure, athletic figure, but very broad shoulders as he sets off away from us, elbows pump wide as they move in to bowl, and the right-handed Robson is up on his toes and turns for a single into the onside, which he'll be delighted with because he got a 5th ball duck in the match last week against Derbyshire in the first innings, although he did come back with a 50 in the second.
And he's sitting second in the Middlesex batting averages. 7 innings, 467 runs at 66.71. You would very much take that at the start of the season. 2 centuries and 150.
Yeah, I mean, Robson's career, you'd say he was nearly at the peak of his powers now, I'd suggest. Let's see his Salisbury around the wicket to Stoneman down the leg side. Well, he was out for a leg side strangle at Lords last week as well in the second innings. He was out to the first ball of the second innings, I do believe, as well. But on without loss it is here. But he'd got good runs in the first, Stoneman. Made it into the 30s before flicking at one down the leg side and was strangled. And in the second innings he was gone for a first baller to Zach Chappell. As Salisbury is in, bowls, and Stoneman's up on his toes, pushing back into the offside, no run.
Made 8 at Lords against Leicester. He was bowled by Ben Mike behind his legs.
Yes.
Leg stump.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, poor old Rocky. At that point, he'd hit 97 at the start of the season against Glamorgan in the Kookaburra round, and after that was a bit short on runs, but he's come back nicely now. And starting to tick. Really gritty first innings performance last week, which Middlesex needed desperately at the time, as Salisbury's in, bowls to him, it's onto the hip, and he tries to ride the bounce, but thumps off the guard for a leg bye just backward of the square leg fielder. Sun's threatening to break through behind one of the floodlights away to our right. Maybe it's deceptive actually, because I'm kind of looking up at it's feeling very bright over there, and you look up and you've got this very bright floodlight shining down into your eyes, and that's roughly where the sun is. So it feels as though the sun wants to break through, but it might be exaggerated by the fact that there's a floodlight right in front of it.
It's a bit thinner over there, isn't it?
Yeah.
The cloud.
Salisbury's right arm over now for Robson once again, and Robson follows a drive into the offside. It's taken at cover. Brilliant diving stop. He was reaching for that, Robson, and that is how he fell 5th ball last week at Lords. To backward point it was on that occasion. On this occasion, I thought maybe rather than edge, he scooped it somewhat to cover, but not so. It's just a fine diving stop and no run.
Big Ben Green away to his left with his left hand, knuckles, very bandaged.
Salisbury with the last ball of the first over of the Middlesex innings. He bowls that one just full of length. It almost felt like he came down the inside of that, or maybe it was just deceptive from the angle it was sat at. but defended nonetheless on a full length by Robson into the offside. 2 for no wickets. A single for Robson. Stoneman will have strike on noughts because he turned the strike around off a leg by.
It looks as though it's going to be Ben Mike who's going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Bennett end. This season, with the ball, Ben Mike has picked up wickets. He has 17 wickets, but they've been a little bit expensive. They've come up 45 apiece. But only he and Curry, who has 25 wickets, in double figures for the Foxes. They have struggled with the ball to put out a sort of consistently threatening attack. Mike is going to go round the wicket to Stoneman. Wonder if he's going to... Well, he's going to have 3 slips. He doesn't have a leg slip at the moment. In he goes and bowls to Stoneman. Very full, driven down into the ground. It bounces a good 7 feet into the air, well above Ben Green, before being taken around about ankle height by Green out there at cover.
It's a gentleman away to your right, tapping away. He's got a tablet device with a keyboard, and the keyboard has the tablet, what looks like perilously poised on top of it. It's wobbling away as he taps.
Impressive.
I'm sure it's all very safe, but it looks as though it could take a tumble at any moment, doesn't it?
What do you have to find out what he's doing? Oh, writing. Round the wicket goes Mike, and bowls driven, but again he can't pierce the field, Mark Stoneman. The fact that he's gone for drives both times, yes, the ball has been pitched up, but both deliveries could have been safely left, and the fact he's looking to be positive, perhaps an indication of a sort of state of mind at Middlesex feel that there will be something in the pitch, and that if the ball is there to be driven, then they ought to drive it. That makes any sort of sense. Mike turns, runs in and bowls. Nicely turned off his legs by Stoneman, down to long leg. Matt Salisbury's down there. Maybe sort of fine leg, sort of between fine leg and long leg. One is taken, so Stoneman off the mark.
It looks like he's writing a match report, doesn't it? Scribbling away. I don't know what an author would look like scribbling, but I don't feel that's how an author would scribble away. Tap away. Feels like it looks like a journo tapping away there, doesn't he?
Yeah,
we're kind of in and out of it as we are.
Quite fluent. It is.
An
could
author
be a
feels,
journalist because it's one finger in each.
Well, yeah.
Place.
An author feels like they'd be completely transfixed on the screen and wouldn't be leaving a single letter.
Maybe it's a novel about cricket. Who knows? Mike back over the wicket. Bowls again full to Sam Robson, who waits for the ball and guides it out into the covers. Lewis Goldsworthy is the fielder, favouring a forearm guard is Sam Robson. Mark Stoneman, just a sweatband on his right wrist, being a left-hander, of course. And here Robson banging the bat against the ground as in goes Mike. Bowls to him, clipped in the air, and that one it just squeezes under Ben Green, who dived to his left. It was certainly travelling, running back from mid-on. Sufficiently quickly to prevent any chance of a second. Is Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain. Come on, lads, says Hill, clapping his hands together. The left-handed Stoneman is on strike. As a consequence of that single, Mike goes back round the wicket, bowls to him outside off stump, cut away. Oh, brilliant diving stop away to his left by Harry Swindles. Stoneman will probably feel he missed out there. There was real width and he timed it very sweetly. It fairly raced away. It bounced once, but Swindles, a wicket-keeper by trade, swooped to his left and made a really good two-handed stop. Saved for no question about it. The score remains 4 without loss. Mike to finish is over. Is in and bowls edged, caught at second slip Lovely delivery, bounced a little bit, and a nice take by Kimber to his right, moving across almost in front of first slip, found the edge, travelled, as I say, at a nice height, but it did travel, it was moving very quickly, and the 11th wicket of the day falls. The first of the Middlesex reply, it's Mark Stoneman, gone, caught Kimber bowled Mike for a single.
Just looking at the replay now, Mike angling it in towards off stump. I think he's got to play at that, Stoneman. I think, on a pitch where there's seam, there's swing, I think right arm around the wicket's the left-hander. You're trying to force them to play more often than not, aren't you? And that may well have missed the off stump, but it's the angle where you think if that deviates slightly and you leave that alone, then off stump's clattering out of the ground. So
smart catch, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Did he?
I mean,
was it a second attempt?
I think it was. I did think that there was a stab at it, so I almost thought from behind that was Slip then going to grab it off him. Let's have a look. Boom.
It's hard to tell because he's backwards to us whether he did or whether he's just putting his left hand down to steady himself. But Kimber took it in front of Patel, reaching to his right, but clung on.
But yeah, from Stone's perspective, I can't see that he's done a lot wrong with that. I think just good ball, good line of length, and the head's in a decent position, isn't it? He angled the bat, and it's opening batting on a pitch with a green top against a new ball in England under leaden skies. Yeah, you can't leave that one alone. Could he have got much further across? Well, you'd all find yourself then criticising a batter for what was he doing with it playing that far across. But a wicket it is, 6 for 1. And as we mentioned with the 180 scenario, if it's all of a sudden 20 for 2 in reply, or 10 for 2 even, then you start to think, well, game on. Pressure builds, then he starts to look to the Middlesex middle order and Ryan Higgins for a performance. 6 for 1, that was the end of the over, so Salisbury's in, and bowls to Robson, digging out to cover where Greenfields. Greenfields in Leicestershire.
The one good thing about all the rain we've had in the first part of the season that the outfields all look an absolute picture at the moment. From on high, by and large. I mean, some of them are. But, they're all beautifully dark green, aren't they, with their stripes and everything.
And comes a full delivery from Salisbury, which is driven a little uppishly wide of mid-off, and there was a cry of catch. You'll have picked up on the effects, Mike, and not too dissimilar to the last over. It's gone for 4, goodness me. He got timing on it, didn't he? I mean, the way it looped off the bat, you thought he's really miscued that, but he's timed it well enough, although in the air for some time, which for a moment interested wide off, and that mid-off. And that wasn't too dissimilar, Richard, to that previous over when I, in turn, was getting excited about whether it was going to carry to green or not, just thinking that he was through it too early and scooping somewhat. 10 for 1.
We do have the best light of the day now, just for now. It won't be for long.
This ball's on a length outside the off stump from Salisbury, and it's left alone by Robson. Not for long, you're saying?
No, I don't think so. When you look behind, when you look behind it, but right across to the southwest, it's uniformly dark. But at the moment, there's even a little bit of blue.
I've had 2 references of Lord of the Rings. Mordor cometh. I would suggest is our 3rd of the day now. It looks pretty grim back there, doesn't it? But yes, fingers crossed. Yeah, light could play an issue today, couldn't it? Later in the day, but then it's that stage of the summer where you can be hopeful as in comes Salisbury. Bowls for Robson, and that's a full face of the bat. And look at that one race away now. He's not gone fully through with it. It's just an offering, isn't it, of the bat, and they'll pick up 2 more. 12 for 1 it is. Robson just a little more patient on that one, letting the ball come onto the bat, whereas on a couple of occasions now it felt as though he's just gone too early and stretched for it, searched for it, much as he did against Derbyshire in that first innings with a massively swinging ball. It was extraordinary, really. Day 1 at Lords, it swung all day under blue skies. Day 2 at Lords, pretty cloudy day, not leaden, not overcast, but cloud cover. Didn't swing at all for Middlesex. Comes Salisbury. Oh, and this is chipped now to mid-on by Robson. And he's leading a merry life. I've nearly karate chopped the headphone out of my own hand there with my excitement. He's lifted that checking the shot once more, but lifted it nonetheless nearly to Mike at mid-on. And clearly at the moment out there, Robson's just having a slight problem with the ball stopping on him. We saw the Kimber edge to backward point, didn't we, on one that may well have stopped on him when he was looking towards mid-wicket. Here comes Salisbury. Bowls, and Robson goes after it, looking to drive. Through it goes. And it's a dot ball to end the over, but it's quite the over for Salisbury and for Leicestershire. And that would have sent a few warning signs to the Middlesex top order that about 179 was a total which has some meat in it. Robson has 8. Holden has yet to face 12 for 1 as Robson sees that off that over. And Richard, I'd cast our minds back, or cast the listeners' minds back to the first 20 minutes this morning when we said it felt as though there was a wicket around the corner, but you weren't sitting on the edge of your seat. We're sat on the edge of our seats right now, I'd suggest.
And, Robson has signed to the pavilion for new gloves after just 3 overs, so I don't know whether he's got a lucky pair, but and he hasn't got them on, but he wants a change. So Max Holden hasn't faced a ball yet. He's now going to face a ball from Ben Mike. The slips go down as Mike goes round the wicket to the left-hander, who defends on off stump, stays on the back foot, drops the ball out towards cover. Ben Green comes into field. Curry and Green will be the change bowlers. Otherwise, well, Goldsworthy offers the spin option. But like Middlesex, Leicestershire will be perhaps hoping not to have to use the spinner. Mike is in. Holden creeps across his stumps and blocks the Fuller delivery back down the pitch to the Leicestershire all-rounder.
Yeah, I was so excited by that last over that I nearly karate chopped the lead that leads to my headphone. Nearly took the mixer off the desk, the headphones off my ear. Fortunately, my Kung Fu's not so good, otherwise it all would have flown everywhere. It was quite a weak effect in the end.
I usually do it when I stand to stretch or something like that. It gets mixed up in your legs, leads, and everything goes everywhere. Mike is in and bowls. Just turned out into the leg side. Going to have to hurry there as Goldsworthy came in, flicked the balls at the stumps. Holden and, well, Robson immediately responded, but had that throw hit from Goldsworthy. There's still a few hands-on heads out there. It missed by a bit, actually, sort of underarm flicked it at the stumps, and the ball rather looped towards the stumps. But had he got in a proper throw, certainly would have required a decision of umpire Peverell. 13 for 1, Holden off the mark. Mike goes back over the wicket to Sam Robson. Patel, Kimber and Curry, the slips alongside Ben Cox. Goes Mike and bowls very full, looking for the Yorker, dug out competently by Sam Robson. Played out towards cover / extra cover where Sol Buttinger is the fielder. I thought for a minute, who's number 1? Because I haven't seen much of him. Then I remembered.
There's a definite chance of sunshine right now. Would it be the first of the day? I think it would be,
pretty
wouldn't
much, yeah, pretty much. It was quite nice this morning, very first thing. In goes Mike and bowls again straight. It's a no ball. He's overstepped again, dug out by Robson, but it's been one of Leicestershire's issues this season. In fact, the floodlights are being switched off for the time being. Well, given what it costs Leicestershire to run them, I've been told, which is a lot more than it costs Sussex, and yet Sussex won't use them because of the cost. So go figure. You can understand why they're being switched off. Eight minutes until tea time, but as Mike goes in and bowls, back foot defensive force, if you like, by Robson, runs out towards backward point and there's no run. It will be a lot later than 20 to 4.
This has flown by. I can't believe it's 3:40 already.
Well,
we're going to be losing listeners in the droves over the next hours.
7 wickets in the session so far.
England kicking off.
In, well, an hour and a half's time.
You know the drill, folks. Sound turned down on the TV.
Mike is in. Bowles. Ooh, good bouncer. And Robson sort of ducked underneath it and only just in time. Then he asked for permission to go get a change of gloves as on comes the Middlesex 12th man with said change of gloves. And after 4 overs, Robson decides need a drier, different pair. 15 for 1 after 4.
BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, Richard Ray and myself, Kevin Hand, are live on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the streams on the county websites of this game. 11 for 1 it is. There's the cry of encouragement. Took the words right out of my mouth. They're looking for the second right now and build that pressure on Middlesex. 179 all out. Here's Salisbury around the wicket to Holden, who takes a step across. His trigger movement now is almost a slow crawl from leg to off. It needs nothing from us at the moment, Richard, who is our vociferous fielder. Encouraging.
Rishi Patel, who hasn't been in the slips much this season. Pete Hanscom is obviously, as you'll recall, a regular slipper.
This is just full of length from Salisbury to Holden around the wicket. It's defended into the onside.
But Rishi was in the slips pretty much all of last season, and I got used to him being the leading cheerleader, if you like, and the sun is genuinely out at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Yorkshire have already gone past the Derbyshire score, although they've lost a couple of wickets in so doing.
Well, 2 games taking quite a pace. This ball's dabbed to mid-wicket defensively by Holden, no run. What's caught your eye on there? The Yorkshire updates?
Yeah, no, just checking on X, because sometimes it's a little more up to date, a fraction.
I'm looking at, is it Masood who's Shah Masood now alongside Wharton, who has 2. Rahane.
Yes, coming to Leicestershire. Again, hopefully.
Salisbury bowls, and that's clipped away nicely. Green, for a moment, had a chance at mid-wicket to get across. Hasn't gone fully through with it. Holden just to steer through the onside, and mid-on goes to collect. Holden's on to 3. 17 for 1. Now Middlesex. Yeah, good to see, Rahane. Good to see.
It will be.
Masood. Well, yes.
Hopefully. He's coming for the One-Day Cup and the final 6 county championship.
We often lament, don't we, the loss of the overseas players in the county championship, you know, from the peak of the 80s. I think of all of the West Indies greats in particular. Around the wicket comes Salisbury again. This is pushed to mid-on. There's no run, but Imran Khan, Wazim Akram, Waki Yunus. Some truly great players that used to come across and play. I think one area at the moment where perhaps don't see enough is Pakistan and Indian players. Now, India, it's very difficult with the BCCI and contracting. I have no doubt, especially with the IPL then comes into it. They're very busy schedules and trying to get an Indian test player to come and play. I mean, Pujara has been a fantastic signing for Sussex, hasn't he? Salisbury in bowls and getting in behind this. Holden, there's no run. And what Cheteshwar Pujara would have done for young batters at Sussex, it's almost priceless, isn't it? I was lucky enough to interview him at the end of the game against Middlesex after Adrian Harms had finished with him, and what a gentleman, how polite, absolute gentleman. And you just think, wow, you know, the value of Pujara to that dressing room would have been huge. A bit like Hanscom really at Middlesex. That was part of the thing, was the culture in the dressing room was the reason why they wanted Hanscom to come in.
Yes, I sort of hesitate from endorsing that completely because of what happened in the game between Leicestershire and Sussex, or Sussex and Leicestershire, at the end of last season, when he kind of lost control of his team rather. Mike is in and bowls, turned off his body by Sam Robson. He takes the first one quickly because Green has a bit of ground to make up from mid-wicket to square leg to get to the ball, but he does make it up, so it is just the one. And as a consequence of which, he was actually, as the captain, banned for a game. He wasn't able to play for a game, but as I say, he let his young side get away with far too much in terms of their behaviour. And well, Paul Farbrace was the one who took decisive action after that and dropped 3 of his players purely on grounds of their behaviour from the following game. Round the wicket goes Mike and bowls to Holden, who's creeping across his stumps again, walking into the defensive press, pushing the ball out to Hill, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. So maybe he wasn't quite sufficiently forceful in terms of the leadership he offered to a young and sort of sometimes over-enthusiastic side, if that's the right word, who did overstep the mark, unquestionably. Round the wicket goes Mike and bowls a good leave by Holden as he walks across. Leaves on length as well as on length as well as direction. It bounces over the top of the corner of the stumps, but well over the top. He wanders forward and prods at the pitch.
He's been elevated back up the order, Holden, for Middlesex. He was an opener by trade as a youngster, England under-19 captain, then away at Northamptonshire. He scored a couple of centuries. Came back to Middlesex. It just didn't happen at the top of the order for him. He slipped down the order, but I do think the best place for him is up at the top.
Mike is in, bowls to him. He's turning that in the air for a few feet out towards mid-wicket. Bounces twice before being stopped by Goldsworthy.
A fabulous T20 player now. Done well in the 100 as well, Holden. Eskenazi, who's one of those who have missed out for today's game, another one who started so well in first-class cricket, but now pulling up trees in the limited over game, in particular the blasts, and indeed the 100 for those two now as well. But Holden's managed to win back a place towards the top of the order. And I say win back a place, slipping down the order wasn't a case of, it was just trying to find the best way to use Max Holden, but I think he's far better used at the top.
Mike is in. He's got a leg slip now as he bowls to Holden on middle and off, and Holden blocks that one out to Hill at mid-off. Curry has moved across from third slip to quite a fine leg slip.
You're effectively an opener batting at 3, aren't you? More often than not, you know you're going to be in.
Mentally, presumably you are, because you're sort of preparing to be in straight away.
Remember Chris Rogers, Leicestershire and Middlesex. He used to like to bat at 3. But the majority of his career he probably played as an opener, but if he had the choice, he'd bat at 3. But I think he was so good in the end that they needed him to open wherever he was. Like, come on, it's going to be 0 for 1 anyway, so you may as well go up and open.
Mike, elbows swinging, athletic run down the slope, bowls to Holden. He's a fraction late on that one. Foolish delivery outside off stump, poked off a slightly inside part of the bat down towards mid-on where Budinger fields, and there is no run. Our author or typist leaves us, leaves the Morris Burrows terrace. Mike mops his brow.
For me, he will forever be an author, that man. No, the other way around. Sorry, he was a journalist, wasn't he? I said he can't be an author. An author would be glued to the screen.
6 overs down, 18 for 1, 9 Robson.
He was compiling a report on something, hopefully not us, Richard.
Yes, possibly. 3 to Holden. And there are 6 overs until tea, which we should have started, so it's going to be 4 o'clock. 20 minutes late is about average.
2 slips and a short extra cover as Salisbury's in, he bowls, it's into the block hole and it's dug out. Robson on 9 from 17 now, 18 for 1. Middlesex can get through. 2T, 1 down. I think they'll be absolutely over the moon. It's funny, wasn't it? The morning session we were talking about, if they get down 3, if they get in 3 down, they'll be happy. 4 down it was at lunch. 6 down since Leicestershire, but they have picked up Stoneman as well. Caught at second slip off the bowling of Ben Mike. Salisbury's bowling nicely at the pavilion end here at Grace Road, though, as he Moves in under cloudy skies once again now. He bowls just full of length and it's driven away, open face. Scrambling, stopping the covers by Green and the throw comes in to the non-striker's end. A dive from Holden. I think he'd have been back, but it was a desperate dive, wasn't it? He realised he wasn't going to be able to run there. He was going to have to dive, but he didn't have that momentum of a run and a dive. It was a dive from a standing position, which just slowed everything down. Apart from the excitement, which grew rapidly. The throw misses. I suspect he was probably just in. Betrays a little bit of the nervousness out in the middle, though. Salisbury hits the crease again now, bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket by Robson on 9. No run. 18 for 1. Long leg. One of 3 fielders back on the onside with mid-wicket and mid-on. But that short extra cover now, that's in response to the couple of drives, probably 3 actually, that we've seen in the 19 balls that Robson's faced, where he's pushed somewhat aerially, at least, on each of the 3 of them. 2 in particular, though, for sure, were uppish to say the least. Salisbury in bowls outside the off stump. This is left alone, through to the keeper. And no ball called. Overstepping from Salisbury. I thought you were throwing out a hand in frustration at the fact that it was a wide delivery and not challenging Robson.
Yeah, well, there was that as well, but yeah, not the greatest delivery Matt Salisbury will have bowled in his career.
This one's full, and Robson drives over the top of it. Tightly knit offside field now with that short extra cover as well coming out of the slips. Is it a little early to go down to 2 slips? We've seen a lot of catches taken in the slips today, haven't we? And we've seen a lot of edges fly either over the slips or wide of them. Just 2 in place at the moment from Salisbury to Robson. But perhaps where he's missed timing and he is through the shots too early, I see it feeling that he's seeing it big. He's got the pace. Got the pace of Salisbury. But hasn't quite got the timing of the drive just yet. In comes Salisbury, bowls one that angles towards the stumps, and Robson, it felt as though he went forward and across, and he had to really get that bat down, driving to mid-on, when his body was more shaping for an off drive. There goes our on-field commentator again.
Northants going nicely against Sussex, which should please Middlesex supporters.
This ball's onto the hips of Robson from Salisbury in a single down to long leg. Robson moves to 10, 21 for 1. My attention turned fully to you there, Richard. Go on.
Sussex all out 143, and Northants are 53 for 2. So game moving on there as well. They were 53 for 1 a moment ago, so not going quite as well. But should be thinking about a decent first innings lead. Sun has gone. It was a brief visit. Mike, 3 overs, 1 for 8. Little shuffle of the feet before getting into his stride and bowling full to Sam Robson, who plays the ball firmly back down into the ground. Bounces up for Mike to take in his follow through. The queue is finally come to an end at Friends of Grace Road over there on the ground floor of the meet. Should you be in need of a hot drink and some cake? Who isn't? In goes Mike and bowls again straight, again played firmly down into the ground defensively by Robson. Again Mike Fields in his follow through.
I'm loving this chatter.
Yeah, I'm trying to make out what they're actually saying, but it sounds to be sort of a little more varied and more than just sort of generic encouragement. In goes Mike and bowls to Robson. That's going to be close. He's gone leg before. It looked to be foolish. And the only question was, had he just got outside the line of off stump? He was on the back foot and it hit him quite low. And Ben Mike has picked up his second wicket. Sam Robson goes leg before for 10. Middlesex 21 for 2.
I was 1 out, Richard. I was 1 out. 20 for 2 I was going for, wasn't I? Yeah. But it's that scenario, isn't it? You just have that feel about it. You know, it's a day where Middlesex could have come out and Robson and Stoneman, the quality that they've got, and maybe with a little bit of luck, might have had Middlesex 50 without loss. But wickets from ball 1 this morning have been on the cards. I don't think there's any...
A little bit of shape, wasn't there, on that as well? Sort of from middle towards off.
I think we've looked at the wrong one, have we? Hold on. Is this the one we're looking for? That's the one.
Yeah. Umpire Peverell, very quick to raise his finger there. He was convinced straight away. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I think I was ready to raise my finger as well. 21 for 2.
12 wickets, and we have still got 4.3 overs until tea.
What's the score going to be at tea, Richard?
Well, Leicestershire would certainly take one more, wouldn't they? I mean, they'd be reasonably pleased with the way they've started the bowling in this, but and if it's, what, 38 for 3, they'd be delighted. Middlesex just want to get through to the interval now. Leos Deploy comes out to join Max Holden. How have things been going for the former Derbyshire man this season? Plenty of runs, 669 at 60, so unquestionably in form. And he's been catching beautifully as well. In this game, round the wicket to the left-hander comes Ben Mike. Bowls, and Deploy is batting right on off stump, if not outside. Although he's marking his guard at middle. Plays that one out into the onside to Sol Budinger at mid-on. Come on, Benny, who has 2 for 8 at the moment. Come on, Benny, that's not me saying that, it's one of the slips. Sounded like Louis Kimber. Could have been Scott Curry. Curry at third, slip Kimber at second, Patel at first as Mike is in, bowls to Deploy, full on the legs and whipped away to mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way. I suspect Budinger gives up the chase about 4 yards short, and a nice way for Leos Deploy to get off the mark. It was overpitched. I say leg stump, I mean he was so far across, I'd have to have another look at that one, but whatever, it hit the middle of the bat. Deploy picked it off nicely. Here comes the replay. Let's have a look. Yeah, took it off the stumps, but it was there to be hit, really, or there to be clipped away, and as I say, timed it very nicely indeed. 25 for 2. Mike is in, and Bowles goes for the big, booming off drive, thick inside part of the bat, or bounces down into the ground, and is fielded by Mike in his follow through. We're going to get a change, an immediate change. So after just 4 overs, Matt Salisbury's being taken off, and Big Ben Green, the country's leading wicket taker in T20, he's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end.
He looks so Australian, doesn't he?
You reckon?
The moustache, the mullet. Straight out of a 1970s Australian team, isn't he? No two ways about it. The big wicket's on strike though, Leos Deploy. You could almost be forgiven calling Middlesex Surrey in the winter when they signed Deploy and Henry Brooks, 2 marquee signings that you'd expect from Middlesex's big rivals, but it was the team from Lords. It's my end.
I was going to say.
Just leaving it for you. This is an open face from Holton down to deep backward point for a single. The first ball from Salisbury's just a little short, and Away goes Holden on the back foot. The fact that I was actually sat here mimicking the shot for you, thinking it was your delivery.
I was prepared to believe you.
Oh dear. Is it 2 yet?
3.5 overs.
I think the fact that I'd nearly called Middlesex sorry was probably what threw me. Is his full ball and edged, is it? Yes, it is. It's gone. Oh, Holden doesn't like it. He leans on his bat. He puts his hand on his hip. He's suggesting that was pure seam movement and nothing to do with the edge of the bat. But boy, oh boy, that was an off-cutter. Around the wicket to the left-hander. Bounce and seam. We saw some of those this morning from Toby Rowland-Jones, didn't we? Where the ball just lifted and moved off the surface. Holden didn't like it at all.
I didn't think he hit it. I thought, it, like you, it seemed so far. And I don't think Green went up straight away. We'll have a look-see.
Well, the bowler usually gives it away, doesn't he? So let's have a look. Middlesex are 3 down, though. Shaking his head as he walks off. We can see that from Holden. Here we go. Can zoom in slightly on the delivery. Holden stepping a long way across.
Gosh, he was miles across. You could see all 3 stumps almost.
Well, that's been his want now, has been to move a long way forward and across. It's his trigger movement, isn't it? It's gone past the inside edge. I thought it beat the outside edge. It's gone through the gate. So did it just clip the pad on the way through then? From the angle we were at, I thought it off-cut past the outside edge, but yeah, it's gone through the gate and it must have just clipped the back pad or something that offered noise.
Well,
I mean, maybe it did take the inside edge and Holden didn't know, but a noise was there. Holden not impressed. He departs for 7 from 15.
Ben Green, who laboured long and hard to pick up wickets in his first spell at Leicestershire, took just 2 balls to get a first-class wicket in his second, albeit very brief, spell at the Uptonsteel County Ground. So, Leicestershire are on the board in terms of bonus points. They have picked one up. And 29 for 3. Well, if they can make it 4 before tea, that will be... Well, there's 9 wickets in the session already.
And comes Green through to the keeper. It passes line and length. Higgins leaving alone. What are you doing on Tuesday, Richard? Turning again. Yes. Green. 3 slips. Higgins asks for a moment's pause. And again. He's laid him twice. As Green will set off. 3 on the onside. Green moves in. Bowls. Oh. Swinging delivery. That's a Jaffa from Green to Higgins. We've said that twice today now. The note of a Jaffa. This was definitely another one. Length ball.
Oof.
Drew him in outside off stump and hooped away past the outside edge.
It is swing though, isn't it? That's really making... Seam is probably helping a bit, but it's mainly swing. But it's really going.
Green in bowls. That's full enough and wide enough for Higgins to leave alone. I mean, the one that beats him the ball before, if you're being overly critical, talked about Holden walking across. Higgins has come a long way forward and across, hasn't he, to try and get into a position to play the ball, which means he's then just following it that little bit further outside the off stump when it swings. As here comes Green bowls. That's a good leave. That's what I mean on the ball before. As he's in on the innings, I think he'd be disappointed if he was beaten in the manner he was to that previous delivery. But nonetheless, the point is the ball is doing a lot. And early in the innings to a batter who's walking across his stumps to negate the movement, that was a good ball from Green. And full credit must go to him. 29 for 3. Higgins, 3 deliveries. He's on naught. Deploy has 4 from 3. And Holden out. Caught Cox off the bowling of Green for 7. 13 wickets on the first day of this match.
In the first 2 sessions.
Yeah, I was just about to give how many left of the day. Does it say so? 35. 35 overs remaining.
There's a lot of overs left.
Well, yeah. I mean, we could well have another one before this session's done.
And Mike is in to Duploy, who's forward on off stump. No, he cries as he drops it out into the offside. Green picks up, had to cover, and there's no run. Scott Curry continues to warm up below us, so one imagines that this will be Mike's last over, his fifth, 4.1 overs. Well, say, imagine. Could get another one in before tea. It would only be 6 overs in the spell if he does. Curry's almost at leg gully rather than leg slip as Mike is in to Duploy. Good bouncer. Duploy just ducks underneath it. Keeps his eyes on the ball. 29 for 3. We're playing, remember, to Leicestershire's first innings of 179. Which, as Kevin suggested, may not be the worst score in the world. In goes Mike and bowls. A little bit short of a length. Duploy stood up tall and tried to force it out through the offside, didn't quite time it, and it ran more or less straight to Hill at mid-off.
Yeah, you know, you look at the scoreboard now, 29 for 3, and this is what I mean. The difference between 130 and 180 is not a lot, isn't it? You know, that 180 now, Middlesex still 150 behind, ball doing a bit, only in the 10th over. I mean, how long gone before Middlesex really started to get it happening? It's exactly what we said this morning. You know, you feel there's a wicket coming, but you don't feel on the edge of your seat. You're constantly on the edge of your seat in this innings.
Mike is in, bowls Fuller this time. Duploy a little nervously forward, pushing that one out into the offside. I mean, Leicester were 82 for 2 at one stage.
Yeah, I was going to say the over by over comparison.
When Hilland, yeah.
The second wicket fell.
Hill and Goldsworthy were quite going nicely. Sorry, mate. Go on.
No, it's all right. The second wicket fell in the 7th, didn't it? Last ball of the 7th over. Third wicket didn't fall then until the 23rd over of the innings. Yeah. Only in the 10th here.
Hill and Goldsworthy put on 65 for the third wicket, the biggest partnership of the innings. As Mike is in to Duploy. Again, it's full and straight. Again, Duploy staying on the back foot. Looking a little uncertain as he works that one back down the pitch on the offside. 2 overs after this one until tea. We are at 4 o'clock now, so tea will be half an hour late, which means we're not likely to get done for the day until sort of 6:30, 20 to 7, knowing Leicestershire. Although a time allowance from the umpires for the sheer number of wickets that have fallen. Mike charges in, bowls to Duploy, very full, very wide, and Duploy has nothing to do with it. End of the over. A low 5 exchanged between Hill and Mike, suggesting that Mike's work just for now may be done. 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 12, and perhaps Curry will bowl the final over of the session from the Bennett end.
I think the Leicestershire players that are missing in this match, they'll be pretty pleased with where they are right now in this game. Side second in Division 2, unbeaten in the Championship, relegated last year on the final day from Division 1. Green has 3 slips as he bowls to Higgins, who chops down onto a back foot punch fielded by Mike at cover. But that's a credit to, a depleted side, isn't it? To come out and put a Middlesex side where I think we were talking about it earlier, the 14, wasn't it? I was hesitating to say the side picks itself at the moment because it's disrespectful to those that aren't in the side, but it is a pretty settled side that Middlesex have. It's not really a position that you look at the moment and think, well, here's Green outside the off stump, that's left alone. Pace on that, movement on that, but bounce again for Green as well. The shape's been there all day long, but it's the pace and bounce that really, I think, is setting aside this pitch at the moment, which the bowlers will be happy with.
It's now a similar story at Wantage Road where Northants are 64 for 4, Sussex having been bowled out for 143. So similar stories at several of the grounds, really. Wickets falling everywhere.
This is leg side from Green through to the keeper. What are we all going to be doing on Tuesday?
Organise a golf day for the Midlands.
Yeah.
Not
Who's in the
far.
Midlands this week? Who's
Well,
at Wantage Road
Chesterfield.
again?
Sussex.
Harmsy's down the
Adrian.
road.
And not that far up to Chesterfield, really. Well, far enough, actually.
Deutsch's got a nosebleed, he's that far south. Green. Short enough run up, isn't it? He's in bowls and this is eased away into the offside. Was it that short at Lords? I feel it was longer. He ran in from the pavilion end. It was that short. Maybe it was because the other end of the ground, but...
Not sure Dave Fletcher's a golfer.
He'll be there for the beers afterwards.
An uncomplicated one, if so, I suspect.
Green. Oh, swinging again on that off stump. You talked about how batters struggle with swing. Higgins, I feel, is playing it relatively well at the moment. Late in position, angle bat, head over the ball, playing with the swing.
Yeah, he's playing it as well as anybody has today, really. And Green is getting a lot of swing.
He's in now, Green. Bowls, and look at the bounce on that. Outside off stump. It's a good leave again by Higgins, but that's taken, bouncing nearly by second slips. Shoulder, I'd suggest, by Cox behind the stumps.
Entertaining stuff as long as you're not having to face. One over to go until tea. And actually it won't be Scott Curry, it will be Ben Mike. There isn't much point giving Curry one, you wouldn't have thought. So Mike's going to finish off. Curry, hands plunge in pockets, goes back 2-leg slip. And Mike comes round the wicket to Leos deploy. Bowls down the leg side. That's going to be 4-leg buys, I suspect. And yep, there's the signal.
Cry of catch went up, didn't it? Yeah.
I heard the flick on as it took the pad. He stepped across and it bounced down between Cox and Curry. Neither had a chance of getting across, certainly. Did just enough flick the top of the pad from deploy, and leg buys accrue to the Middlesex score, 33 for 3. Now, Mike is in again. Bowls bouncing in the air, comes off the splice and floats down towards around about 5th slip. There isn't, of course, a 5th slip. It would have been short of him anyway. Swindles moved across from backward point to stop the ball, but really good bouncer from Ben Mike, who's getting a little word from umpire Ben Peverell. Not sure what about, whether he ran onto the line of the pitch, but it was a good bouncer and it really did discomfort Duploy. Didn't play it well. He can work up a bit of a head of steam on his day, Ben Mike, and he's doing that now. In he comes and bowls to Duploy. Fuller swinging in and almost squeezed through, but Duploy playing it late managed to get a bit of bat on it and push it out to Green in the covers.
Do you ever go into for some reason the internet here wouldn't allow me to access the BBC website through BBC Sport. I had to go through various different channels and got there. By the time I eventually got to the page I was looking for, I forgot what I was looking for. It was actually just to see how far along these games were that you were mentioning. Which one is most likely to bring a fight back with the bat? Generally somebody gets in, don't they? And they knuckle down. And the dig-in of the day, of course.
Mike is in and bowls looking for the Yorker. In fact, he bowls a low full toss to Duploy. He drives it pleasantly out into the covers, but bounces straight to Green, so docked ball.
This is the partnership for Middlesex. The runs, as you've been talking about, the average by Higgins today. But Deploy is that gun signing, as I said, almost a marquee signing. And the other thing on that, obviously, Surrey, plenty of money, you know how they afford it. How did Middlesex afford Deploy? And Brooks has often been asked of me this year, with the financial restrictions in place of the ECB, but the answer is Middlesex don't have any overseas this year.
Mike is in, bowls, hurries, Duploy with a full delivery straight at the stumps, but Duploy on the back foot again just manages to get his bat on it and push it back down the wicket towards Ben Mike. Applause from the slips. He's hurrying Duploy at the moment. But Duploy now has only one ball to face before he can head for the pavilion and have a breather. 14 balls he's faced, 10 for Higgins. Yet to get off the mark, Ryan Higgins. Mike is in bowl to Duploy, drives in the air, bounces just once before Hill makes a stop at mid-off, and that is T. That was some session. Some session. So how many wickets in it? 10. No. Was it 4? Yeah, it's 9 in this session.
Yes.
96 for 4 at lunch. Middlesex 33 for 3 at tea. The game, Kevin Hand, has moved on.
It has. This is the key partnership, and tea, well, it probably comes at a good time for Leicestershire, as strange as it is, because Duploy 15 deliveries, Higgins 10. You know, they're at the point where they probably wouldn't have minded staying out there. Some overs into the legs. What have we had? 12 overs. So you're into the change bowlers. They probably wouldn't have minded going on now. Now they're going to have to come out and open again after tea, and they're going to come back against fresh Leicestershire bowlers, ready to rip through again. And you'd really fancy another one to go after the interval. But as we were saying, generally somewhere someone digs in, and if anybody's going to dig in for Middlesex right now, of course those still to come, Holman, Davies and co. And De Carey's back into the side, who will really want runs and make his point back into the side. But the names, the two big names, are Duploy and Higgins. We'll find out after tea.
2 sessions, 4 in the first, 9 in the second. The result of which is that Leicestershire, having been bowled out in their first innings for 179, have Middlesex now on 33-4-3. Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London and myself, Richard Ray, from BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for the game, which may or may not go into a fourth day. At the moment, it's
well, I will be highly
unlikely.
disappointed for a great many reasons, and part of that is your company, Richard.
Oh,
You look forward to a trip, don't you? It's like, right, Leicester this week, 4 days with Richard. We'll be lucky to get 2.5 at this rate.
Because the ball is both swinging and seaming under heavy great. It's got colder throughout the day, actually, and well, as the summer has been, really, other than the sort of last week when we had a lovely time of it. Ben Green is in from the pavilion end, bowls, it swings and is driven. Not much foot movement from Ryan Higgins, who's yet to get off the mark. Steered out to Ben Mike, add extra cover, and there is no run. 3 slips, the third of whom, Scott Curry, has spent most of the tea interval warming up and is continuing so to do, which suggests that he will be taking up the Foxes' attack from the Bennett end. Green runs away from us and bowls. Oh, and Higgins is hit amidships, as we euphemistically say. He sits down and stays sitting down for some little time. Problem is, it was a slightly short of a length ball. He went back to turn it into the leg side. It swung back from leg towards middle. He was squared up, and because it had bounced a little bit, as I say, it hit him well above the pads, fairly centrally. You can guess the rest. Higgins picks himself up. Green is ready to go again. Runs up and bowls. Oh, what a delivery that swings and beats the outside edge. And Higgins, whose foot movement was minimal again, was beaten to the wide and indicates with his left hand something which every batsman in both sides are already aware of. The ball is swinging and moving. Goodness me, that was pretty much unplayable. Higgins has been one of the best batsmen in the Championship this season, and he didn't have a clue. In goes Green and bowls again the swing, and this time it didn't quite. It was directed down the leg side, and it started to swing back, and a couple of the slips started to jump into the air, thinking it might swing back and clip the top of leg stump as Higgins jumped inside the line. It didn't quite do enough. Green, there is something of the 70s about him in his appearance, with his long hair and his moustache. Lovely chap, is in and bowling to Higgins, who's solidly forward on off stump to that delivery, which doesn't swing too much. Plays it out into the offside to Ben Mike. Light cloud overhead at the moment, and we are. The floodlights are off now, and we are pretty much set fair until the end of the day. But it is 4:30, and there are still 31.5 overs left to be bowled. In goes Green and bowls, and he's bowled him. Green went through with the delivery, back foot Higgins. It stayed a little bit low. It swung and hit the top of off stump, and for me there was absolutely nothing he could do about that. That was, from a batsman's point of view, a horrible, because it didn't really get up. And Higgins on the back foot, having been hit amidships, and Green picks up his second wicket. And Middlesex are 33-4-4. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay of that one.
Oh, goodness me. Poor Higgins.
There's nothing you can do about that, is there?
Wow. So what's in his mind here? In his mind is, if this nips back, I'm in trouble, LBW.
Well, it swung and held its own off the seam as well. Hit the top of it. Didn't stay too low, actually, in fairness, but it was just a brutal delivery.
I mean, we've used the word Jaffa on a number of occasions. That's another one.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, 33 for 4. I mean, goodness me, suggesting 20 for 2 might make things interesting if you can reach 180. Well, 180 is looking a decent score now, isn't it, for Leicestershire? We've got a results wicket, that's for sure.
Beginning to look that way. It says 14 for the day, and there are still 31 overs left to be bowled. But that was, well, he bowled one absolutely brilliant delivery earlier in the over, but that was, oof.
I mean, he's barely bowled anything but a brilliant delivery, has he? Stephen Eskenazi runs on a drink for Middlesex. I'm sure he's probably glad he's dodged this one as much as he'd love to be in the side. This is not a batter-friendly wicket, is it?
No. Or conditions as well. We have to emphasise that. It's not just about the pitch. It is very much about the conditions. The bowlers are all getting the ball to swing, and Green at the moment with that horrible length, and he's not trying to bowl too quickly. He's concentrating on swing. And Curry, who's been Leicestershire's top bowler this season, hasn't bowled yet. He's about to, though. See what he can do with the ball.
Around the wicket with 3 slips. Backward points, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. For Middlesex fans who are still haunted by Curry at Lords, although that match ended in a draw, it wasn't a Sussex win. This Curry variety is a right armour. Deploy awaits, the left-hander. Middlesex's number 4. He's forward, pushing tentatively just wide of mid-on. De Carey's ready to charge down. Nice to see De Carey's given the number 6 spots. Whereas in the past he was, if playing as an all-rounder, pushed down to number 7. He's coming in for Fernandez, who would have been number 6, so rightly so. And De Carey's was an opening bat when he broke through for Middlesex. But he's a combative batter. I think he can go up and down the order as around the wicket. Oh, this is a beautiful drive down the ground. Lovely shot. Curry just over pitching, going too straight on that one, and a gentle offering of the bat from Deploy, which is all he ever really needs to do. I understand he hits the ball as hard as anybody. Elias Deploy absolutely belts the thing, and with consummate ease as well. Off goes Curry once more, past the umpire. He bowls and just full of length and dabbed by Deploy to mid-on this occasion. No run. The angle's there, isn't it? Right arm around to the left-hander, and that's as much. I'd suggest the pitch as well, where the ball's doing a bit, as you say, through the air. It's swinging a lot, and we should really point that out. The swing is the most prevalent part of this, but where the grass has been left on, it's the pace and bounce as well. A swinging ball on a slow track doesn't do much, and they've obviously given themselves every chance for this to be a good competitive wicket here. The overheads have added another element. As forward goes Deploy, there's bounce again on that one. The bottom hand comes off, and Richard Evans in the place. Richard Ray in the place I was in earlier.
Former Times tennis correspondent.
Yes, he was at Lords last week.
Was he?
Yeah, he was at Lords, a Middlesex member.
Did plenty of cricket, didn't he?
He did. Did the Rebel Tour, the Gatting Rebel Tour of South Africa. He did a couple of Caribbean trips as well. And his first day in a press box, he told me, was at Millwall. And guess who he was sat next to that night reporting on the game? Dennis Compton. Wow. Forward goes Deploy, pushing away into the offside. It's fielded at cover. Maybe we'll be tuned in now. Where would he be? No, he won't. He'll be over here. He'll be preparing for Wimbledon.
I was going to say, well, Wimbledon starts tomorrow, doesn't it?
So. Yeah. He'll be there today, I'd imagine, prepping away. But what was I going to say to you before I got your name wrong? Before I called you Richard Evans. You could have been called worse things, to be fair.
Yes, absolutely.
And a broadcasting great, inducted into the Tennis Hall of Fame this year, would you believe? There's Curry around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's driven away to cover. No run. Deploy remains on 8.
Hamish from Aberdeen reckons that Green is, quote, bowling out of his tash. Top of his mark now for wondering whether
Green.
These are sort of perfect Curry conditions. They're not, i.e. then they may not be.
Curry in, bowls, open face, full toss, push to cover.
Got away with that one, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you had 4 days on this track with blue skies overhead, who knows how it would have played. But we've had leaden skies today, and we've had 14 wickets.
And it hasn't really changed colour, has it? At all, i.e. still green. Talking of which, or of whom, Ben of that ilk will obviously continue. I think you struggled to prise the ball out of his hands. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4 for Ben Green. He was getting frustrated towards the end of his first spell at Leicestershire. He just bowled without luck. It was 38 overs before he bowled up, before he took a wicket. And that was at Lords In he goes. Bowls to De Caires, out swinger that starts wide, goes wider. De Caires very deliberately lifts his bat over the line of the ball. I said to him after that, did you started to think it wasn't going to happen? And he said, yeah, absolutely. I really didn't think I was going to take a first-class wicket for Leicestershire. He managed to do so in the end. Can't remember who picked up in the end. I'll look back through my notes and find out. In he goes, bowls to De Caires, who's taking his bottom hand off the bat as it rises on him. He manages to squeeze it away through the gully. Swindles goes chasing back to the third man boundary. De Caires picks up a couple to get off the mark. He picked up the wickets of Sam Robson, caught by Peter Hanscom high to his left at a deepish gully for 162. And I've got Ben Green wicket, exclamation mark, because he bowled Ryan Higgins in that game as well for 7. In goes Green. Oh, lovely swinging delivery, but he's over-pitched it and he's on-driven for 4 by De Caires. We've seen a few of those as the bowler, excited by the swing, just over-pitches. Green did on that occasion, and De Caires hit it very sweetly straight back past the bowler for 4.
45 for 4. Far from irretrievable, this for Middlesex.
No, indeed. Absolutely.
They will still be thinking first innings lead. They'll still think they bat a long way down. I mean, Ethan Bamber as a number 11 is almost ridiculous. Very capable batter. Proper batter.
Green is in to De Caires, edged caught. Third slip, Curry took the catch, bounced a little bit, and it was a tentative prod forward from De Caires, who whacks his pads in annoyance, because it wasn't too different from previous deliveries. That extra little bit of nip, though, took the thick outside edge, and it flew at a nice height to Curry. Took it about knee-high, maybe just above at third slip, and Leicestershire have their 5th Middlesex wicket. De Caires goes, caught for 6.
Flip side is, there's every chance Leicestershire could be batting again tonight. 45 for 5 are in the 15th over. There are 29 overs remaining today. The Leicestershire first innings was topped up at the end with some bonus runs, while the third wicket stand took a fair chunk out of the morning session. At the moment, Richard, it's very much a case of bowlers on top and they'll want to remain there. They've got Higgins, and they've got Higgins with a pearl of a delivery.
Yeah, that was a great delivery. That actually, De Caires will be cross with that. He, the way he played the ball wasn't great. Umpires are having a chat, I suspect, to the effect that looks like we're going to get day 4 off. 15 wickets down, and as Kevin said, still the best part of 30 overs left to be bowled today. Green, 3.4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 10. What's his first class best? Better look that up. He hasn't bowled that many first class overs, Ben. But he's taking his T20 form with the ball and transferring it at the moment.
Can't believe I'm going to ask this, but would you mind if I turn the heater off?
No, absolutely not at all.
I did not think I'd be saying that a couple of hours ago.
He's only got 14 first-class wickets. These are his best figures. In he goes and bowls to the left-handed Davies. Round the wicket, Davies leaves. This will be interesting because Green is getting so much away swing to the right-handers. If he's going to get the same amount of in-swing to the left-handed Davies, leaving is going to be a, well, brave thing to do.
Yep. Absolutely. I tell you what, I was looking through the BBC Sport website, and I've just done it again now.
As Green is in and bowls to Davis, who's solidly forward and off stump.
Because my mind had turned to, you were talking about the games elsewhere. If this game does finish on day 3, would I be able to pick up a game on the way home? Northamptonshire, what's down the M1?
Well, they might be finished as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Is there a game on at the Oval this week? What's happening? Where is everybody?
Are you a cricket badger? If you've got a day off, you still have to take something.
We're getting to the point now where you just think, we get cut, don't we, so much. The one-day cup's now down to a second 11 competition. Although saying that, Middlesex are pretty much first 11 for the one-day cup.
Whoa, about the one-day cup, mate. It's a big deal as far as
yeah. Oh no, it's a big deal for Middlesex. I mean, it's been a long time since Middlesex were in a one-day final. Around the wicket comes Curry, bowls, and this is run to gully along the floor by Deploy. There's no run. Middlesex would dearly, dearly, dearly love, and they have the last few years been massively disappointed with their one-day cup, perhaps more so with their one-day cup disappointed performances than anything else, because they would love it, so don't get me wrong in that sense. But I meant for us in terms of, when I started doing this job, I think there was 104 days cricket a year or something like that, 98 days cricket a year for Middlesex. We're down to 76 now, and the threat's that it's going to come down a lot more, isn't it? So here's Green in, bowls, wraps on the pad around the wicket. Deploy, what's he batting off is the question.
Jeepers, that was close.
Oh, my battery's died on this one. I'm over to you. Your device is going to have to... having problems with my equipment, Richard. Oh, close. Did it just hit him outside the line?
He'd shuffled so far across it, but it hit him on his right pad, which is his... remember he's a left-hander, so...
Green in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. There's no... It's where he starts, where his starting position is. You're not going to see it from that angle. But you can't see any of the stumps or pads. Yeah, I think... They'd have got upstairs, wouldn't they? There's no doubt about it. They'd have reviewed that.
I think they definitely would. Curry down on one knee in disbelief.
You could imagine umpire's call, couldn't you? Which, on field, was not out, but... I mean, Alan Coleman, the managing director of cricket at Middlesex, told me the stat that because of DRS, effectively the stumps are 33% bigger now as a target for bowlers. Is a length ball from Curry around the wicket to Deploy, turn to mid-wicket. There's no one. Every chance he's tuned in this Sunday afternoon. I haven't seen him here at the ground, so regards. Coley, if you are. Saw Mike Gatting downstairs at lunch. And David Kendricks, who was...
today?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
In with the committee. David Kendricks, who... was the man who told us of the Indian population, how many first-class teams they'd need. As this is good drive into the covers from Deploy, and even better stop. Is that Goldsworthy?
It is Goldsworthy. Yeah, it is.
I don't know what gave it away, apart from the number 44 on his back. But 45 for 5, Middlesex. Davies 0 from 2. Deploy 8 from 27. Middlesex in trouble here in the first innings. This ball is a bouncer from Curry, getting underneath it. Deploy, it goes through to the keeper. And again, there were question marks this morning, weren't there, about the toss from Leicestershire. Why did they bat first under cloudy skies? Well, the fancy is that batting should not become easier on a surface, which is clearly a U surface, isn't it? It's cracked. It's got a lot of grass on the top. And in the days to come, those cracks should bring the bowlers into it more.
I did ask. I said, is it a used pitch? And both Leicestershire and the ground staff told me no.
Oh, really?
So it's, it isn't. So it's all about the preparation.
I apologise to the ground staff. I assumed it was the cracks suggested it were.
Green goes round the wicket. Bowls to Jack Davies, who is up on his toes, blocking that one down towards wide third slip. Diving away to his left, stopping the ball on the bounce is Curry. Dot ball. You read some extraordinary comments, don't you, on the stream? Time to bring the spinners on. Don't think the ball's doing too much for the seamers. I'm sorry? Sorry. It's 15 wickets have fallen to seamers so far in not much more than 2 sessions. Green is in, pleasantly driven by Davis out towards mid-off, but moves to his right. Matt Salisbury there and makes the stop. Perhaps it's a tongue-in-cheek comment.
Mm-hmm.
One can only hope.
I'm sure.
I don't think we're going to see many overs of spin in this game. Who knows, mate? Maybe it turns square if they do. In goes Green and bowls thick outside edge, squirts the ball out towards point from Davies as it just held its own off the seam very nearly. Got through onto the pads, onto the stumps. Instead he picks up a single. 46 for 5.
Yeah, cracks as they are out there on this one, you just wonder on the final day whether the spinners come into it. Again, I think that's the Leicestershire thought process, isn't it? That you win the toss and you bat first, you're clearly thinking it's going to be more difficult to bat last on it than to bat first on it.
Green is in, outside off stump. Seems swings back in, but from wide, and Duploy has nothing to do with it, taken by Cox. No Ahmed, of course, in this game for Leicestershire. He suffered a concussion at Headingley, not from being hit by the ball, but Leicestershire, it was a double header with the Superchargers. What are they? The Headingley based women's side.
Yeah.
I think they're the Superchargers. In goes Green and bowls, and well, Duploy is sort of almost halfway down the pitch, it feels. He's not, of course, just a few feet, but blocking that one back to Green. But as a result, Leicestershire were put into the rugby changing rooms on the other side of the ground, which have concrete floors, and they didn't put mats down, so Leicestershire found themselves skittering around on their spikes, and Ahmed coming in after a run out. He was annoyed, came stomping in, and over he went and cracked his head. So an official complaint has gone into Yorkshire. He says as a Yorkshireman. In goes Green and bowls, and deploys a long way out of his grasp.
Robson, Holden, Stoneman, De Carey's and Davies have all opened.
I'm afraid.
Oh, are we on repeat? Let's hope we were saying something good.
There we go. I think we're back in.
Curry is around the wicket. He bowls that hoops away from the left-hander. Interesting movement there. Put that one on the stumps and ask Jack Davies what he's going to do with it.
Umpire Blackwell chunching away to Ben Mike.
What are you doing Wednesday, Ben? We're doing Tuesday. Here's Curry. He's in, bowls, and forward goes Davies, pushing back to mid-on. There's no run. "15 wickets on day one, and still 26.5 overs to bowl. Partnership's just 5, but time important to Middlesex here as Curry bowls and forward goes Davies. Defends this one to cover. For the there's a blanket on over on the further meat from over some of his legs.
Yeah, looks like it's got hearts on it, doesn't it? I thought that was the onesie this morning, but it is definitely a blanket.
It's almost like a duvet, that one. It's so big, isn't it? Curry bowls and deploy, turns to mid-wicket. Sorry, Davies.
People, we won't mention the score at any stage, shall we? Just in
good
case
point.
people want to,
Yeah.
to watch the highlights later.
There's a bouncer through to the keeper. To Davies. We're live on the streams as well from the two counties. The fixture at the moment, which again, you know, all the difference that keep being told is a big difference between Division 1 and Division 2. Middlesex are a side who are very, very disappointed that they got relegated last year, and they've added Leicestershire and they've added Henry Brooks. You'd suggest they're a side this and they weren't for that reason, but also a couple of young players are a year old. That's putting them to the sword at the moment.
Green is in. Duploy is again trotting down the pitch before turning the delivery out toward deep square and taking one. 13 off 32 balls, 15 for 5. Green is staying around the wicket to both left-handers now. In he goes and bowls. Davis is inside edging onto the back pad. Bounces out towards backward point. Harry Swindles comes into field. Davies, quite a small man. Just rehearses the defensive shot. Waits and bobs at the knees as Green is in. Bowls to him down the leg side. Good stop by Cox. Didn't quite manage to take the ball cleanly, but he got a good part of his glove to it. Down low to his right, diving away. Managed to make the stop. Could have been 4 buys otherwise. Green mops his brow, 3 for 16 from 5.3. Hasn't been quite arguably as threatening to the left-handers as to the right. Away swing or in swing. Can he get one to straighten? Down the wicket goes Davies, who leaves outside off stump. Risky one, but probably missed the stumps by 6 inches or so. Taken by Cox to his right. Work out which of the Leicestershire backup staff is that standing over there behind Ben Cox. It's usually Alfonso Thomas, but Alfonso isn't out this time, so he suggests he's reasonably happy with the way things are going. In goes Green, lovely shape to the delivery, played out into the offside. Salisbury quickly on to the ball, but an immediate call from Davies, and the throw missed. He'd made his ground anyway. Davies on 2-2, 52 for 5. Square leg goes back to the boundary. Whether Duploy would take on a bouncer, I'm not really sure. However, Green is in and bowls that bouncer. Duploy, who's a couple of steps down the wicket, just ducks underneath it and the ball sails through to Cox behind the stumps. End of the over.
To create a bad day. England in the knockouts of a European Championship wouldn't have helped matters.
No, it wouldn't. Guy Gibson asking on the stream whether the over 8, whether Leicester are already behind. No. If the scoreboard is to be believed, Guy, it says level at the moment.
Here's Curry from the Bennett end. He's around the wicket, very wide on the crease as he bowls to 3 slips. Patel, Kimber and Green. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Around the wicket goes Curry and bowls outside the off-stump. A wide delivery which goes ever wider, albeit through some late swing off the surface. 52 for 2, Middlesex trailing on this first day by 127. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Because you look at the board at the moment, Middlesex are 3-1 up on the bonus points. Curry's in, bowls, and forward goes Davies, defending to mid-off, and there's no run. They're one wicket away from making it 3-2 with a second bonus point for 6 wickets. No batting points for Leicestershire. Highly unlikely that Middlesex are going to get batting points from here. So it's a bowling bonus point match. I'd be very surprised if Leicestershire didn't return a full complement of 3 as Middlesex did. It'd be quite the achievement for Middlesex to get 1 batting point from this position as his. Curry bowls and onto the pads of Davies. He might.
The stream is getting hard to watch. I don't know whether the chaps can do anything about it, but it is buffering a lot.
In comes Curry, and Davies defends into the offside. Fielded at covers, no run. Mark Stoneman is patrolling the boundary. But there might have been Stoneman down there. I've just seen the chap that we were trying to work out at the far end. There's not it's not too dissimilar, the colours of the
is the training kit grey as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it is Stoneman.
Case, yeah, could well have been there.
Just come back from a walk. Not too much to ponder as a batter in this one, really, is there? It's a dig in, be gritty, and hang around if you can, as this ball is full and shoots down the leg side. And Curry's disappointment, I'd suggest, is that he was thinking that was not far from the leg stump. As he said, Davies is showing a fair bit of leg. 52 for 2. Davies has 2. Deploy has 13. And I do mean his leg stump.
It did stay a bit low as well.
Yeah.
But he is, as you say, getting a long way across and in danger of getting bowled behind his legs if he's not careful.
So 52 for 2. We have 24 overs remaining on the opening day of this fixture here at Grace Road, which at the moment is proving, or looking as though it's going to prove to be a very, very good contest.
And it's 5 o'clock, or just after. It's going to be a late one, folks. With all these wickets. Green round the wicket to Duploy, who's advancing down Davies, advancing down the stream, down the pitch even. Okay, it's Duploy at that end, isn't it? Is it?
It
is Duploy. It's just not caught up. The scoreboard again. Green is in. Bowls thick inside part of the bat, working the ball out towards straight mid-on. Hill comes across the field. And there's no run.
Has thrown me now. They're a very similar build, aren't they, actually, these two? But it is Davies. You're quite right, Richard. It is Davies at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. Duploy on strike, and the scoreboard has caught up. It could be that the scoreboard gets affected by the Wi-Fi issues as well. I'm not quite sure. But it's an issue at the moment around the ground. Green is in, wristily clipped down to fine leg by Duploy, but it'll be just the one because... Is it Goldsworthy down there? I think it is. Seems a bit of a waste of his fielding abilities, but he moved across to his left, got his throwaway, kept it 2-1. Deploy on to 14, 53 for 5.
It's lovely, the chatter. Don't know what it's saying, but it's still lovely.
Green is in, bowls, big drive, and he's caught behind. Davies went for the big drive, got the outside edge. Cox dived across to his left, took it almost in front of first slip. One way or another, with Kimber on one side and Cox on the other, Patel's almost redundant at first slip, isn't he, really? But it was a big, booming drive. It was a ambitious shot, shall we say, from Jack Davies. It took the edge and Cox did the rest.
It was an ambitious shot, and we talked a number of times in the Leicestershire innings about a counter-attack from the Foxes, biting back at Middlesex, but it would have been in Davies' mind to some extent. 2 from 22, he was hanging in there for Deploy, wasn't he, and hanging in there for his side. But the lack of runs would have been on his mind. He would have been contemplating how he tried to get some runs ticking, and a juicy one outside off was the tempter. Too much to resist. But it's proved to be his downfall. Moving ball, difficult to go after. It's not racing onto the middle of the bat without any movement through the air off the surface. There's plenty out there, and there's bounce as well, as we've been discussing also. So tough for the batters, really tough. Luke Holman joins Lias Deploy. Holman is a very fine bat, and again has the potential that he'd be a top 6 batter alone, take his spin bowling out of it. So Middlesex will hope that this will be the partnership that can do it, because after that it's off to the tail for Middlesex. It's a pretty useful tail. The skipper, I did see him at breakfast this morning. I think I said to you, Roland Jones asked at breakfast, "Do you have a stream set up next to you to watch the England game at the same time, Kev?" I said, "Will your decision at the toss be influenced at all by what may or may not be happening on the field at 5 p.m?
Is he keen on his footy then?
He is.
TRJ. Well, he'll have other things on his mind though at the moment, because Ben Green does now have his first class best figures. 4 for 18, 3 for 18 were his best, but he did have a 3 for 50 something, I think. Other than that, well, now he's got a 4 for. In he goes and bowls to another left-hander in Holman, who's forward on off stump, poking the ball suspiciously out to point where Harry Swindles is the fielder. And Leicestershire, of course, with that 6th wicket, now have a second bowling bonus point.
Crunch, crunch, crunch go the boots down below our effects mic. They're underway, aren't they?
Green turns, runs in, past umpire Blackwell, bowls short, and it's chopped away. That was a rank bad ball, probably the first one that Ben Green has bowled. It was a slightly tired delivery. He's coming to the end of his 7th over, albeit that... did he start bowling after tea? Or did he have an over or two before tea? But that was a bad ball, and Holman, whatever the pitch is doing or wherever the ball's swinging, wasn't going to miss out and cut it away through the huge gap in the covers for 4. So he's off the mark in a pleasing way, and Middlesex move on to 57 now for 6 off 21 overs. 23 remain to be bowled today, and as Kevin said, there's a possibility that Leicestershire's openers could be back out there.
I was mischievously going to ask what's the follow-on a few overs back, but Curry's around the wicket, he bowls, and that's a lovely looking shot. Goodness me. Leicester ploy straight of mid-on, just a gentle offering the bat. See what I mean and what they mean in telling me, Middlesex, they've just never seen anybody hit the ball so hard. I mean, that was just a trap the bat down onto the board and bang, it's gone. No follow through. All timing. Clearly powerful bottom hand though as well.
Budinger fell across to his right. He'll be maybe disappointed he didn't get something on it.
Curry, tall figure around the wicket from the Bennett end, wide on the crease, bowls, an open face from deploy. Wait is the cry as the ball deflects to backward point. 3 slips still for deploy. He took a couple of crackers today. Second slip for Middlesex.
Did. If they're going to get anywhere near Leicestershire's score, you feel he probably holds the key, although Holman's got the power as well.
Curry wide in the crease once more. It's dabbed into the onside by deploy. Again, I go back to the whole chat about the huge difference between Division 1 and Division 2, which we're constantly told there is. Middlesex are a long way short of a Fox's side at the moment, where Middlesex were hugely disappointed to be relegated from Division 1 last year, having had a pretty solid start to the season, and then it dwindled away in the second half. They're still unbeaten this year in the Championship as Curry's in, bowls, and this is tickled backward a square on the leg side for a single by deploy. He moves to 19, a little shuffle of the feet to help manoeuvre it. Could that last unbeaten record in first-class cricket in this country this summer be about to go?
Oh, a long, long, long way to go. Leicestershire haven't won a game so far in the County Championship this season. Remember, 7 draws and a defeat, albeit a close one in the end at Sussex. Thanks to one player's, I was going to say moment in the sun, but it was a bit longer than a moment.
Curry, again, he's very wide on the crease. He bowls to Holman, the left-hander. Pushes to cover, no run. 62 for 2. Yes, Toby Rowland-Jones is due in next. That was where we got up to on that conversation, wasn't it, about the England game? So he's due in next. And then, well, how quickly will it happen? He could be out there for all of the England match, couldn't he, if the wicket comes soon to break this partnership? Are we able to request of our stream cameras, whoever's at the other end of the ground, are you able to frame up on the Middlesex balcony and see how many are up there at the moment? Round the wicket goes Curry, bowls, and this is run away down to deep third, 4 runs. Holman doubles his tally. He's on to 8. 66 for 6. Middlesex, that's the end of the 22nd.
Yeah, no wickets for Curry from his 5 overs, but that's a better line. But I don't necessarily think it's always the right thing to do to go round the wicket to the left-hander. Especially if you're swinging it back in. However, Ben Green, 4 wickets to his name already. I'm sure knows best.
It's the very modern one. We've had this conversation a lot this season. Angus Fraser has discussed it. The modern bowler likes to come around the wicket very early to left-handers, whereas in the old days it was over the wicket, try and get LBW and play, angle it across them. I mean, I remember, when I was younger listening to, the theories of it discussed, one of the things was a left-hander likes it coming from around the wicket because they get a better line of sight for the ball.
Green is in to deploy, who's advancing down the pitch again. Green drags his length back, turned off his body then by Duploy out to deep backward square. One is taken.
Similarly, as I am a right-handed batter to a left-arm bowler over the wicket, you've got to open your front shoulder more and open your hip more and open your stance more, don't you, to get a better line of sight of that ball coming left arm over to you. So similarly, in this instance, right arm over to a left-hander, the left-hander will be opening that left shoulder a little bit more just to get that head. And so you're not almost looking out of the corner of your eye at the ball coming from over the wicket.
Green bowls to Holman, who leaves outside off stump, leaves safely.
But the feeling is in the modern day game that the bowlers are able to ask more questions of the off stump, the outside edge, than they are over the wicket. Where you're trying to pitch the ball in line and bring in LBW, you're almost on a length where the batters are not going to miss that length that LBW is in play for it to pitch in line with the leg and take off right arm over.
Green is in, Holman is forward, drops it out into the offside, takes a step down the wicket, to which Duploy sort of instinctively responds by taking a step himself, but both immediately step back in. Mike is warming up like mad at extra cover.
Great game though, cricket, isn't it? All the little things that we get to discuss about it. You
It
try
is.
and explain to people just how good a sport cricket is.
The nuances and the possibilities are endless, and Holman is driving that one. He's going to pick up one because Mike dived to his right. 3/4 stopped the ball. It dribbled 3 or 4 feet behind him. But even so, Holman called for the run because Mike was on the ground. Not quite prostrate, but every part of him was on the ground lying flat, so he had to pick himself up.
But even when you think of it in terms of the 3 stumps, how far apart they are, how thick they are, so that dimension of right arm over to a left-hander, so if it pitches in line on a length, on leg stump, it might be missing off.
Green is into Duploy, who clips him out towards wideish mid-on. Hill moves to his left of field, but doesn't bother throwing the ball at the stumps because Duploy had made his ground. This partnership is already worth 16 for the 7th wicket. Holman's connected with a couple, and he is a very dangerous. I seem to remember him making runs against Leicestershire previously. I'm sure he has. Green looking for his 5th wicket is in. It swings, but still driving at the ball is Holman as it swings into him. Gets on top of the bounce, but only finds Mike in the covers. End of Green's 8th over. 4 for 25. His figures. Hill, captain, comes up and has a word. You want another? You think it's worth another? You think it's worth trying from the other end? Well, there is going to be a change at the other end. For once, Curry not among the wickets. And Ben Mike, who is among the wickets, he's picked up a couple already early on. He's going to have another go from the Bennett end.
Oh, getting cold again. I might have turned the heater back on in a minute.
There'll be an explosion somewhere, won't there? We know how to fix it now, but it does mean everything goes off for a while.
I can last 21 overs, I'm sure.
Yeah, you took a chance by switching it off.
Well, it's when the sun came out, all of a sudden the temperature soared outside. That cold wind that's blowing through the box now is gone.
Yeah, no sign of any sun for the foreseeable.
Here's Mike around the wicket to deploy on 21. The left-hander awaits. Right arm seamer lifts a ball off a length and deploy rides that bounce to backward point. Over to you, Luke Holman on 9. 22 for Leicestershire deploy. And he now, as he generally is the big wicket in the Middlesex innings. And he can do an awful lot of damage. Stoneman with 10. The only other batter to reach double figures in this innings. Sorry, my apologies. Robson with 10. The only other batter in this innings to reach double figures. Holman's on 9, he's on strike, and Mike bowls to him, and that's driven away, but only as far as cover. A tumbling stop. And a dot ball it is. 70 for 6. So they come prod away with the surface. Have a little chat about it, the pair of them. Be interesting actually when it was settled upon. 3 stumps, this is how big they are, this is how far apart they'll be, this is how tall they'll be. Because it is absolutely perfect. Everything we just talked about being around the wicket, over the wicket. And it's all based on the height and the width of those stumps. Where can you pitch it in line? The LBW's in play, on what length? Is it doing much? Mike's in, bowls, forward goes Holman, pushing to backward points. The sun is a tease, it's glimpsed at us momentarily.
Just said it's not coming out, and there's no sign whatsoever of any breaks in the cloud. Somehow it's, yeah, there's just a momentary burst of light.
Yep, slightest slither. Teased us for a moment. British summertime, folks, British summertime. Goes Mike again. Bowls and Holman didn't get forward to a full delivery, but he's managed to keep it out. Very much the Holman way of playing that, just to dab at it, ease at it. One thing I'd draw your attention to with Holman, he's a young man and still relatively inexperienced. I think he's 23 now, but you know, it's in that sense been around for a while, but we shouldn't forget still that's relatively young, and the amount of cricket he's played, especially as a wrist spinner by trade, and the pressures that come of being a wrist spinner. It's very difficult form of bowling, especially as a young bowler. You've got to get a whole bag full of experience, as much to give you the confidence, you know, that you've got that experience behind you, to know you've been here before and you'll be there again. Deep squares drop back for Mike to Holman, and he goes straight and full and bowls him.
Whoa,
top of middle and off. Goodness me, he has pushed that through at some pace, Mike. That really ripped through. Deep square dropping back, suggesting the bouncer was coming. He was tentatively forward to the previous delivery. Well, on this one, he's just been beaten. All ends up top of middle and off. It's the story of the day, really. Batters struggling to lay bat on a ball hitting top of off over and over again. It's a 16th, a 17th wicket of the first day now.
That was a brutal delivery. Sure, that straightened on him.
I mean, it felt fast, is what I'd say. That was lightning quick. It's not often that I'll look out there and say, I barely saw that, but I did barely see that. I mean, Mike's really bent his back on that, I'd suggest. Back you go, deep square, and then he puts in the full ball.
Let's have a look, as if it did straighten on him.
It's that angle around the wicket again, isn't it? Attacking the stumps.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's just blasted through, hasn't it?
Well, Toby Rowland-Jones has to drag himself away from the
football
game. I suspect he was actually watching what was going on with his side out there.
What's the record of wickets on the first day here at Grace Road? Richard is wants to throw at you out of the blue.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up, but I'm sure it's a lot more than 20 or whatever.
I throw it at you in the sense that there's nothing worse when a colleague asks you an obvious stat, but that's not an obvious stat, is it? You know, it's. I mean, I've had a game at Lords where 23, I think, fell on a day. That was against Kent in the early days of the blast. They played Friday night at Canterbury in the first floodlit fixture at Canterbury. It was a Friday night, 7 o'clock start, and guess where they played the county championship game between Middlesex and Kent the next morning? Lord's Cricket Ground. So in the car, everybody got at 11 o'clock that night, home, up again to Lord's. It was seaming, it was swinging, there were overheads. Actually, I remember it being a relatively sunny day, actually, but there were 20-odd wickets that day. 17 today at Grace Road. Here's Toby Rowland-Jones. I asked him this morning, where's he going to be at 5 o'clock this evening? He's out in the middle, batting. Ben Mike's in, bowls, and Rowland-Jones is forward, gets in behind it. There's no run. The most senior batter and the most senior bowler together in the middle, deploying Rowland-Jones. Over to them. Have I thrown you? I hope you don't feel I've thrown you under the bus there, Richard. It was a mischievous question in the sense that I'm sure it's not going to happen, but it might. It might be the most wickets in the first day. I mean, 20. I'm going to hedge a bet at somewhere around 23.
I'm not sure, to be honest. Would it be under team records rather than bowling records? I suppose, or miscellaneous records, perhaps. Let's go for miscellaneous records. And the only miscellaneous record is most appearances. We'll go for team records then. In goes Green, who's continuing, and it's worked by Duploy out towards wideish mid-on. It's fumbled 3 or 4 times by Bent Mike, but eventually picked up, and it is just the single. I'm not sure I'm only using Cricket Archive here, so if anybody actually does know how many top wickets in a day, but at the moment I can't see number of wickets in a day in terms of the records. If anybody knows, do let us know. Over the wicket goes Green to the right-handed Roland Jones, who leaves the outswinger. Green immediately looking more threatening against the right-hander, looking for that 5th wicket. Still 20 overs remain to be bowled. Less 2 balls.
I'm looking up the Middlesex one at Lords now. 23 was what I went for off the top of my head.
Green, no more than 10 paces, is in lovely shape to the delivery, but Roland Jones is behind it on off stump, pushing the ball back down the wicket. The manual scoreboard has frozen rather.
Do they want to borrow our heater? Sorry.
Eyeing it just to see if there is going to be a change. There isn't for a while, so we'll move to the manual, which is very reliable. In goes Green and bowls, clipped by Roland Jones. The full delivery out towards wideish mid-on. Matt Salisbury runs across and fields, but Roland Jones takes his single. He gets off the mark with that one, 73 for 7.
Who have we got in now?
Umpire Peveril jogs across from square leg for the right-handed Roland Jones to square leg for the left-handed Leos Deploy. Green turns, runs in round the wicket, bowls to Deploy, who, suddenly realises there's a comfortable single to be had. The momentary completely stopped there, having played the ball before realising that Mike was sort of back on his stumps, now back on his heels really at deepish mid-on. I don't want Leicester to start giving singles to Deploy. I think it's not easy for either batsman, but Deploy happy enough to take them and give Roland Jones the strike. 73 for 7. Scoreboard still miles behind, the electronic that is. Moved on to 72 for 7. I still think I think it might be one behind. There it goes. In goes Green, bowls down the leg side, and Roland Jones steps inside it and lets it go through to Cox. Again, Green, just last couple of overs haven't been quite as threatening as he has been, and I would suggest it might be time for a change in that respect. 73 for 7 after 25. 19 remain to be bowled today. And Middlesex still 106 behind.
So, 2011,
right,
at Lords, Middlesex had played Kent in the Blast at Canterbury on the Friday night. Saturday morning they start the game at Lords. Kent are skittled for 87 in 31.4 overs. Denley, Key, North East, Van Jaarsveld, Stevens, Jones. Decent batting lineup, gone for 87. 3 for Corey Collymore, 2 for Stephen Finn, 5 for some bloke called Murtagh. Middlesex in reply made 153. Then comes Mike dabbing this is deploying to the onside, and a quick single's taken. 74 for 7. That was in 44 overs. Or we'll call it 45 because of the change of innings. So 32 and 45, total of 77 overs. 79 for the change of innings. 81 into the third innings. Had 81 overs. Then the Kent second innings, they were, Richard, 33 for 3. 60 for 5. And at that point, so here comes full ball from Mike. This ball's pushed away into the offside for a quick single by Roland Jones. He moves to 75 for 2. There was a point, I'm not joking, on day 1 at Lords that there was the real prospect that that could have finished in a day, the entire match, because Middlesex, bearing in mind, bowled them out for 87. In reply, 153. So they had a lead of, 60... excuse me, 60-something? 66. And then 60 for 5 in reply. So they were still 5 behind, trailing by 5 on the first day in their second innings. Mike's around the wicket, he bowls to deploy, and 40 goes, pushing away into the offside. There's no run.
Well,
but that's 60 for 5. If you'd have thought at that point, there's the potential, if a couple more go quickly now, and they're still behind, and they're 7 down, extra half hour. And it could have been done in day 1 at Lords. I mean, astonishing, really was.
Well, Sussex already batting again at Northamptonshire. So Sussex 143, Northamptonshire 97, Sussex 19 without loss. So 20 wickets at Wantage Road already.
Mike's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is clipped away. Down to long leg, they'll pick up a single. Deploy moves to 26. Is it a no ball as well? It is.
Yeah.
The Middlesex batting line-up, I should add, that was skittled for 153 on that day. Scott Newman, Sam Robson, Dan Housego, Darvin Milan, Neil Dexter, Jamie Dalrymple, John Simpson, Stephen Crook, some bloke called Murtagh, Stephen Finn and Corey Collymore.
John Simpson, arguably the signing of the year so far, performing miracles for Sussex.
Mike up to the stumps, bowls. Oh, Roland Jones, he must have got bat on that, mustn't he? They were all about to go up. Little inside edge onto the pad, deflects away into the onside. He was looking for that nonchalant clip through mid-wicket. Languid as it is from Roland Jones.
It's a risky business stepping across and doing that.
He brings that bat down. It's an extraordinary shot when he gets it away. You know, for a number 9, number 8 all of his career.
Wickets absolutely everywhere, basically. 15 at Chesterfield.
Mike's in, bowls, and Roland Jones fences into the offside. Kent went on to post 232, recovering from 60 for 5. And Middlesex won by 9 wickets, 168 for 1. Sam Robson 94, Scott Newman 45, Dan Housego. Oh, there was a good nickname for you, Richard. Dan Housego, nicknamed House Go. Go on, you can do it.
Probably can't.
Here's Mike. I'll give it to the end of the over. You've got one delivery. House Go. Here's a full one from Mike to end the over, and it's dug out by Roland Jones to mid-on, and there's no run. Deploy 26.
I can only think of
Roland
Fred,
Jones.
really, because Fred Housego was one mastermind. But anyway, go on.
The estate agent.
Okay.
House Go. I thought it was good. House
Doesn't
Go.
really trip off the tongue.
No, but I thought it was clever, and that's what we lament, isn't it? The
lack of originality.
Yeah.
As you probably heard, Ben Green's splendid spell has come to an end. 4 wickets for him at the moment, and as the sun threatens to come back out, Matt Salisbury's going to take over from the Somerset Loney at the Pavilion end. 4 overs for 12 runs at the start of the innings.
What a beaut. I can't say who, but 27, but please don't say from me, mate. Can't say from who said. Don't say from me, mate. Leicestershire versus Northamptonshire, 1966. 27 in a day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anon.
Why don't they want to be known? But appreciated.
I can tell you it's not the Leicestershire head coach.
Appreciated nonetheless. Matt Salisbury then, he too going round the wicket to the left-handed Duploy, who works it off the stumps down towards square leg, and again is happy enough to take the single. 79 for 7, Duploy on to 27. Can Leicestershire finish off the Middlesex innings? Do they have the firepower? That has been the sort of question throughout the season, really. They're struggling to bowl sides out with the attacks that they've been able to put in the field. And they've got a chance to do it here. They need Salisbury to make a contribution. Back over the wicket to the right-handed Roland Jones. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. A little bit short. Roland Jones stands up tall, punches the ball out to Hill at mid-off. And there is no run. That's a solitary. Sounds like almost a biplane droning overhead. Heading perhaps for that little aerodrome. The Leicester aerodrome. Away to the south. In goes Salisbury. Bowls straight, but he's not getting the movement, certainly, that Green got. Different sort of action. Salisbury and Green. 8 down here, lads. Suggests somebody on the Leicestershire side. They usually had 2, though, don't they? It's usually sort of 8 and 9. Salisbury turns, runs in and bowls, pulled round the corner by Roland Jones out towards deep square. Good sliding stop down there by Harry Swindles, keeps it to 2 instead of 4. Again, important runs, and that takes Middlesex to less than 100 short now of the Leicestershire first innings score, 81 for 7. Salisbury is in. Roland Jones is driving in the air just short of Lewis Hill. Bounces about, maybe a foot short. He put 2 hands to his right and made the stop. Hill didn't quite carry. Did well, really, to stop the ball, prevent any runs coming to him, but was in the air for a long, long time. If he'd been 2 feet closer, Hill might have got his hands to that one.
Yeah, it was a rather unpleasant bounce there for him as well, wasn't it? I thought. Which is one of those horrible dentist job ones, wasn't it?
Yeah. Could have been. It was just to his right. It wasn't straight at him, thankfully for him. Salisbury is in. That bounces a bit on Roland Jones, but he plays it well, actually. Gets up on his toes. He's a tall man and managed to block it out to point. And there is no run. End of the over. Salisbury, nothing too much wrong with it, but not too threatening either. 5 overs, none for 15. Middlesex 81 for 7.
Yeah, I need to settle here, don't they? 17 overs to go today. Another one now, and it could obviously all be over in a flash, 2 and 2, and you're away. So Roland Jones will know full well the absolute importance of his role in this innings and potentially this match. Deficit now of 98 for Middlesex with 3 wickets remaining in their first innings. Every little bit that they can get to take them towards that 179 will mean a lot in this game. Mike's around the wicket, he bowls, and Deploy rides the bounce for a single. To deep backward square, Roland Jones is offered the strike. They're thinking they can bowl Middlesex around Deploy. Give him the single and get at Roland Jones. Where's the noise coming from? I feel like we've got a
lot of people sit in front of the pavilion on either side there.
It sounds like it's
benches. So
could it even be the football that we're hearing from the bar downstairs? Because
possibly.
It sounds like it's some sort of either music or it's the commentary from the dressing room, isn't it? We're probably hearing. They've probably got the sound on.
That's a possibility.
Mike, right arm over, bowls. Oh, now Roland Jones, he's missed a straight one. A full toss. Well, the Middlesex skipper walks back on 4. It was full and straight, and the ploy to bowl Middlesex out around Leas is working. 82 for 8, 2 wickets to go. Brooks and Bambat have an almighty job to do to go out and support the Middlesex number 4, who's 28 from 50 and hanging in there for Middlesex, but someone's got to hang in there with him. Roland Jones was disappointed, but you missed a straight and full.
Yeah, it was an extraordinary dismissal, really. Low full toss in the end. I think whether he thought it was going to be a higher full toss, if that makes sense. But staying on the back foot, might just have swung a little bit. And Mike now has 4 for 19 from 8.2 overs. The key now for Leicestershire is, can they finish off this Middlesex innings quickly? Wandering out is a former Warwickshire seamer, and again, as you say, is capable enough tailender, Henry Brooks. But he doesn't look, he's not exuding lots of confidence in the body language as he walks out. But he's got a job to do with Duploy.
Big job to do for Henry Brooks. The fact that he comes in ahead of Ethan Bamber says a lot, because Bamber is a really, really good number 11. He's got a very good forward defence, a very solid player. And Deploy will be able to rely on Bamber to try his darndest to hang in there.
He has an unbeaten half-century this season, Henry Brooks. Who was that against, do you recall? Sorry,
that's right.
Wasn't fair.
No. It's one of those you either do or you don't. That's not one of those, there's no shame.
Not out.
Off the top of the head, you don't remember. Here's Mike to Brooks. Oh, he goes fast with that. He put his back into it, didn't he? That hit the gloves hard. A bit like the Holman dismissal. It was quick. And Mike, I think, is very capable, isn't he, of skidding them through like that. That one really slapped into the gloves. And he was on the move a long way outside off stump to catch up that one as well, Cox. My scoreboard page is still on the World Cup final from yesterday. Did you watch it? It's quite the game.
In parts.
It really was. It was quite the game. South Africa had it won.
They did, didn't they?
Mike is in. Bowls. Oh, full and straight down the leg side, though.
What a take.
Yeah, brilliant from Cox. Mike's really putting the yards in here, isn't he? I'd suggest he's the quickest we've seen.
Yes.
In this game so far.
When he gets it right, he certainly is, but he can get a little bit wild and give away a lot of runs. But if you can get it right to Brooks, and he can get a wicket early.
Brooks is 52 not out. It was against Sussex at Lord's.
It was a bit of a road from what Adrian told me.
I think, yes. Yeah, he didn't enjoy that game, Adrian.
He really didn't.
106 for Ryan Higgins, 52 from Brooks. From 159 deliveries, that's right, they were batting out the game. Here's a defensive shot into the onside by Brooks and gets off the mark, second ball. So, not to downplay his 52, but Brooks batted for 178 minutes, 159 balls for his 52 at number 10, with Ethan Bamber, who batted for 72 minutes, 74 balls, 19 deliveries, and that was Middlesex basically batting out the draw. The game didn't reach second innings. Middlesex declared on the final evening 613 for 9 in their first innings. 10-5, shake hands with the declaration. And again, that's not to downplay the achievement at all, but wasn't a high-pressured. Mike is in, bowls. Oh, it's a bouncer. Goodness me, I thought he got himself into trouble there, Deploy. It was rather loopy through to the keeper, that one, wasn't it, in the end? And I thought the Deploy was just going to push something up towards it. He didn't. Threw it passes to Cox. So, 83 for 8. Brooks has 1. Deploy has 28. Middlesex have a lot of work to do. They're replying to Leicestershire's 179 here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and apps. Richard Ray and myself, Kevin Hand, we're live on the club's websites as well with the live streams of this game. Delighted to have you with us wherever you are, and well done. Whoever you are and wherever you are, because there's obviously a pretty big sporting event happening elsewhere at the moment, of which we're not mentioning the score.
Matt Salisbury then, that bouncer from Mike, having kept Brooks on strike. Can he pick up a wicket? Salisbury is in. 2. Brooks bowls straight on off stump. Fullish doesn't really swing though, and just pushed by Brooks off stump out into the covers. No run. .96 behind as things stand. Still, best part of 16 overs left to be bowled here. tonight. Salisbury is in to Brooks. Again it's full and again it's straight, but again there isn't much movement. Brooks with a big fluorescent sticker on the back of his bat pushes the ball out into the offside. No run, of course. I wonder what deploys. Well, he's still taking the ones. He looks like he's basically going to keep batting the same way, because as Kevin has made clear, both Brooks and Bamber can bat. Salisbury is in, full again, stroked out into the offside by Brooks, and Green reaching down to his right as he runs back down to extra cover. Then sort of falls in a rather graceful way, gymnastically almost, away to his right before picking himself up in the same movement. Stretches his hamstrings out. He might fancy coming back to see if he can pick up a 5 for. Salisbury still looking for his first wicket. Is in, bowls on off stump. Nothing too much wrong with the delivery, except again, no real movement.
Smell of a barbecue, Richard. Can you smell it?
Yeah.
A little whiff of.
Yeah.
Middlesex dressing room, got a barbecue going on the balcony with the football on down below.
Be the pub, the cricketers, which, you know, for an event like the football, will have a sort of big grilly thing on there.
Could be any of those
in their
houses
garden,
out there, couldn't it?
but I think it's probably the pub. Salisbury is in, bowls, a bit wider this time, and Brooks was looking to drive. He was a touch early on it, and it came off a thick inside edge and ran down towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Ben Mike. One to come, so Leicestershire retreat. Say to Brooks, if you want to take the single, be our guest.
In all the fun and excitement of all the various things going on, I haven't actually looked at the replay of the Roland Jones dismissal. Did you see it?
It was a bit of a shocker, really. It wasn't the greatest ball that Ben Mike's ever bowled, as Salisbury is in, and that one comes off a thing inside edge, and it doesn't go to mid-on. It goes between Brooks's legs and the stumps and trickles out towards leg gully. So maiden over from Matt Salisbury.
A shocker from the umpire or from Roland Jones?
No, it was out, but
a shocker
it was a poor ball, and the batsman just sort of completely misread it, really, and it was a sort of
it reminded me
floaty low full toss that you'd think he could have hit anywhere, really.
It reminded me of two of the dismissals in the Ian O'Brien match here that I was mentioning earlier. The pitch, I can still see it now, sat in this very commentary box, and it's where the marquee is on the far side of the ground at the Bennett End now. That's where the sky box was. You say this very commentary box, but they were only built 5 or 6 years ago. So it was the old wooden one, the old potting shed, just a little bit up. So it also might have even had a decent angle of it then, because it was along that way.
Yeah, it was further up.
Yeah. Here goes Mike from the Bennett End. Oh, now is the bat involved. I fancy there was an inside edge. The throw comes in from third slip as well.
It sounded very woody, didn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it felt like there was a lot of action happening there around the legs of Deploy rather than just bat onto pad. May have got outside the line as well, yeah.
Otherwise.
Yeah, because he does. We're not sat at the perfect angle and must remind ourselves that he does bat a long way across when the bowling's right arm around Deploy. Extraordinarily long way across. He's quite the batsman. Hungarian passport. South African birth. He's playing as a non-overseas because of his Hungarian passport. Mike's in to bowl to him now, and down the track he comes, and he's bowled. Deploy has gone for 28, and I guess if there's a dismissal to sum up day one of this game, it's that. 83 for 9. Lewis Deploy has batted magnificently for his 28 from 53. He has tried his hardest out there to defy Leicestershire and indeed to take them on, and a batter of his class has found it difficult. That tells you day one here at Grace Road has been very much a day for the bowlers. The 19th wicket hardly needed to confirm it, but the manner of it and the batter that it was that falls at this stage, who clearly was thinking runs. He couldn't just let Middlesex be bowled out around him as well. He had to think runs, and suggest that's probably where that little shuffle of the feet came. The appeal from the ball before as well. Deploy is the only Middlesex batter still to reach double figures in this innings, unless I am very much mistaken.
Well, Benny Mike's had a miserable time of it of late, and he's such a lovely chap.
He always seems to do well against Middlesex.
He does. He's such a super guy that, the pleasure that his teammates took in seeing that wicket and seeing him pick up a fifer was very evident. They surrounded him, patted him on the back. He was particularly miserable after the game at Sussex when he felt he didn't really make a contribution, but he's making a contribution today, all right?
What do Bamber and Brooks do here? They've got a swing, haven't they? There's no point just batting it out now. Because that was my point about deploy. 28 from 53 deliveries, was it? He himself is sitting there thinking 2 balls and this is over. At the other end, Middlesex needs to score runs. They need to try and get up. They've got to fight. I mean, huge credit to Leicestershire. You often talk about when a side comes out and bats second. Well, they've had a look. They know what it's about. They know how they need to go about it. Middlesex being skittled here, potentially for double figures. They're 17 runs shy of reaching 100.
Well, Leicestershire final wicket added 35 runs, and I think Middlesex will be very pleased if they can do something similar.
Look at this. 3 slips and a gully, a leg gully. 3 slips, leg gully. You've got to think Middlesex, their best chance here now is try and just smash one over, and if it comes off, it could be 20 runs for you. All of a sudden they're into double figures, triple figures. Here goes Ben Mike. Oh, a Yorker, it's dug out.
Well played.
Brilliant delivery. Very well played, as you rightly say.
Well played, Ethan Bamber. And well bowled, Ben Mike.
What's been the difference? I mean, this innings, like I say, I struggled. Middlesex didn't bowl badly this morning. They bowled well, didn't they? But it felt like there was a wicket in it every ball, but you weren't sat on the edge of your seat. That was the best way I could sum it up, because the feeling that I had watching it. Watching this, throughout the Middlesex innings, you cannot take your eye off a single delivery. Bowled very, very well. Maybe, I don't know, they just attack the stumps more in this innings, knowing more about the pitches. Down the leg side from Mike through to the keeper it goes, 83 for 9. 'Cause sometimes the flip of what I just said is that a batting side will come out and they say, well, we've seen how it's gone, we'll see how we go about it. South Africa against Afghanistan in the T20 semi-final on what was an atrocious pitch. In Trinidad and Tobago, I think it was, wasn't it? Which, quite frankly, if that was produced in the Blast or in a domestic game in this country, there'd be uproar, there'd be outrage. That was a semi-final of a World Cup. Afghanistan got themselves into real bother. It was really tough for South Africa, but they knew what they needed to do and did it. Maybe that's how it's played out with the ball for Leicestershire. They've seen where to bowl on this pitch. As Mike's in, bowls, and up on his toes, Bamber defends, and there's no run. And crucially, Middlesex then, as a result, have not been able to get runs away. Middlesex going at, what, 2.5 and over? Just over. Leicester all the way through were going at 3s, weren't they?
They were. Somebody said the possibility of rain tomorrow afternoon, but I haven't got any forecast on my app, so fingers crossed. We don't.
I'm still thinking about how many Leicestershire are going to be down at the close. Here's Mike in, bowls, and Bamber defends this back to mid-on. There are 14 overs remaining. Lose 2 for the change of innings, should it come. Shouldn't ride off Brooks and Bamber just yet. Again, I'll be talking up their capability as batters, these two.
21 wickets in the day at Northamptonshire now. Sussex lose their first wicket in their second innings. But they have a lead of 90 already, which sounds quite a lot in the context of 21 wickets falling in the day. 2 days in Northampton for Adrian Beckons. That's could be worse, couldn't it? With respect to our neighbours, 15 wickets at Chesterfield. Yorkshire have a big lead already, 198 for 5, leading by 122 against Derbyshire. Salisbury is in 2. Henry Brooks, who leaves the delivery outside off stump. 16 wickets at Cheltenham, where Glamorgan are 108 for 6, replying to Gloucestershire, who also made 179 in their first innings. Remarkable. Second division wickets tumbling everywhere. Salisbury, past umpire Blackwell, is in and bowls. He's a touch late on that one, Brooks. Back on his stumps to a foolish delivery. Manages to squeeze it out into the offside.
Blocking it for now, aren't they, these two?
They are.
How long will that last? I mean,
you kind of wonder a bit what, you know.
You almost fancy Middlesex wannabe out there bowling right now.
Yeah.
So would Brooks be better just teeing off in this over? 4 deliveries left. See what he can get out of it.
Bowl Salisbury, and played back firmly to him, but not really aggressively by Brooks. Sort of stroked back down the pitch. He's faced 12 balls now for his single. 83 for 9 remains the score.
Sunshine once more at Grace Road.
3 bonus points apiece at the end of day 1. Salisbury is in and bowls, and again, not unpleasantly, sort of semi-driven by Brooks out into the offside, more or less straight to Hill at mid-off though. Run rate 2.7 over 8 is still level if the scoreboard is to be believed. They don't always change it immediately. At Sussex last week, Leicestershire went from +3 at one stage, sorry, -3 at one stage to +6. In goes Salisbury and bowls, a little bit shorter of length than Brooks. Minimal foot movement, but stands up tall and works it out into the offside because they bowled their spinners all morning. Certainly Kimber all morning, but Goldsworthy too for a while. They bowled about 15 overs, maybe 14 overs of spin. And only then did the over 8 change at the end of it, if that makes sense. So when it actually changes, they don't do it after every over, put it that way. Assuming there is a change anyway. Salisbury, to finish his over, is into Brooks, who again is sort of stroking the ball out towards mid-off. Hill feels to his right and rolls a couple of times, having made the stop. Again, nothing too much wrong with the over, straight enough, but not looking at all penetrative or threatening Matt Salisbury. It's a maiden, his second consecutive maiden, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15, his figures.
Remember a match at Lords where Middlesex had Somerset 50 for 8 on the first morning of the game, and Justin Langer declared 8 down at 50 for 8. Now, Middlesex were furious because they said it denied them a bowling point. Justin Langer said that wasn't why he was doing it against his former county. He was doing it because the bowling conditions were there and he fancied a bowl at Middlesex before lunch, before the sun came through. Here's Mike, 3 slips. He bowls, and this is pushed back by Bamber defensively. Mike has 5 wickets, 5 for 20. 10 overs, 3 maidens, extraordinary figures. What an average for Ben Mike here today. But yeah, there's a shade of that about this evening, isn't there, with 12.5 overs to go. Middlesex, with the wicket to fall in the next 5 deliveries, would have 10 overs at Leicestershire tonight, under skies that are pretty similar as they've been all day. And
I agree.
Mike is in, bowls, and Bamber looks to hook, gets a bottom edge on it to leg gully, whereas at the moment it just feels as though these two are taking time out of the game without really going anywhere. And time is not of the essence in this game in the sense that there are 3 days to go, but time and momentum today. What's the last thing the Leicestershire batters would want right now? And it's to be out there batting. So
yeah, they wouldn't fancy it. 10 overs, not much to gain, is there? That's for sure.
This partnership is worth naught.
He's occupied best part of 3 overs now.
Which could have been bowled at Leicestershire this evening. Mike's in, bowls, and Bamber digs out a Yorker. No run. How many dot balls to take a wicket? 21 in first-class cricket.
These two have faced 22 or 23 between them for the single that Brooks has scored.
I mean, we saw some extravagant stroke play, didn't we, at the end of the Leicestershire innings to move things along as Mike Moves in, he bowls, and Bamber defends, and he's off the mark. There we go. And he's going to get off the mark with 2, straight of a wide mid-off. There was an ironic cheer, wasn't there?
Slightly sarcastic, yes. Sol Budinger. Bright yellow hair at the moment.
Where is he?
Unless that's Hill's had a... That can't be Hilly. Mid-on.
Mike bowls. Oh, and has he got him? LBW, it's going down.
Yeah.
Umpire's not interested in that one. He will signal leg byes. 86 for 9.
Agreed. Budinger's at mid-off, actually, so his hair might be okay. It can't be. Got to have a look under Hilly's cap when he comes out.
Or did he take the cap off and show the hair? Is that what?
Well, it came off as he slid across there. And my word, Lewis Hill, have you had your hair dyed? It's not like Hilly. A relatively conventional character.
Mike to Brooks. Seems as though he's bowled to Bamber predominantly in the last couple of overs as he comes in, bowls, and Brooks is forward digging out a Yorker, and it's pushed to mid-off. There is no run, and another over is done. 12 remain on the first day, and this partnership is worth 2. Bamber has 2 from 8, Brooks 1 from 15, 86 for 9. I
suppose Hill won't be too concerned because the scoreboard's sort of going nowhere other than the odd single Salisbury's bowling maidens.
If I were Leicester, I'd be delighted right now. Scoreboard's going nowhere and the batters aren't having to come out to bat tonight. The only thing that could happen tonight is for it to go horribly wrong for Leicestershire if they were out there with the bat right now.
Yeah, lose 3 wickets in 10 overs.
Yeah, they're already
like
70, 90 ahead. In 10 overs, they're not going to win the match, but they could go an awful long way to getting themselves in deep trouble this evening. 12 overs remain with Middlesex batting.
Salisbury in past umpire Blackwell bowls to Ethan Bamber, who leans forward, pushes the ball back down the pitch towards the former Durham man, Essex-born Matt Salisbury. He says, before thinking he ought to check. Yeah, Chelmsford born. And he runs, bowls outside off stump, a big yahoo from Bamber, and he doesn't get anything on that. Bounces over the top edge of his swinging bat as he tried to carve it away through the offside. But well, as we've suggested, why not? Worth a try, isn't it?
86 for 9, yeah.
Cox encourages his teammates and the bowlers. They connect with a few. Get the score past 100. In goes Salisbury and bowled him! Swinging foolish delivery. Bamber leaning forward and Middlesex are all out for 86. Salisbury picks up the last wicket. Not the first to be bowled in recent overs. 3 of the last 4 wickets have all seen the timbers disturbed. Ethan Bamber becomes the latest. He goes bowled for 2. 86 all out. The lead for Leicestershire then is 79 and 14.
A lot. 93?
93.
It's easier when you're not the one talking. It's incredibly hard.
I want it to be right.
Well, it's incredibly hard when you're on air and talking to do the maths. David Townsend used to sit here and wind me up, say, go on, go on. Yeah, but I was the one talking and doing the maths. And talking and doing the maths, no matter what you're doing, it's just not easy unless you talk through the maths.
So there'll be 9 overs left for Leicestershire to face tonight. That's not going to be easy. Will they send out a night watchman? Ben Mike's getting the applause.
Reverse the
and
order.
Rightly so. Rightly so. Well, Ben, he leads his side off the field. Ben
Look at that
Green
smile.
with 4 wickets, yeah. As I say, it's been a tough old time for Ben of late. And
I just don't know how.
he'll
He's
be
so good
pleased.
when he plays Middlesex.
We'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground with 9 overs left to go. And we've got 5 minutes now for the change of innings. It's going to be past at the very earliest, folks. Back with you soon. Leicestershire's openers, for the second time today, are heading out to the middle, namely Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger. And they have to try and survive 9 overs. They have a lead, Leicestershire, already of 93. But how will the pitch and the conditions affect the game going on? The heavy roller has been on the pitch. We, that is myself, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, and Kevin Hand, of course, from BBC Radio London, do not think that this is a horror track or anything like it. It's not pinging around all over the place, but the ball has been swinging. There has been help for the seamers, and the batters haven't been able to cope against decent bowling. Ryan Higgins opens the bowling for Middlesex from the Bennett end. In he comes, bowls to Patel, who leaves the delivery outside off stump.
Yeah, fascinating game in store now. I mean, in most match situations, you say, oh, they've got a first innings advantage of 93. It's useful. At the moment, they have a first innings advantage of more than Middlesex managed in their own first innings. 86. Only Leicestershire reaching double figures.
In goes Higgins, bowls outside off stump. It swings away from outside off stump, and Patel sort of crouching down, ready to cut it away. Let it go through.
Yeah, that was a pretty dismissive leave by Patel, wasn't it? You think of the pace that Mike has zipped them through at in the last over. He must get up to mid-80s easily, mustn't he, Mike?
On his day, yeah, for sure. In goes Higgins and bowls a little bit short of a length and towards the sort of waist height, but Patel up on his toes can turn it to the vacant square leg area and pick up a single, get Leicestershire up and running.
It's a swagger about Patel, isn't there, out there at the moment, it feels. A leave.
It's just that, yeah, he looks, he does everything with a certain amount of style, it's got to be said. He'll do well to get a score here. See what Budinger makes of the pitch. He takes off a bail and
he thinks his leg stump's too high. Get it down a bit.
Taps down the leg stump. Puts the bail back on. Umpire Peveril gestures towards the stumps. Umpire Blackwell, now at the other end, says, yeah, that's fine. In comes Higgins. He's staying over the wicket to the left-handed Budinger, who is turning his wrists on that defensive push back down the pitch.
Now. There's Higgins turning again. 2 slips in place, interestingly. Think of the amount of edges there have been today.
Yeah. Higgins is in. Bowls outside off stump. Punched into the offside. Nice piece of timing from Budinger, but Brooks, the tall man in the covers there, makes the stop away to his right.
None of this has worked out for the Middlesex captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, to watch the football today, has it? He's been out there in the first half of the England match. He's now out there fielding in the second.
We have, 8 overs, and we have 40 minutes of the game left to go, so yeah, yeah, we're getting back in there just about he'll catch the highlights, I'm sure, if there are any. Round the wicket goes Higgins now, and bowls to Budinger, who wristily whips that one away over deep backward square stroke, wide long leg for 6. Well, Budinger used the pace from Higgins. The in-swing was misdirected. It went on towards the leg stump, and Budinger timed that one to perfection, just picked it up over deep backward square. And what else is going to happen today? We've had our first 6. We've had our first 6, 7 without loss. The lead is 100, sorry.
A batter opening the innings, getting off the mark with a 6 in a low-scoring...
Well, I guess it can happen in a low-scoring game. Sort of desperation about it, but goodness me, beautiful pick-up by Budinger. It was not a great ball from Higgins, it's got to be said. It was very much leg stump and going on further down the leg side.
Rowland-Jones has the ball in hand. He'd like to be watching the ball at feet at the moment for Gareth Southgate's boys, but he's got a big job to do for his county here His right arm over the wicket. 3 slips crouch down as he bowls to Patel. And Patel is solidly forward and in behind that one. And there is no run. 7 for no wicket. The score here. Budinger has 6 from 3. A 6 to get off the mark. As Roland Jones is to turn and bowl again. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app. As Toby Roland Jones passes the umpire, he bowls, just outside of the off stump. That dies on the way through to the keeper, and it's going to go away for 4. 4 byes. It took a nasty little bobble. It didn't get up at all, and we have seen a bit of that today, I must say. You think there's been a couple that have been wrapped on the gloves, a couple that have shot through. It's something that in Leicestershire winning the toss and batting first today, they fancy, again, chasing on this shouldn't be easy, so...
Heavy roller, again, it can just kill a pitch for a while, can't it? And that's just died. There's one thing I'd change, it'd be that double use of a heavy roller in Championship cricket.
Roland Jones hits the crease now, he bowls, good line and length defended by Patel, back to mid-on. 11 for no wicket. So what did we establish in the end? It was 93. So the lead is already 104. With that 6, it pushed the lead back over 104.
Yorkshire, having bowled Derbyshire out for 76, are 241 for 5.
Wow. Who's batting there? I mean, sorry, I could have looked at it myself.
I'll tell you in a second while you're commentating.
Roland Jones turns again.
James Wharton is 99 not out.
It's a full one from Roland Jones, driven to mid-on. Around comes Holden. He didn't get hold of that, Patel. And the ball is just pushed, really.
Lyth made 38, Bean 29. Wharton 99 not out off 99 balls. John Tattersall with him at the moment. Extraordinary.
Well, Middlesex have got a shot in the arm today. Not that they needed it. They wouldn't have come here and underestimated Leicestershire, as you shouldn't underestimate any county championship side. As Roland Jones comes in, he bowls and this ball's defended. Fielded at point. Patel 1 from 8. But with the depleted nature of this lineup for Leicestershire, the fact that Leicestershire are pushing hard against a side who are pushing for an immediate return to Division 1. For me, says it all about the Championship. Roland Jones bowls. Oh, there we go. That's what he's been looking for. Finds that ball on a length which lifts past the edge of the bat and through to the gloves of the keeper it goes. 11 for no wicket. And 2 overs bowled, and there was an element of us that wondered should Brooks and Bamber have done what Budinger did and swung for the boundary.
The thing with Budinger is that he would have probably done it anyway, whatever the circumstances. It's, as they say, how he plays, how I play. Well, Higgins sends his sort of fine leg a touch wider to long leg. Then over the wicket he comes to Budinger, bowls on off stump. Budinger leans forward, blocks it out to mid-off, and there's no run. Ethan Bamber, as I was going into the restaurant at tea time, was following behind me. I held the door open for him and he was so polite. Oh, thank you very much.
He is. He's the loveliest human being you can meet. He really is.
Goes Higgins and bowls on towards middle and leg, turned out to mid-wicket by Budinger. Sort of situation where he could be very dangerous, but could suit him if he's got licence to throw the bat. He will throw the bat anyway, so whether he's got licence or not really, but Higgins is going to go around the wicket. So he's going to have to send his long leg even wider. He does go in front of the members' seats there, alongside the meat. Higgins is in and pulled over mid-wicket by Budinger, and that's going to run away for 4. Again, all sort of wrist, and nice piece of timing though by Budinger, and he moves on to 10. 2 scoring shots off 5 balls, a 6 and a 4, and Leicestershire move on to 15 without loss.
Look a bit quiet in the field, don't they? Middlesex stunned, hands on hips, hands on faces, hands in pockets.
A little bit.
Who's got that
scratching
chat
their
going
heads
at the moment? You can see who it is. Is it Robson at slip? I couldn't quite see anybody clapping, but Robson's the fielder with his back to us, so maybe it was him. Need a bit of inspiration here, don't they?
Higgins bustles in and bowls to Budinger, who's turning that one around the corner comfortably enough down towards long leg. Comes into field. One is taken. Holden it is down there. Has to run. Probably doesn't mind doing a spot of running actually, given the temperatures out there. Jogs across to long leg on the other side for the right-handed Patel. Budinger on to 11. 16 without loss. Back over the wicket goes Higgins and bowls a no ball, and didn't change the shot that Patel played, which was rather skewed a drive out towards mid-on, but 2 more added to the score. 18 without loss. Remember to add 93 to the Leicestershire score to get the lead. 110 as Higgins is in. Bowls, big attempted drive by Patel, comes back in to him, and he went almost down on one knee there as he tried to carve that one away through the offside. It trickles down the pitch on the on side, and there's no run as Bamba comes into field.
You just wonder, as Bamba coming on, bringing in a bit of extra pace, be an option.
Higgins turns, runs in and bowls. Patel is forward, reaching for the ball, getting to the pitch of it though, steering it towards backward point where Holman is the fielder, and there's no run. End of the 3rd over, 18 without loss Leicestershire. Patel a single, Budinger has 11.
Bright evening here in Leicester, not sunshine, bright.
Oh, bright, sorry. Thought it was a sort of, maybe a London word that meant something, you know, like Drecht in Scotland or something. Brett.
No, it's just got a brighter feel about it. The whole sky,
it's
doesn't
lightened
it?
up a bit, hasn't it?
It's not glorious sunshine, but the cloud's not as heavy as it was throughout the day.
We're going to get these 6 overs, that's for sure.
We are. Wickets for Middlesex return. We've got... Is it 9 overs in total for this passage played, isn't it? Is that Roland Jones? He's in, bowls past the edge of Budinger's bat. He may have just played inside the line of that one.
19 wickets now at Chester Street, where Durham were bowled out for 190 and Worcestershire 102 for 9. What if this is a record day for County Championship wickets?
Yes, yeah. How many times had you said that before in late June? Roland Jones, 2 slips and a gully, deep point, deep square, long leg. He's in, bowls onto the pads of Budinger. Ball's pushed back. Defensive moves with runs in mind, having the deep point and the deep square and the long leg back for Middlesex. 2 slips and the gully catching. And it's Roland Jones turning again from the pavilion end here at Grace Road. He's in now, bowls, and just outside the off stump, that's left alone by Budinger. That's died again off the surface. I've seen 2 now from Roland Jones in the opening couple of overs from this end that have gone through to Davies on the bounce, one of them getting through for 4 byes. Let's deploy a second slip, making the noise on this occasion, as the umpire in the meantime is coming up to replace the bails. I was wondering what was happening. I couldn't quite see the umpire move in between the window stanchion. There he goes.
Why they came off?
Well, there was a gust of wind a moment ago that I thought lifted the roof ceilings in here. That does happen occasionally, doesn't it?
Very much so.
So here's Roland Jones bowls outside of the off stump and left alone again by Budinger, this time almost dismissively.
It requires very little.
Yeah, there you go.
They're very light.
Well, I kind of looked at
polystyrene of some kind, I think.
So it was something just caught my eye, and I was like, what was that hit the window? And I realised it probably wasn't that. It was probably, a gust of wind had just come in and pushed these up above your head there with the windows open. Roland Jones turning again. I mean, it has been pretty breezy all day here at Grace Road as Roland Jones comes in, bowls, and that's where he wants it. He's got 2 so far in this spell, hasn't he, to go past the edge in the way that he was doing it for the majority of the morning.
Not sure how it's missing off stump as well, because the shape is obviously back into the left-hander. Perfect line. Well, not quite a perfect line then, because it's missing everything, the outside edge, the off stump.
There he goes. Roland Jones once more. Bowls. Oh, now.
Seemed away.
Just wondered, was there a little sound, but it might have been bat hitting pad. So that went through. Lovely, lovely delivery. 18 without loss, 5 overs to go. On day 1, we're in the 3rd innings of the match already here at Grace Road. Budinger has 11, Patel has 1, and Leicestershire have a lead. Now this is going to start testing our math soon, isn't it? Of 93, 100 and...
Add 20, take away 3. That's the easiest thing to do.
113?
Minus...
No, 103.
Minus 2. So add 20. You get 113, and then take off 2. You get 111. How's that? 111.
I'm going to go with you, 111. Yeah, sorry, of course it is. Don't just... why do it on air? I should know by now.
Change of bowling. Bamba's in already. Oh, and a huge tempted booming drive by Patel misses, and it's not taken cleanly by Davis as it comes through at about chest height at a decent lick as well. Quick change. Higgins got a bit of punishment, didn't he? He got picked off by the left-handed Budinger, although they haven't realised on their scoreboard yet it is not Higgins.
But he picked up those wickets this morning. He bowled really well, didn't he, Higgins? But you could just see from that delivery, that's more like what we saw at the end of the Middlesex innings from Ben Mike.
Yeah.
And it just feels as though later in the day today now.
In goes Bamba and bowls, and Patel, hint of desperation about that one as he tried to carve it away through the offside, thick inside edge. The ball trickles out to mid-wicket. Excuse me, Patel's on 1 from 13, but it's not for want of trying. It just can't get anything out of the middle at the moment.
Patel's response to Bamba's telling, isn't it?
Yeah.
The fact that he's looking to swing the bat at him. It feels more like a Bamba moment this now, much like Ben Mike. Just that extra yard of pace, really skidding that ball on.
In he comes down the slope. Patel is advancing down the pitch, trying to drive again, not timing it, but he gets it wide of Roland Jones at mid-off, has to move to his left to make the stop, and Patel picks up 1.
Yeah, the struggle to time the ball is telling, isn't it? We saw that at the start of the Middlesex innings with Sam Robson. Middlesex never really got out of first gear in that innings, did they? Even Leicester Ploy.
No, yeah, it was slightly head-scratching, wasn't it? That they didn't really know what to do, really. But
yeah,
they might do second time round. Maybe go a little bit harder.
Did Leicester just find a better length, better line, quicker?
Bamba in to Budinger, who's going to pick up a single there as he turns a slightly fuller delivery off leg stump out towards mid-wicket. Roland Jones jogs round. Budinger on to 12, 20. Without loss, these runs are still going down. Deliveries are still going down as though it's Higgins bowling out there. Sooner or later, the scorer will twig. Do you reckon? Bamba, a little shuffle at the top of his run, then comes bounding in, bowls to Patel, who pulls, and he's got hold of that one all right. Got that one wide of mid-wicket, out to the mid-wicket boundary. And he picks up 4, his most authoritative shot of the innings so far. He moves on to 624 without loss, Leicestershire. In their second innings, remember.
There we go, sun's back. Said it was a brighter evening. We've actually got a bit of late evening sun now, haven't we? glinting off the back of the helmet.
Bamber to finish his over is in. Patel goes back, tucks it off the stumps out towards mid-wicket, where it is fielded. End of the over. 20 without loss after 5. Leicestershire. So the lead is now at 93. 113. 114. No, because you had 24. They're 24 without loss now, not 20 without loss. So 117. You usually get there about the 3rd or 4th attempt. 117, Leicestershire's lead. Roland Jones casting a shadow, as you say.
I'm not going to try and do any more maths while I am in the commentary position and talking at that point. Here's Roland Jones. Long shadow to his left. Bowls, and that is driven one-handed to cover by Budinger on the bounce.
Right. Sunshine.
It is.
All of a sudden.
It is.
Momentarily.
Oh, go on, hang in there now. Well, mind you, Middlesex probably on cloud cover right now, don't they, to affect matters. That'll be the other thing, is turn up tomorrow morning at blue skies. Could be very different if there's not so much swing around for the bowlers on day 2. That's the extraordinary measure of the Derbyshire match. This is Roland Jones bowls, and this ball's eased to 2 point. From the first ball of the Derbyshire match, Zach Chappell to Sam Robson, the ball was hooping away from the right-hander, and he drove at the 5th one, ended up following it and putting it to backward point. It swung all day on day 1. Middlesex come out to bowl on day 2, nothing happening at all. Clear blue skies day 1, bit of cloud cover day 2. But day 1 was the day it swung all day. It didn't swing all day for Middlesex. My only answer was that it was the ball, because then on day 3, what happened? It swung all day under blue skies. This is Roland Jones, and this ball's pushed 2 points by Budinger, and there's no run. The only thing I can imagine is that Middlesex just picked a duff ball in that first innings for Derbyshire, because when they got the second new ball, all of a sudden, Roland Jones went through them in no time. They collapsed from 317 for 4 to 339 all out. Roland Jones with his first 5 for the season. Middlesex will be praying that something similar doesn't happen on day 2 tomorrow, and that not much happens with this ball. As here's Roland Jones offers one up there, and it's driven to mid-offer. There's a good tumbling stop put in by Mark Stoneman. Carries comes around from cover.
What did he lose there? Picks up something. Pocket warmer. Hand warmer.
Two slips. And third is currently inquiring gully or third slip. Third slip's the answer. Roland Jones to Patel. And a beaut to him at the end of his previous over. What's he got here? Right arm over the wicket, he bowls, and in behind it, Patel defends. Top ball, Middlesex need to build some pressure here. Need to build some momentum in this innings. It starts with a 93 run advantage. After Middlesex all out for 86 earlier today. Chatters back in the field. They're lifting themselves, it feels, in the field now. They were very quiet to begin with, Middlesex. I think the Budinger 6 settled them down as well, as Roland Jones is in, bowls, and defended by Patel into the offside. It doesn't quite have the same fizz as it did this morning for Middlesex, nor does it have the fizz of the Leicestershire bowling performance. 25 without loss. Patel 6, Budinger 13. Lovely, lovely sky at the moment. To our right, just letting some, could you call it almost watery sunshine come through?
Yeah, a little. Well, I suppose the days are getting shorter now, aren't they?
Oh, it's unbelievable, isn't it? How has that happened?
So, evening sunshine.
Absolutely shocking.
Coming through.
That came and went in a flash this year, didn't it?
It feels to have done. In goes Bamber, bowls to Budinger, who pulls him over mid-wicket. 4-4. Well, again, there was just a hint of hit and hope about that from Budinger, but he got plenty of it. And picks up 4, moves on to 17, 29 without loss, Leicestershire. It's turning into a decent day for the Foxes. It didn't look that way at 144 for 9. But that last wicket stand may have been quite important. In goes Bamber and bowls outside off stump, punched out towards a deep backward point by Budinger. Takes the first one quickly, but there is a sweeper out there on the offside, and so it will be just the single. Budinger moves on to 18, 20, 30 now, without loss. Again, the electronic scoreboard is seized up, rather. Thank you. The manual was on 20s, moved to 30. Bamber in to Patel, who drives straight back over his head for 4. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, just thumped it straight back over Ethan Bamber's head, over the head of umpire Blackwell, and Leicestershire. The runners on the attack. Patel into double figures now on to 10. 34 without loss, off 6.3. One ball, bam, says Leos deploy from second slip. Bamber is in. Patel is clipping him over square leg. Should be cut off by Holden. Does very well. Holden scrambling around from long leg to deep backward square. Gets his throw away. But Patel picks up a couple. Moves on to 12. 36 without loss.
It's an extraordinary start, isn't it? It's almost as though they've just come out and played with a once freedom and decided, let's push it away.
It kind of makes sense, even with, what, 2.2 overs to go tonight, really. If you hang around, there's probably going to be a ball with your name on it, isn't it? So, as they say, Bamber is in, Patel is beaten on. They might just have withdrawn the bat, actually, looking at it. Outside off stump, just to pull the bat back inside the line. Let that one slide through to Jack Davies behind the stumps. Bit of sunshine won't do the pitch any harm, but the temperatures just might not be enough to take the green off it. In goes Bamber and bowls. Patel, nice high left elbows. He blocks that one out towards mid-off. End of the over. Bamber's second. None for 17. His figures. He took a bit of punishment in that over. Leicestershire, after 7 overs, are 36 without loss. 2 overs remain on what has been an eventful first day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
They'll be pretty disappointed to walk off without a wicket tonight, Middlesex, won't they? Again, you just fancy that becalmed end to their innings. Should they have just got on with it and come out with their tails up and said, right, let's go again, take the game to Leicestershire. It's an easy game to call up here. We have got the best skies of the day, I would suggest, for these final 2 overs, as Roland Jones steps in from the pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully, bowls, and a swing and a miss from Budinger outside the off stump. His 21st delivery, through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. It actually looks like an oil painting out there at the moment, doesn't it? That skyline, the greens raising up above the tree lines, the dark greys, which eventually give way to the blues. Immediately above us, Middlesex will have the blues if they can't find a wicket soon. As Roland Jones is in, bowls, and it's a bouncer, which Budinger in the end gets out of the way of, swaying inside it. For a patched up Leicestershire side, Richard, they're going to walk off the field buzzing tonight, aren't they?
Well, they know they're not exactly in the drive. Well, they are sort of in the driving seat, I suppose, with the lead that they have, which is now 129. But they know Middlesex well capable, and they'll want to be sort of 300 plus, won't they, ahead before coming to bowl again, at least.
Roland Jones bowls, and oh, goodness me, how's that got through?
Well, how did it miss everything as well? Swung back in. Budinger with a horizontal bat.
It's just come... He's chopped down on it, has he, past the stumps?
Somehow it's missed the stumps. I think it came off the thick bottom edge and just missed.
I must admit,
stump.
I lost the ball until it reappeared, bobbling in front of Davis to his right, away from the slips. in front of what would have been a leg slip.
In swing from Roland Jones to the left-hander.
Does he get this one to hold its line across him? Bowls a bouncer up in the air. Underneath it is Ethan Bamber, and Ethan Bamber holds on to a brilliant catch. Absolutely brilliant catch. Buddinger's gone for 18, 36 for 1. Boy, oh boy, did Middlesex need that, and the skipper's delivered with a bumper at the end of the first day. The 21st wicket of the day falls here at Grace Road. 36 for 1 is already a sizable lead in a low-scoring game for Leicestershire. Ethan Bamber in a sea of room out there, an ocean of room out there on the leg side boundary, had a lot to do, and he was looking up into the sun the whole way. He was worried about the rope behind him. I have to admit, I did not think he was going to hold on to that. He's held on, and Middlesex needed him to. Leicestershire 36 for 1.
Yeah, they did. And the night watchman, Scott Curry, is coming out now, but he got up rather more of that than I thought. Initially, it was a top edge from Budinger. It flew a long way, and it looked initially as though Bamber was slightly startled to see it heading his way. Got underneath it, just in front of the rope, and held on, as you say, to a really good catch. And an important one as well, potentially, because had that flown for 6, Leicestershire would really be flying. 36 for 1. 21st wicket of the day to match what's going on at Wantage Road, which I think they're on 21 as well. 22 now.
Well, 21 wickets in a day. It's amazing what a moment can do to just change, lift a mood. You could see Roland Jones, there was almost an aggressive response, wasn't there, to that dismissal, a release of energy as he comes in now to bowl to Curry, who defends, nearly goes for a single. That's not the job, mind you. There's one ball to come of this over, so I suppose it is. He needs to get down the other end and get on stride. So Middlesex bring the field up. Is there anybody? I suppose they're all up already, aren't they? 3 slips, point, covering a mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long legs. There's a single at mid-wicket if you can find it. Roland Jones turning away from his last ball from the pavilion end of day 1. He's in, bowls, and dabbed back from Curry. There's no run, so Patel will have strike to Bamber for the final over of the day. 36 for 1. The lead is 129. I can confidently slowly walk through it. I'd been slowly walking through it all over. The 3 and the 6 helped. So it is going to be Ethan Bamber. 21 on the day. Will there be 22? There won't be 23 because if a wicket falls now, they'll all walk off for the day.
And he comes from the Bennett end. Oh, squares up Rishi Patel, and he gets a thick outside edge that flies past Gully down towards third man. It is dragged back a yard inside the ropes. Good backing up means that no overthrows as the ball goes over the top of Davis's head. And Patel picks up a couple of fortuitous runs. Moves on to 14. Bamber is in. Patel is solidly enough behind that one, just outside off stump, pushing the ball out to Stoneman in the covers. No run. 6:45. Been a long day as well.
Yes, but 21 wickets. It's advanced matters, hasn't it?
Has over 8+2 for Middlesex, but as you say, 21 wickets makes a heck of a difference. 2 a day. Bamber is in, goes past the outside edge as Patel went forward to that one. Stumps at Cheltenham, 17 wickets there. Gloucestershire 179, at Glamorgan 133 for 7. Still going at Chesterfield, where Yorkshire have extended their lead basically to 200 on the day. 76 and Yorkshire 275 for 5. Sussex 82 for 2. Lead by 128 against Northamptonshire. In goes Bamber and bowls straight, and Patel drops that one back down the pitch towards Ethan Bamber. But they're still going there as well, with all those wickets having fallen. Doesn't look like too many games in the second division are going to go to 4 days. Weather allowing for, if it stays dry. Got more blue sky at the moment than we've had all day. Bamber is in. Patel is forward on off stump, just about getting to the pitch of it, defending it out into the covers, and there's no run. 1 ball to go, I think, on what has been an extraordinary day's play. We will get our interviews.
What do you reckon?
I think Ben Mike for me.
Oh no, I'm thinking mid-off to there, bringing more slips. Look, here comes
thinking of
another
the
slip.
Present rather than the future.
A 4th slip comes in. It almost feels like bringing a silly short leg.
Surround him if you want.
Yeah, leave the mid-on and mid-off out of it for now.
Bamber then, to finish the day's proceedings, is in. Patel is driving it. He's going to pick up at least 1 as Stoneman runs back from cover, puts in the slide. Patel turns for the second and makes his ground. He will go into the pavilion on 16. Not out. Leicestershire will close on 40 for 1 in their second innings. They lead then by 133 with 9 second innings wickets in hand. What a day it has been.
I genuinely don't know how to sum it up, because Middlesex just couldn't get the ball away, could they, with the bat in hands? They really couldn't, but Leicestershire got some crucial runs, in particular at the end. But that wicket tonight, will certainly help matters. They would have liked to have got Patel as well, but a night watch that they'll want to get rid of pretty quickly in the morning in Curry. So Middlesex will have to hope that Curry doesn't haunt them in the morning.
Talking of which, where are you eating tonight? We will be back with you bright and early tomorrow morning. Let us hope it is bright as well, and this extraordinary game, well, what might happen tomorrow? Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London and myself, Richard Ray, from BBC Radio Leicester, will let you know. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, it's a very good night to you all.